Chapter 551. May I know the name of the famous dojo in Kyoto? The first day on the job wasn't that difficult. As Gabriel said, all they did was enjoy good food and have fun. The two of them went around Kyoto City and would head to whichever lively and fun spot. The French businessman even told Zhang that he was free to go in the evening. As they strolled, Zhang could feel some sneaky guys trailing them closely from behind. Since Gabriel only paid for his translation service, Zhang was not obligated to protect him. Unless they decided to assault Gabriel, where it might cause Zhang to lose his income source, Zhang would ignore them since they were doing nothing except following them. Gabriel looked cheery, but perhaps he already knew that he was being followed. Or he wouldn't have just wandered around the city hall doing nothing important. Zhang had no interest in their affairs. Of course, he would avail himself to all of Gabriel's bidding, but when it came to rest, it wasn't his concern. When work was over, he returned to the house that he just rented. After stepping through the mansion's gates, he scooped some water from the well and drank. The chilly well water had to be the best thirst quencher of the era. Zhang wiped his mouth with his sleeve after having enough, but it was then that he heard a series of yells and the sound of wooden knives clashing from the Akane dojo beside his house. Zhang remembered Akane Koyama's invitation last night, and he also happened to have something to ask her. He put down the scoop in hand. Since he came home early today, it was a good idea to head to the dojo next door. A plaque hung above the dojo's main entrance with two characters on it, Enlighten written by Akane Koyama. Zhang searched his memory, and he was certain he had never heard of such a sect before. It wasn't extraordinary, though. The shogunate was where the last golden era of Japanese swordsmanship. There were more than 200 recorded sects, and one could bet that there were hundreds of unrecorded ones around. Unfortunately, most of them would be lost forever in time, where only the most famous ones survived. In the era of Heisei losers and Reiwa sexless men, there were few people still learning swordsmanship. Various sects emphasized self-cultivation, and swordsmanship was no longer considered an essential tool to kill enemies. Enlighten must have drowned in the torrent of history like other insignificant sects. Zhang didn't delve too much into that and entered the dojo. The first thing that captured his attention was a verdant grape rack, covered with luscious vines. It wasn't the fruiting season, hence, few flowers bloomed among the green leaves. Next to the grape rack was a maple tree, its bark wide enough for a person to hug. Akane Koyama had built a fence around the tree to protect it. Other than that, there were 3 hens and a small crop plot on the chicken coop's right-hand side. It seemed the vegetables were growing well. Zhang was baffled by the place that he just stepped in. It didn't look like a dojo at all. Instead, it looked more like a small farmyard. After walking past the little tillage, Zhang arrived at the main house. The first thing he saw was a weapon rack with numerous bamboo katana and karuta. There was also a shrine so visitors could pay their respect to the previous sensei of the dojo. Other than that, there were also small wooden plaques with each person's name written on them. They were arranged in the order of teacher and student. The dojo was very lively at the moment. Akane Koyama was teaching her young students. The oldest ones were probably only 14 or 15, and the youngest were perhaps 7 or 8 years old. Though they were just kids, they were entirely focused on practicing on their swords. They were instructed to form a team of 2 and sparred with protective gear on them. Akane Koyama walked amongst her students, carefully observing their moves, correcting them, and cheering them up. When she saw him, Akane Koyama gave Zhang a nod. After learning he had ventured abroad to the west to further his studies, she no longer regarded him as a loiterer and troublemaker. After Akane Koyama gave the kid some instructions, she walked out of the dojo to talk to Zhang. Are you here to practice your katana skills? No, I want to ask about the famous temples in Kyoto. Akane Koyama was stunned. A look of shame and anger flashed across her face. Zhang then realized that she had misunderstood what he said. He quickly added, I have no intention to become an apprentice. In fact, I came to Kyoto to compete with the master here. Hey, what did you say you came to Kyoto for? Akane Koyama's eyes widened to the point of popping out. Although she said nothing more, the way she looked at Heng was more than an explanation. Akane Koyama's impression of Heng had improved to a certain extent. However, when he was at the market, he just stood there and watched the whole thing unfold before him. He did not even dare to save the little girls. It was hard to imagine a person like him would have the bristles to say he was here to challenge the masters. However, Akane Koyama still liked to think that people were generally good. Maybe it was because Heng had been studying abroad for too long, and upon his return, perhaps he did not know the country that well anymore. He could just be deluded. This man must be thinking that he's a master. But then again, if he thought he was, then why didn't he try to save the two little girls? While the problem got Akane Koyama's mind grinding, she suddenly saw the middleman running toward them. At the same time, he was yelling, "Something awful is going to happen to you guys. Run now. A group of samurai is asking where your dojo is. They look aggressive. It's probably your father's enemy. I pointed them in a random direction, but I think they will get back to the right track soon." Enemies? When my father was alive, he never made any enemies. And I've never heard of him having grudges with anyone. Akane Koyama shook her head. Heng's expression changed. He did remember the 3 samurai warriors of Choshu Domain from last night. The man who drew the tachi and attacked others was more powerful than Akane Koyama. Besides, this matter involved the honor of the Choshu Domain. It was impossible that they would just let the case slide so easily. The middleman was anxious. "This is not the time to talk about this. You should look for a place to hide first." "Are you telling me to leave the dojo and hide?" Akane Koyama frowned. "Or what? You want to bring your dojo with you?" The middleman rolled his eyes. What he did not expect was that the group would arrive a lot faster than he thought. Before they could come up with a solution, a total of 5 samurai barged into the dojo. Yamada, who previously fought Akane Koyama at the market, was with Matsu and Tokahoshi, while there were 2 other unfamiliar faces as well. Yamada looked furious. Last night's defeat was an utter disgrace. After he sobered up, he wanted to get his revenge at Akane Koyama's dojo, but unfortunately, they were one step too late. The Tabaku supporters had heard about their fight last night. Shinji Takeuchi was among the Tabaku supporters, and his relationship with Yamada wasn't that good. Like Yamada, Takeuchi was also born in the Choshu Domain and was a renowned samurai among the Tabaku supporters. It was inevitable that they would start comparing each other, and as time passed, a certain extent of hatred festered between them. About half a year ago, Takeuchi went to challenge Yamada. He thought it would be a close fight, but Yamada lost the battle quickly to his surprise. The two pulled about a dozen moves, and Yamada was entirely suppressed. In addition to the significant difference in strength, Yamada wasn't as skilled on the katana as Takeuchi, and hence, the real reason he lost. After that fight, Takeuchi became more famous among the Tabaku supporters. On the other hand, Yamada showed signs of going downhill. That was how they got the bad blood between them. The last thing Yamada wanted was that Takeuchi knew what happened to him last night. Unfortunately, his worst nightmare came true. The relationship between Takeuchi and Tokahoshi was excellent. Yamada suspected that Tokahoshi leaked the matter to Takeuchi. The latter came to knock on his door early in the morning and expressed his doubts about Yamada's strength. Takeuchi insisted on going with Yamada to the dojo. Otherwise, they would tell more people about what happened last night. Yamada had no choice but to agree to his request. For today's battle, not only was it compulsory for him to win the fight, but he had to make sure Takeuchi wouldn't have room to criticize him. The stakes were high. Chapter 552. Please enlighten me. Yamada stormed into the dojo, only to spot the boy who pointed them in the wrong direction. He glared at the poor kid with the eyes of a tiger. HMPH. I'll deal with you later. The boy turned as white as a sheet and hid behind Akane to avoid Yamada's death stare. The samurai ignored Heng and said to Akane, "This is great. That fight last night you attacked me when I was drunk and insulted our Choshu warriors. We get to fight again today." Yamada was as shrewd as ever. He spoke first, making sure to classify last night's ambush on a drunk man as foul play as an excuse for his defeat. But he wasn't all that wrong. If he had not been so tipsy last night, he would not have lost to Akane, who was only wielding a wooden sword. Akane was unfazed. It was probably because she grew up in a dojo that she had grown used to such threats. She wasn't bothered to argue with Yamada, merely gesturing him to enter the building. The entire group entered the main hall. The children that were training put down their Bakuto asterisk and stared. The atmosphere in the dojo had suddenly shifted. Akane pulled 2 Bakuto from the shelf, one for herself and the other for Yamada. She threw the sword to him, but he did not reach out, letting the Bakuto land by his feet. "I don't need it. I brought my own." Yamada pulled out the tachi at his waist. Instantly, the children went into an uproar. Friendly duels among warriors were nothing unusual, and even if they had trained under different schools of swordsmanship, there were always areas where they could learn from each other. Just like research, the more a truth gets debated, the clearer it becomes. Other than training daily, warriors were also required to compete with others to gain experience. Generally, a wooden katana would be used for obvious safety reasons. It helped to determine who won, and both warriors generally benefited from the maintained peace. If real weapons were used, lives would surely be put at risk, mostly when the competing party's skills were on a similar level. Just one wrong move would lead to an inevitable disaster. Akane did not realize that Yamada had meant for them to use real weapons when he challenged her to a duel. She shook her head. "I haven't trained my Enlighten-Me enough. I'm nowhere near my father's level. I cannot guarantee that I can fight with a real weapon without hurting my opponent. It's all right. Swords are meant to injure, and life and death are ruled by fate. We can swear that whichever way the duel ends, we will not hold the other party responsible and allow our past grievances to be forgotten," Yamada answered. He barely finished when Takeuchi chuckled aloud. "This is about the Choshu samurai's reputation. Since when did you start calling the shots? Just because you say bygones are bygones doesn't mean it is." Yamada was speechless. Even though what Takeuchi said was unpleasant to the ear, it was the truth. Last night's incident was about the serious crime of insulting the Choshu warriors. Just because he said it was forgiven did not mean it was. Yamada believed himself to be the better fighter, and it was proven during last night's fight. Even though he was drunk, he was able to work out the fundamentals of her skills. According to Yamada's own reasoning, getting rid of Akane will solve the problem, but there was nothing he could do about Takeuchi finding fault with his choice of words. "If you insist on using a real katana, then I'll just admit defeat," said Akane frankly. She really did not mind. This, however, caused Yamada to panic. He did not actually come here today for a duel but for the kill. Only by terminating Akane would he make up for his mistake last night, otherwise, he would become a Choshu criminal. The law was not as harsh as it was back during the Sengo period asterisk, and other than those Shinsengumi lunatics, obligatory seppuku asterisk was no longer used as punishment for petty crimes. But even so, he had lost that much face, and unless he did this, it was going to be thought to keep being a part of the Tobaku group. Yamada looked around the hall, and his gaze settled on the wooden table where a shrine had been laid out. He then drew his sword and sliced the table into half. Finally, Akane's expression changed. "You've crossed the line. What made you think that you can just waltz in here and do whatever you like?" Akane stormed toward the only weapon rack with real swords, subsequently picking out the Uchigatana at the top. Yamada was pleased to see that Akane had finally accepted the duel. He grinned in relief, letting out a satisfied "ah." "I've come today to learn your Koyoma Enlighten-Me." But it was then that a voice cut in. "Wait." Everyone in the hall was taken aback when they turned to look and saw Zhang. They, too, like Yamada, didn't notice his presence and wondered where this person dressed like a ronin had come from. Only Tokahoshi and Matsu winced as if the man had brought up some unpleasant memories. Takeuchi, on the other hand, examined the strange ronin with interest. It had not been easy finding suitable lodging to settle down in Kyoto, and obviously, Zhang did not wish for his landlady to be hacked to death on the second day of his stay. Who would the property belong to then? Heng walked up to Akane and whispered under his breath, "Can't you see he's attempting to provoking you? Don't fall into his trap. You are no match for him." Akane said nothing in response. She grew up in the dojo and had always been good at reading people. After last night's fight, she understood that Yamada's fighting skills bettered hers, but what he had just done was the straw that broke the camel's back. Not only was the dojo her father's legacy, but it contained precious memories of her childhood. She watched her father build a nameless dojo into a place of high reputation. The place was filled with visitors in its heyday, but after her father passed away, the dojo began to decline, and many teachers and students left. Akane certainly wasn't blind to the fact that she couldn't sustain a dojo, she simply couldn't find it in herself to shut it down. Some time ago, she offered free lessons and lunch to recruit children from poor families, but the running costs of the dojo skyrocketed as a result. To ease her increasingly strained finances, she had rented out a part of the small courtyard. In no thanks to Yamada, Akane refused to return to where she started just when the situation had finally taken a turn for the better. She would have given up everything else, but definitely not the dojo her father left her. She had to protect it with everything she had. This was probably when Koyama Dojo was at its weakest. All these students in the hall, they had just joined no less than a few months, having never been in any actual fights. She was the only one who could step up to face this crisis, and she had to. Akane nodded at Heng. "Thank you. I know what I'm getting into." Heng wanted to say more, but Akane was looking up at Yamada, saying, "I'm ready. Please grant me the favor of enlightening me." Translator's note. Bakuto, a Japanese wooden sword used for training in kenjutsu, also bokken. Seppuku, sometimes referred to as harakiri, is a form of Japanese ritual suicide by disembowelment reserved for samurai. Obligatory seppuku, capital punishment for samurai to spare them the disgrace of being beheaded by a common executioner. Sengo period, a period in Japanese history of near-constant civil war, social upheaval, and political intrigue from 1467 to 1615. Chapter 553. The decided winner. Yamada had been waiting for Akane Koyama to say yes to his challenge. Seeing that the other party finally agreed to a battle, his gloomy face finally showed a touch of joy. The others had consciously stepped aside and cleared the space in the middle for the two contenders. Only Takeuchi and Heng still stood there. Takeuchi then chirped, "Great! I can witness Brother Yamada's Oishi Shinkage-ryu stabbing technique again. My people will be proud of him." After that, he slowly retreated to a corner. Yamada discreetly scolded Takeuchi. The competition had escalated to the point it now involved a Choshu domain samurai's honor. But Takeuchi didn't seem satisfied. He had to involve the fight between the sects as well. This had increased Yamada's stress level tremendously. His Oishi Shinkage-ryu stab technique was a sort of quick melee attack. If he hesitated at any moment, the technique could fall apart completely. From the surface, Takeuchi appeared to be encouraging him, but he was actually taking the opportunity to disrupt his mind. Yamada, on the other hand, had been adopting Shinyoto-ryu for a long time. He was the kind of samurai who paid close attention to his surroundings, employing elements that could benefit him. After all, Yamada was a man who had been through the Kinmon incident and wouldn't be affected so easily by Takeuchi. Moreover, one's state of mind would only be affected if the opponent's strength was equally powerful. As long as he stayed sober, he was confident that he would win the battle. Yamada saw that Heng was still in his way. Sternly, he waved the tachi in his hand and urged, "Go away, or I will slash you with my tachi." Heng pretended he heard nothing, turning to Akane Koyama instead. "If you can't defeat him, just give up. Don't take the risk. If you make one wrong step, this dojo will be shut forever." Then, like Takeuchi, he too retreated to the side. Yamada was getting impatient. Not even bothered to perform the pre-fight salutation, he raised his tachi and lunged straight for Akane Koyama. Since the two fought at the market last night, Akane Koyama knew that Yamada's left hand was swift and she had been guarding her right against being attacked. However, as soon as the fight started, Akane Koyama realized she made a mistake. The Yamada right now and the drunken Yamada last night were completely different people. This time, Yamada was adamant that Akane Koyama paid for what happened to him last night. Not only was his performance unaffected by the pressure, but it actually brought out the best in him. Now that he was fully focused on the fight, he was faster than before, but his form was impeccable as well. Coupled with indomitable momentum, he had managed to produce a perfect rendition of the Oishi Shinkidryu stab technique. Meanwhile, Akane Koyama was doing all she could to defend herself. She felt almost completely powerless against Yamada's dominating blows. The Koyama flow was a technique that focused on defensive abilities. She was supposed to pay attention to the Tachi's movements and feel them with her heart. Unfortunately, Yamada's attacks were so swift, and as her eyes darted around, she had no idea how to suppress him. In less than 10 moves, Akane Koyama's right arm was slashed by Yamada. The onlookers immediately had the feeling that Akane Koyama would lose the battle. Akane Koyama, however, had no intention to surrender anytime soon. With gritted teeth, she passed the katana to her other hand. Yamada was disappointed that he failed to land a heavy blow to Akane Koyama. If only she had dodged a second slower, he would have been able to cripple her. This time, his goal was not only to defeat Akane Koyama but to end her life for good. An arm might not be enough to cleanse the offense suffered by the Choshu domain warriors. The few previous rounds of sparring had Yamada getting a clear grasp of Akane Koyama's strength. He figured that they had a rather significant gap between them, and it was then that he thought he could finally let out a sigh of relief. He was glad that Akane Koyama had no intention to surrender. However, he knew that she would definitely not continue the fight if something similar happened again, no matter how stubborn she was. So, he covertly changed tactics. First, he changed forms and slowed down his attacks. In exchange, the trajectory of his strikes became more evident, hence easier to dodge. It allowed Akane Koyama to think she could relax a little when the truth was that the threat had just escalated to a serious level. Yamada hid his trump card, for now, seeking the perfect opportunity to land a fatal blow. Few that were there could really figure Yamada's true intentions. When they saw Akane Koyama bleeding from her wounds, Matsu and Tokahoshi could not help but cheer for Yamada. Nonetheless, as the fight progressed, they could not help but start worrying about him. On the contrary, Akane's dojo children had stopped their anxiety and began to see the light of hope. Akane Koyama had taught them as long as they managed to defend from the attack, they could capture the opponent's weakness, thereby looking for a counterattack opportunity. But Takeuchi, who was also a master, knew exactly what Yamada was thinking. How dare he say that I am cunning? He is no better than me, Takeuchi proclaimed with a chuckle. The battle ended faster than everyone expected. A second ago, Akane Koyama was still fighting with Yamada. The next second, without warning, Yamada sped up his attacks again, changing from his previous habit of assaulting from the left. He aimed at Akane Koyama's forehead and slashed at it with all his might. The sudden change caused Akane Koyama to misjudge the direction of the opponent's move, barely lifting the katana to block the attack. She was forced to take half a step back. It appeared she had underestimated Yamada's strength. The blow was so powerful that Akane Koyama fell to the ground, her katana clattering noisily along with her. At this point, no matter how unwilling Akane Koyama was, she could only accept defeat. However, as the winner, Yamada had no intention to stop. A cold, bloodthirsty madness flashed in his eyes. He raised his tachi and charged at Akane Koyama. She gasped in shock, thinking if this was the day she would leave the world. What would happen to the dojo her father left her after his death? These children were still working on their foundation. Without learning the skills she wanted to teach, would the Koyama flow be lost forever? In stark contrast to Akane Koyama's despair, Yamada's eyes were filled with excitement. The battle last night had greatly tarnished his reputation. Takeuchi even deliberately made a trip here to watch the battle. While they were on the way, he did not stop teasing and ridiculing him. Now, he finally had the chance to put a stop to this nonsense. As long as he killed Akane Koyama, he'd regain all that he lost. Then, something totally unexpected happened. A katana stopped Yamada's final blow. His hands went numb for a while, almost causing him to lose his grip on the tachi. Simultaneously, the katana that stopped his attack remained unmoved. The winner has been decided. You don't have to kill her. The opportunity to kill Akane Koyama had come and left. Yamada couldn't help but boil with rage. When he saw the Ronin who stopped him, his anger only amplified. Chapter 554. 3 Moves. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. No doubt the duel results had already been determined. Yamada's attacks only raged on, where even swore he'd take Akane's life. Then, at the critical moment, Heng appeared out of nowhere and blocked the fatal blow. Takeuchi inhaled sharply, and his sleepy eyes lit up. Even he had to admit that Yamada's plan had been successful. Little by little, he led Akane into his snare, only revealing his fangs at the end. Unfortunately, it fell short. It wouldn't have been easy for that Ronin to parry Yamada's attack. He would have to react fast enough, where if he were to be 1 second late, Akane would have been slain. But speed alone was not enough. Yamada's last 2 attacks were undeviating. If his intention to kill Akane was only realized at the last second, it would still have been too late even if the Ronin was quick to react. Like Takeuchi, the Ronin would have to see through Yamada's intentions ahead of time to be able to save Akane by the skin of her teeth. Takeuchi thought back and recalled seeing Heng taking a half step forward when Yamada launched his final attack. The small half a step shouldn't be underestimated. For Akane, it was a difference between life and death. She didn't anticipate Heng to step in. When the drunken Yamada caused a commotion at the market last night, Heng played the daft baddie. Sure, he was also carrying a weapon, but the Ronin strangely didn't step in to stop the rogue samurai, something Akane misinterpreted as cowardice. However, after learning that Heng had traveled to Western countries, her opinion about him changed, but only to a certain extent. She thought that Heng was the kind who held culture in low esteem and despised martial arts. Warriors of the Edo period were literate individuals and good fighters because how could illiterate men be expected to rule the territory? Not to mention, the Japanese literacy rate actually exceeded that of many Western countries during that time. During those turbulent times, men with noble aspirations actively sought ways to save their county. While some used their swords, others went the course of the pen. In Akane's opinion, however, there was no difference between the two. But after last night's incident, Heng came to the dojo, explaining that he had come to Kyoto to challenge a high-ranking samurai warrior. Akane thought that must be a braggart who knew not his place. She simply wasn't certain if he just wanted to show off or if he really planned to get bashed at a dojo somewhere. Before she could answer the question, the Choshu people were already knocking on her door, forcing her into accepting a duel with Yamada. She noticed the bloodthirst in Yamada's eyes and thought that must be where she would meet her end. Imagine her surprise when the man she believed to be unreliable saved her when her life hung by a thread. The guy did not step in to help when she was up against 3 men, but now that there were 5, he suddenly stepped up to the plate. Could he have measured the gap between the enemy and her based on the number of people in the dojo where he included the children? As Akane tried to make sense of the situation, Yamada suddenly bellowed, "This concerns the very soul of the Choshu warrior's reputation. It's a duel between Oishi Shinkage-ryu and Myashin-ryu. Who the hell are you? What makes you think you're qualified to intervene? Oh, I just recently found lodging here." Even though the samurai was uncouth, Heng told him the plain truth. "Oh? So, you're just another parasite? That means you're one of them," hissed Yamada with malice. The samurai had misunderstood him, and before Heng could explain, Yamada snapped, "You came at the right time. Since you're from this dojo, then you have a share in this woman's crime. If that's the case, both of you can pay with your lives." "Hold on." Akane picked herself off the ground, clutching her injured right hand. "This has nothing to do with him. I am your opponent here. Stop blabbering. Don't worry, none of you will escape today." With his carefully formulated plan now quashed, Yamada was incensed. He would instead shed all pretense of cordiality then continue rambling. Without another word, the samurai raised his katana in menace. "Might as well." Heng shot Akane a look, telling her to step back. Then he looked at Yamada and said, "Unlike this lady here, I fight to kill. Once my sword leaves its sheath, I'm afraid it won't end well for you. You and I are on different levels. Since you've already gotten the victory that you wanted, yesterday's grievances should have been settled. Why don't all of us take a step back?" "How bold." Yamada threw his head back and laughed hysterically as if he had just heard the funniest joke. "Even your dojo master lost to me. Yet, here you are, a parasite, making such lofty statements." Yamada's laughter abruptly stopped, and he looked Heng in the eye, enunciating every single word. "I hope that your swordsmanship is half as powerful as your mouth, otherwise, you might even last 10 moves. Heng shook his head. 10 is too many. I only need 3 moves to defeat you." He had never fought Yamada, but he had already seen the samurai fight twice and was somewhat familiar with Oshishinkage-ryu. To boot, he also had the opportunity to observe some of Yamada's style and tendencies. When Akane and Yamada were fighting, Heng imagined himself in the fight and thought about the fastest way to defeat his opponent. 3 seemed to be the more accurate number. Yamada obviously thought otherwise. To him, the Ronin was simply trying to ruffle his feathers. For the time being, it could be a countermeasure. But only the weak would use such a feeble trick to close the gap between themselves and the strong, a method completely ineffective in terms of actual strength. As long as he kept his cool, calmed down, and gave it all he had, the Ronin had absolutely no chance against him. And that was exactly what Yamada did. He shoved Heng's pesky words to the back of his mind, raised his weapon, and charged towards the Ronin. As he gushed forward, he focused his mind and produced his best, if not second-best moves. If only Susumu Uishi was here, he would have been very impressed. Heng, on the other hand, did not react. He was not even in a combat stance. Akane held her breath. Just when Yamada was right in front of him, Heng finally made his move. It was no fancy performance, and all he did was raise his sword to meet his opponent's. A sly look passed over Yamada's eyes. He was waiting for Heng to do just that. But when his sword was in midair, Yamada suddenly shifted from striking to slashing, and he targeted Heng's neck. If successful, Heng would probably be unable to keep his head. The onlookers let out a hushed gasp, not expecting Heng to transform such a simple move into something artful. However, Heng's reaction was swift. He repositioned his sword from horizontal to vertical. Yamada was pleased to see that. He rarely met anyone faster him. Too bad it all amounted to nothing in the end. Because before he made a move, he found a good spot. Even if their swords were to clash again, he could rush and stab Heng in the chest. But on the spur of the moment, he heard Heng say, 3 moves. Swords flashed, and blood splattered. Yamada's left hand flailed wildly in the air. Chapter 555. Are they in Kyoto now? Everything happened in an instant. Matsu, Takahashi, and others were still admiring Yamada's exquisite swordsmanship when, unexpectedly, Yamada's situation took a sudden roll downhill. There was no transition in the middle, and Yamada, a minor but renowned samurai among the Tabaku supporters, was now a cripple, seeing how his left hand had been sliced off. Bright red blood spurted out from the wound, splattering on Heng's hari that had not been washed for a long time. The bloodstain made Heng's unusually tall figure look even more terrifying now. Matsu and Takahashi were so shocked by what they saw that they unconsciously stepped backward. They did not stop until their backs hit the wooden fence. They nervously glanced around their surroundings, ever ready to flee if things turned sour. On the other hand, Takeuchi's pupils contracted all of a sudden. Even Yamada, having lost his left hand, was probably oblivious to what just happened. Judging from the expression on his face, he had a hard time believing that he lost the battle, considering he had the upper hand earlier. Takeuchi, a master swordsman himself, could barely keep up with Heng's last strike as a bystander. That was how he realized that Heng's final blow had to be extremely powerful. Heng caught the slight setback between Yamada's first change of moves and the second, and he charged toward him as quickly as he could. At the same time, he flicked his wrist so swiftly that his katana's tip drew an arc, thereby dodging Yamada's attack. During that time, Yamada was swinging the katana in his hand. From Takeuchi's perspective, it looked like Yamada deliberately moved his wrist towards his opponent's blade. Takeuchi took in a deep breath. He was amazed by Heng's incredible speed and accurate calculation. It seemed like everyone he met today were better than him, and it wasn't until the severed limb landed on the floor that Yamada realized that something had gone terribly wrong. Beads of sweat started forming on his forehead as the pain in his left wrist intensified. However, a samurai's pride withheld stopped crying, and he fell on his knees from the debilitating pain. On the ground, his chest heaved violently, and his face as white as a ghost. The dojo became quieter than ever, where the sound of a needle falling on the ground could be heard. Akane Koyama opened her mouth wide, standing there staring blankly. She, too, was having a hard time grasping what had just happened to Yamada. Not too long ago, she was worried about Heng's safety. Before she realized it, he had already defeated the terrifying enemy in front of her. As a person who fought against Yamada twice, Akane Koyama was probably the most qualified person to talk about Yamada's true strength. Although this Yamada may not be as good as her father, they weren't too far apart. With such skills, he could be regarded as a master no matter where he went. Therefore, it was only reasonable that she lost the battle with him. However, such a master had fallen in the hands of a ronin returning from overseas. Akane Koyama had never experienced something like this before. The man in front of her, of whom she had despised, was actually a formidable master. After 3 moves, Heng did not turn back to check on Yamada. He then talked to the Koyama Akane. "I'm sorry." "Who? What are you sorry for?" "For dirtying the floor of your dojo." Heng pointed to the blood on the ground, sending a glare to Matsu, Tokahoshi, and the others. The two wished that they could transform themselves into earthworms burrow deep into the ground. The other Choshu domain samurai with Takeuchi was horrified by what he witnessed as well. In the end, Heng finally fixed his gaze on Takeuchi. He could see that the man before him was probably the leader of the samurai group. Seeming to have encountered some difficulties at the moment, he just stood there, arms folded and deep in thought. Heng raised his eyebrows and asked, "What say you? Should we fight?" Takeuchi looked very distressed. "I figured. I might not be able to defeat you. But that idiot kept talking about insulting the samurai of the Choshu domain before. I don't think it would be appropriate that we just leave like that." Upon hearing that, Matsu and Tokahoshi's hearts became colder. The belief that was still supporting them was that Takeuchi was better than Yamada. Although Takeuchi was not as spary as Heng, he did defeat Yamada with ease before. Maybe another battle would sprout out? But now, Takeuchi personally admitted that he was inferior to Heng. Their only hope was now shattered. "Oh, do you have any masters in Choshu domain?" asked Heng. "Of course. Although Yamada is quite famous, he is not as strong as me," gushed Takeuchi. "Although I am not that bad, there are still many who are better than me." Heng seemed to be interested in it when he heard this. "Are those guys in Kyoto now?" "Well, most people are still in the Choshu domain, but most masters now gather in Kyoto in these troubled times. Men are destined to make great achievements. Indeed, many people are traveling to Kyoto now." Takeuchi nodded. "Great. Can you go back and tell those guys that if they want to avenge this man, come to this dojo to look for me? I'm here waiting for them," continued Heng. "Happy to do so." Takeuchi slapped his thigh. "I was right about you. In that case, we will see you another day." After he finished speaking, he gave Matsu and Tokahoshi a look and told them to leave with the injured Yamada. Upon exiting the dojo, Takeuchi asked Matsu and Tokahoshi to send Yamada to the hospital to get treated. Meanwhile, Takeuchi and his companion hurried to find the chief of the Choshu domain in Kyoto. Yamada and his people aggressively came to the dojo, but when they left, they were dingy. As the group left, Akane Koyama finally realized that something was not right. "Hey, why did you tell them to come to my dojo just now? Think I need more bad things to happen here?" Heng spread his arms. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm living here now. Since I'm starting it, I will make sure I'll take the responsibility to end it. There's nothing for you to worry about. No matter who comes next, I will deal with them personally. There is no need to be so pessimistic. To be honest, your dojo is dilapidated, it can't get any worse than this. Maybe after this incident, maybe your dojo will become famous in Kyoto after this incident. Heng was not bothered by it. After all, he was here to challenge the masters in Kyoto. His goal was to look for the whereabouts of the famous Katana. Saying that he belongs to Akane Koyama's dojo was just to smooth things up for him. But you are not from my dojo. Akane Koyama looked helpless. Let's not mix these matters up. I am very grateful that you saved my life. I will find a way to repay you. How about I give you a waiver on your rent? Although my Enlighten Me is only a small sect and is not famous in Kyoto, I will not allow an outsider to help me boost this dojo's reputation. It might look stupid, but this is my principle. I will not hold you responsible for taking advantage of this dojo. Judging from the way you fight, I'm pretty sure that your sensei must be someone great. Will he allow you to join other sects? I think she should be fine with it. Heng thought about it carefully before he replied to Akane Koyama. He's honed his swordsmanship from the Black Sail quest, and was barely qualified to be called Heng sensei. After all, Heng practiced with and for a period, and they would usually use sparring to learn from each other. To Anne, the sword technique that allowed her to kill her enemies was good. If you really care about this kind of thing, then let me join your sect. Heng proposed a solution. Chapter 556. Nara Chameshi and Grilled Bonito. Heng held up the rice bowl in front of him, put it under his nose, and took in a whiff. Akane Koyama's Nara Chameshi had a heavenly fragrance, a mixture of tea and grain with hints of salt and wine. A serving of Nara Chameshi had more than just rice in it. Usually, the Japanese included millet, dried chestnuts, glutinous rice, red beans, and fried soybeans. After brewed with the stock, it was typically served in a bowl paired with pickles and tofu soup. Originally, Nara Chameshi was something only monks would eat at the Todaji and Kofukuji temple in Nara. However, it had since gained a lot of popularity since it was served to ordinary people. Give it a taste, Akane Koyama put down the wooden spoon and urged. I shall. Heng took his chopsticks, picked up a pickled stick of radish, and chomped on it with the steaming hot Nara Chameshi. How is it? Akane Koyama asked nervously, sitting on her knees and eagerly leaning forward. Heng did not answer her immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, allowing himself to savor the taste lingering between his lips and teeth. After a while, he opened his eyes. Well, that was unexpectedly delicious. I didn't know you can cook so well. You are too generous with your praises. I learned it from my father, said Akane Koyama, relieved after seeing Heng's reaction. Can your father cook? Yes, my father once said that cooking is the same as swordsmanship, a form of cultivation on its own. It takes great patience to get the results we desire, continued Akane Koyama. 5 days passed since Yamada and his men came to challenge Akane Koyama. After the Choshu domain samurai retreated, Heng volunteered to join the Koyama dojo. However, she didn't agree to let him join immediately, urging him to rethink it for a few more days. In Akane Koyama's opinion, apprenticeship was one of those significant events in life. When it came to that subject, one was usually discouraged from making a hasty decision. Moreover, Heng's swordsmanship was formidable enough that even her father might not beat him if he were still alive. Hence, Akane Koyama did not know what else she could teach Heng. To thank him for saving her life, she invited Heng over by cooking him a simple meal. Other than Nara Chameshi, she also prepared grilled bonito. The fresh fish and its skin were grilled over the fire until they turned white. After that, he was supposed to dip it in vinegar with wasabi. Delicious, it was a very popular dish in Kyoto. Matsu Basho, yes, that's right, the famous Hihori haiku master, once said, the wisteria blossoms are bending the finger and waiting patiently. It is a good day to eat bonito. The haiku was used to express his desire to eat bonito. There was also once a saying, I will pawn my wife to eat bonito. When the yearly season of bonito was available in the market, its price was comparable to gold. Back in the day, only the generals were allowed the pleasure of savoring it. Now, it was finally the people's turn to enjoy the bonito. Akane Koyama had spent a lot to make the meal. Coupled with the children's subsidies, she had been stretched so thin, she probably wouldn't be holding up any longer even though Heng just passed her the rent. Her best option was to close down the dojo and live in Kyoto with the rent she received every month. Or, she could marry someone and give birth to a child. These were the possibilities that she had never considered before. As the two ate, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Akane Koyama put out the fire. I'll open the door. Carry on with your meal. She then ran to the front door, and when she opened it, standing outside was a couple that looked unfamiliar. How can I help you both? Asked Akane Koyama. Before the man could even say a word, his wife was already down on her knees in gratitude. Who? Akane Koyama was baffled by the situation. Fortunately, the man quickly explained, we are Chiyo's parents. A few days ago, you rescued 2 little girls at the market? One of them is our daughter. Yes. I remember. It's not a big deal. I just did my best to help them. Akane Koyama seemed a little shy when she talked to them. At the same time, she also saw Chiyo hiding behind her parents. The latter was holding a box and was a little bashful as well. Taking the box from Chiyo, the man handed it to Akane Koyama. We know we can never repay you for saving our daughter. I hope you will accept this little gift from us. Akane Koyama opened the box and saw a wakizashi. My ancestor is a famous blacksmith in Aiz, but I am ashamed to tell anybody. In my generation, I only know how to make some farming tools. Fortunately, a wakizashi was still handed down to me. I hope you can find some use for it, said the man. This is too precious. Since it's a legacy from your ancestors, passed down for generations, you should keep it, replied Akane Koyama, politely declining the offer. No, we are not samurai. Even if we have it at home, all it would do is collect dust. It'll be better for us to give it to someone who really needs it. I believe that you will be able to use it well. Seeing how Koyama Akane refused to accept the gift, the man became a little anxious. Immediately, he pulled his daughter to him and knelt on the ground like his wife. When Heng heard the commotion outside the door, he thought that the Choshu domain samurai had come to their doorstep. He quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and walked out of the dojo. Chiyo seemed a little surprised to see Heng, not expecting him to be living with Akane Koyama. The little girl looked at Heng curiously and guessed the relationship between the two in her heart. In the end, Akane Koyama couldn't refuse them, so she gladly accepted the wakizashi. And thankfully, the family of 3 soon left. Akane Koyama stood silently at the entrance of the dojo as she held the wakizashi. The sword appeared to have invoked some deep memories. Heng did not want to bother her. After a while, she raised her head. Sorry. I remember some things my father said before. Koyama Enlighten Me focuses more on defense than offense. Everyone has something or someone they want to protect. A blade is used to inflict hurt. However, as long as it is used well, it can also be used to save. This is probably the reason why he opened the dojo. Today, his words have left a deeper understanding of me. Can I see it? Heng stretched out his hand and took the wakizashi from Akane Koyama's hand. The wakizashi was slightly lighter than an ordinary short sword. Although it had been forged a long time ago, it was well maintained, and the blade was still sharp. Using the jade technique, the iron sand was first smelted into iron blocks in a furnace. After that, the blacksmith would bludgeon the iron block with a hammer until it turned into a flat bar, subsequently molding it into shape. The wakizashi was indeed an excellent weapon. Take it if you like it, said Akane Koyama. She had noticed that Heng only had an old knife, and he did not have a wakizashi. The wakizashi was not used regularly like tachi. In most cases, it was used for emergency after the samurai lost his primary weapon. Or the samurai would use it to break armor and fight in small places. Chapter 557. I'm here to see someone. Heng never thought that the first item he would get would be a wakizashi. He hadn't even started on the main mission yet but had already completed one side mission and even obtained a piece of novice equipment. In all fairness, the knife was of relatively good quality. Even though it was no acclaimed sword, it was finely made, much better than the one he had, which looked like a fake blade. Of course, when compared to a renowned sword like the Mikazuki Nunechika, the wakizashi was, to some extent, a little inferior. Moreover, short swords like this one were more suitable for hand-to-hand combat. When the enemy was plenty, short blades weren't as ideal as an Uchigatana or a tachi. Heng wasn't too concerned about one-on-one combat. He was looking to obtain a proper sword in case he found himself in a one-to-many situation. But since a sword had been presented to him, he decided to accept it anyway. This quest was similar to Master Builder, the previous special quest. It focused specifically on honing his swordsmanship, which was why other items were not allowed to be brought in. He could still access his skills, but many of them weren't very useful in the Edo period, which meant that he had to hone his swordsmanship. But perhaps during the process of creating the quest, the developer did think it possible for the player's sword skills to be at LV.3. Heng was walking around Kyoto like a video game boss character rather than fighting monsters and leveling up like a rookie. Low-level monsters were insignificant to him. In the end, Heng stuck to his decision to join Koyama Dojo so that he could deal with the Choshu warriors should they come again and challenge Akane. On top of that, being attached to a school would make it easier for him to go around and challenge other warriors to duels. Otherwise, his only other option was to explain that he learned his way on the sword by killing people in Nassau and that the founder of the school was a red-haired female pirate named Annie. Akane filled Heng in on the rules that had to be followed when practicing Koyama Enlighten-ryu. Basically, they were not too different from other schools, where they all advocated courage, benevolence, upholding samurai morality, and the likes of it. Heng remembered the general idea of it. Although he was not too interested in these sorts of things, he figured that since he had joined the dojo, the least he could do was show respect. He listened to Akane's teaching and explanations as patiently as he could. Akane dutifully chose a fine day to bring Heng to pay respects to the dojo's ancestors. To his surprise, the dojo's founder wasn't Akane's father but someone named Koyama-ryu. Akane had no idea who this person was either, and all she knew was that he was the founder of Koyama Enlighten-ryu, and assumed that he must have been an ancestor of the Koyama lineage. Heng had no interest in finding out more about the man. Koyama-ryu was a small school. Even during Akane's father's era, it was not particularly famous, at least not to the level of Oishi Shinkage-ryu, much less the likes of Hokushin Ito-ryu, and Tenshin Shodan Katori Shinto-ryu. To Heng, Akira Kokoro was a little too metaphysical. In his opinion, there was no difference between Koyama's swordsmanship and that of other schools, the combination of basic physical fitness, training, and experience. No matter how strong and invincible your mind had been trained, there were still others who would be indefinitely faster and more robust, and you would find yourself unable to defend against their attacks. This was perfectly demonstrated during the duel between Akane and Yamada. Of course, it was only Heng's first day as a Koyama Dojo member. He wasn't exactly in the position to be disparaging the school's core principles. On the other hand, Akane Koyama was surprised that a skilled fighter like Heng had no knowledge of basic training methods. And from what she observed during his battle with Yamada, his moves were also bizarre, very much inclined to Western schools of swordsmanship, something she attributed to his travels overseas. However, during a conversation with Heng, she discovered that Heng's swordsmanship did not have a formal system, and to put it nicely, was just bits and pieces put together. As a matter of fact, this guy would stab and strike wherever he felt was right. When fighting an enemy, he would think on his feet. Could he really be telling the truth? Was he really self-taught? But did such geniuses actually exist in the world, that one became a skilled swordsman simply by training their own? Akane could tell that Zhang was a very experienced fighter, or perhaps more accurately, his sword skills were crafted purely for combat. Regarding this, Zhang merely explained that it was the result of his years fighting pirates in the West. However, this answer did little to satisfy Akane's doubts. Instead, it only served to deepen the mystery. This man was clearly relatively young, probably only in his 20s, and wasn't exactly old enough to have experienced so many battles. But she also noticed that Zhang would occasionally stand under the cherry tree in the yard, looking up longingly to the sky with an undeniable trace of sadness in his eyes. Even so, Akane understood that everyone had their own secrets. No doubt, Zhang had to have his own story too. And since she was reluctant to talk about it, she probed no further. She wrote the name Yuta Abe, which Zhang made up on a piece of wood, then hung it alongside the names of the other students of the dojo. And just like that, from that day onward, Zhang was an official member of Koyama Dojo. He could work as an interpreter as he waited for the arrival of the Choshu domain. But much to his surprise, before Takeuchi even sought revenge, someone from another domain came knocking on Koyama Dojo's door first. He was a cheery-looking teenager with a permanent smile on his face, as if he hadn't a single worry in the world. When Akane first laid eyes on him, she believed him to be a son of some noble family that must have gotten lost and ended up at the dojo. The boy covered his mouth and coughed twice. It sounded like the fluttering of a butterfly's wings, strangely endearing. He smiled amiably at Akane and said, "Hi, I'm here to see someone." "Ce." It was then that Akane noticed the black Hari asterisk and the tachi with a black scabbard he wore. Many warriors in Kyoto wore black, but among them was a notable group. The drawings of hills on the sleeves of the boy confirmed Akane's suspicion. Before she could ask him, the boy confessed, "Yes, I am a member of the Shinsengumi." He paused for a minute, then smiled, "You must be Miss Akane Koyama. Why has a Shinsengumi come to see me?" Akane frowned, her senses perked up, instantly wary of him. The Shinsengumi may have the support of the Bafuku and was entrusted with the crucial task of maintaining the public order in Kyoto. But the fact was, this group of Ronin were the ones causing more trouble than anyone else. They are lawless troublemakers who assassinated anyone that opposed the shogunate. Yet, despite the group's harsh and ruthless grip, they possessed incredible combat effectiveness and had many skilled fighters among their ranks. They were not a welcome sight. Translator's note. Hari, a traditional Japanese jacket that stops at the waist of the hip which is worn over a kimono. Chapter 558. Menjo Kaiden. People from Shinsengumi came to look for you. Zhang accompanied the French businessman for an afternoon stroll around the Hanamachi. Upon returning to the dojo, Akane related to him what happened that afternoon. As of now, work had been as easy as a breeze. He had only been asked to accompany Gabriel to eat, drink, and have fun. The latter seemed very patient, as well. So far, Gabriel had paid Zhang 4 koban for his translation services. Coupled with other leisure expenses, it seemed like Gabriel wanted to experience Kyoto's exotic atmosphere to its fullest. His activities these few days was truly baffling. Zhang also noticed Gabriel's followers got lesser and lesser. He knew that the day Gabriel's plan to come to pass was not too far away. "It's a young man," Akane said. She then described the appearance of the person to Zhang briefly. When Zhang heard that he was from Shinsengumi, the bright smile on the person's face, and the fact that he was constantly coughing, a name came to his mind. Could it be that man? He came here because of the Choshu domain samurai. He heard about what happened at the market that day, and they came back to seek revenge. The reason why he came here today was that he wants to cooperate with us, Akane went on. Cooperate? And how do they propose to do that? Stay hidden in the dojo and ambush those samurai. While talking, Zhang took down the wakizashi from his waist. He recently followed Gabriel around to have fun in Kyoto, and since there was no danger, for the time being, he left his primary weapon at home and only brought the wakizashi with him. Other than that, he no longer wore the hari that the system gave him by default at the beginning of the quest. Akane found some of her father's old clothes and gave them to Zhang. However, Zhang Heng's height was very uncommon during the Edo period, and he stood out among the crowd everywhere he went. In the end, he had to look for a tailor to customize some clothes for him. Until today, he hadn't yet received any custom-made garments. No, Shinsengumi has no interest in ordinary Choshu domain samurai. They seem to have bigger goals in mind. Although the visitor did not elaborate on their intention, Akane wasn't the kind of girl who was oblivious to how the world worked. As the daughter of a dojo owner, she now bore the burden of running the center alone. She was informed about the current situation in Kyoto. Since the Shinsengumi had found this dojo and they weren't here for Yamada or the others, it was apparent they were looking for more important people. "What do you think?" Zhang Heng asked Akane. "When my father was still alive, Ito used to visit him to discuss the emperor's affairs. However, my father refused to divulge into the matter every single time. After that, some generals came to persuade him to serve the emperor, but he rejected them as well. He said that it wasn't something he wanted to do and that he was just a small dojo owner. He also said that he was not equipped with the knowledge to distinguish between right and wrong. In that case, it was better to focus and do what he knew was right, such as wielding the katana to protect the nearby neighborhoods or help people in need in these troubled times," said Akane. "So I rejected their proposal of cooperation." "And then, what did that guy say?" "He said that he understood and respected my choice, but the others in the group might not think so. He also told me not to worry too much, and he would try to persuade their chief to take another approach. Before I forget, he heard about you slicing off Yamada's left hand. He said that he would come to see who you are when he has the time." Such childlike curiosity did sound a lot like him. Zhang Heng had developed a lot of interest in that man. If the man was who he thought it would be a more than worthy opponent to fight with. So Zhang Heng said to Akane, "If he comes here again next time and I happen to be away, can you help me to set an appointment with him?" "Who?" Akane misunderstood Zhang Heng's intention. She hesitated and said, "I think he should be harmless. He just wanted to meet you." "You have misunderstood me. I'm more interested in Tenon Rishinryu," explained Zhang Heng as he splashed his face with well water. The two had dinner under the maple tree of the dojo. When that was done, Akane cleaned up the dishes and leftovers and went back to the house to take out 2 wooden katana. Although she preferred to meditate than to wave her weapons around, it would be inappropriate for her not to know anything about the sword as the leader of a sect. After Zhang Heng joined the dojo and listened to Akane's explanation, he learned that he would need a certificate to practice the sword. There were 3 tiers when the leader of a dojo assessed their disciples: Kirigami, Mokuroku, Menjo, or Mokuroku, Menjo, Kaiden. Kirigami was the most basic pass for anyone wishing to join a dojo. When a person first enrolled, they could not tell others about their sect's name when they fought with others. After all, reputation was something fundamental to a sect. If others were always picking on the sect members, it was inevitable that their reputation would be affected. As such, for disciples who were still at the Kirigami stage, the sect required them not to get into trouble as best as they could. If they somehow did, they were forbidden from mentioning the sect that they were in. At least, when they were defeated or wounded, no one would know who their sensei were. This could avoid bringing shame to the dojo that they were in. As for the Mokuroku tier, the sect would give out the paper scrolls so their disciples could jot down the moves that they learned. Once they reached Menjo tier, the samurai would earn the right to tell anyone about the sect they were in before a battle's commencement. Like Akane and Yamada, the 2 of them were at Menjo tier. And the last one, Kaiden, meant that the disciple had learned everything their sensei could have taught them. Those who had reached this tier could be considered as real masters of the sect. Just like the guy who came to see Akane this afternoon, if he was really the person that Zhang Heng familiar with, then he had achieved the Kaiden tier. Back to Zhang Heng, he initially thought he could fight with anyone he liked after joining Akane's dojo. However, it appeared that he needed to get to the Menju tier first before he could fight anyone freely. This wasn't a difficult task for Zhang Heng, though, who had an LV.3 in swordsmanship. Putting aside his state of mind, he could master a technique in about 2 to 3 days. After all, his power, speed, and reflexes were top-notch. Now, he just needed to acquire a license before he could kill someone. Kaiden had to admit that Zhang was better than her. When she was a child, she practiced really hard to master her swordsmanship. There were times that she shed tears for the tough training that she had to go through. To her surprise, Zhang managed to learn and master it without needing to put too much effort into it. She often required to correct his form a few times, and Zhang would perfect the moves. Now the two were having a sparring session. Both were using Kiyomizu-dera. Kaiden could no longer defeat Zhang. It made her wonder if she was a dummy. Chapter 559. Suzaku Dojo. It only took Zhang 5 days to get the Menjo certificate from Kiyomizu-dera. The speed of Zhang's progress made Kaiden speechless. Judging by his skills, there was no reason for her not to give him the certificate. So from today onward, Zhang could tell anyone that he was a disciple of Kiyomizu-dera. He was in a good mood. And it happened that Gabriel had a gathering with a merchant group today. In other words, Zhang was free for the whole day. Recently, neither the Choshu Domain Samurai nor Shinsengumi made any moves, making it difficult for Zhang to figure out what they were up to. Although the dojo was still not improving, Kaiden, as the host, was very satisfied with her current life. However, for Zhang, the current situation was different from what he expected. It was not a big deal for him. Since there was no one here to cause trouble, he could take the initiative to make some. Recently, Zhang had been inquiring about the whereabouts of the famous Katana. At the same time, he also learned about Kyoto's big and small dojos from Kaiden Koyama, herself a Kyoto native. Finally, he set his sights on a dojo called Suzaku. It was a dojo that had only opened its doors in recent years, but it had grown a lot. Sugawara seaman traveled to different dojos when he was young to learn all of their signature moves. In the end, he came up with Shigen Shinkai-ryu and defeated a couple of well-known samurai at that time. Rumor had it that he even fought against Serizawa Kamo, the former director of Shinsengumi. No one knew how the fight ended, but the ability to survive the battle when going against the violent Serizawa Kamo was proof that Sugawara seaman was indeed powerful. After Serizawa was defeated by Kondo Izami, Hijikata Toshizo, and others, Sugawara seaman established his Suzaku in Kyoto, and a lot of people were interested in joining his dojo. Seemingly, he was doing quite well at the moment. Zhang knocked on the door. Kiyomizu-dera? Is this sect still in Kyoto? The disciple in charge of the reception at Suzaku had his head held up high. Zhang could hear a touch of disdain from his tone, but his attitude was not without reason. When Sugawara seaman came to Kyoto looking to challenge masters to boost his fame, it was the happiest time of his life. However, after he built up some fame and opened the dojo, others would come and challenge him, themselves wanting to be famous. It was okay if someone skillful came to challenge the great Sugawara seaman. However, many random sects from all over the country came to challenge him. Sugawara seaman did something similar at the beginning as well. When he fought someone, his opponent would make up stories to change how the battle went, regardless if he won or lost. And Sugawara seaman could do nothing about it. During the early days, he fought against Serizawa Kamo. At that time, Serizawa Kamo wanted to look for a sparring partner, and he was selected. However, someone changed the story to Serizawa Kamo fought Sugawara seaman but failed miserably. Therefore, when the Suzaku dojo disciples saw Zhang, he felt like he was here to pull the same stunt until Zhang explained his intention. I heard that the owner of this dojo has a famous sword made by Mike Tenta Mitsuyo. I wish to have a look at it. The disciple in charge of the reception immediately was angered by what he heard. How dare you? Mike Tenta Mitsu was a well-known blacksmith in Japan. He was active at the end of the Heian period, Mike district at Chikugo province. All the weapons that he crafted were priceless. His most famous work was completed during the Ashikaga shogunate period. It was known as Tenkagoken. Zhang came to the Suzaku dojo because of the rumors that Sugawara seaman owned a weapon crafted by Mike Tenta Mitsuyo. But what he said had obviously angered the people in Suzaku dojo. The samurai's most trusted companion was the katana, and it was just as important as their life. Although most of the samurais failed to achieve where they lived and died with their katana, they would never lend their katana to an outsider. Zhang Heng's request was very rude to them. He was about to do something even harsher later on. If the katana that Sugawara seamen owned was Otenta Mitsuyo or a katana that was as good as Otenta Mitsuyo, Zhang Heng would never return it after he borrowed it. "Let me test your Koima Maishinryu." Immediately, a disciple jumped at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng nodded as if he did not see the hostile gazes around him. He then grabbed the wooden katana handed over to him by others and said calmly, "Please enlighten me." Due to Zhang Heng's previous disrespectful act, the person charged Zhang Heng without paying him any respect. Zhang Heng took his time and made the stance that he learned from Koima Maishinryu. The wooden katana tip was slightly raised, and the defensive stance was leaned slightly to the left. Zhang Heng stood there and let his opponent attack first. On the other hand, his opponent had no intention to hold back his strength. He was ready to unleash his might on Zhang Heng. A few seconds later, everyone around them heard a pop sound. Zhang Heng had managed to block his attack with his wooden katana. Zhang Heng's opponent was dissatisfied and shouted, "Again!" After that, he lifted the katana and struck at Zhang Heng again. This time he was aiming at Zhang Heng's right shoulder. However, the result was the same. Zhang Heng managed to block the attack once again. The opponent was having a hard time that he could not beat Zhang Heng. He kept making some strange war cry and swinging the wooden katana in his hand. However, no matter which direction he slashed, Zhang Heng could always block his attack. He could not even touch the corners of Zhang Heng's clothes. On the other hand, Zhang Heng was standing, without even making a single move. All this while, he was watching his opponent jumping up and down, burning in a flame of anger. Initially, Zhang Heng did not pay much attention to Koima Maishinryu. To his surprise, it worked unexpectedly well in the battle. Before he learned Koima Maishinryu, Zhang Heng had always relied on his speed and strength to bully his opponent. He had to admit that Koima Maishinryu had made the battle more relaxing. No matter where the opponent came from, he could always put up his wooden katana to block the attack with the fastest speed. The saber skills that leaned from the pirates were crude and simple. They did not pay too much attention to the details. However, Japanese swordsmanship had been passed down for hundreds of years. Naturally, they had their fair share of advantage. For Zhang Heng, this quest was not only a journey to own a powerful katana but also a great opportunity for him to hone his sword skills further. Although he had countless opportunities to defeat his opponent, he chose not to do so. Instead, he made use of his opponent to learn more about Shigen Shinkai Ryu. Before he could do that, someone stopped the competition. "Surrender now. You will not be able to defeat him." Zhang Heng's opponent, a young man with a thin line of mustache, was angered, but he dared not to say no to the man. He stopped what he was doing and obediently retreated to the side. It was a middle-aged man who spoke, but the man was not Sugawara seaman. Zhang Heng asked about Sugawara seaman's appearance when he came. "I'm the captain of Suzaku Dojo, Shimizu-dera. Do enlighten me." Chapter 560. Borrowing Katana. Zhang Heng felt that Shimizu-dera had to be a lot better than the young man before this. Since he was the captain, he was second only to Sugawara seaman among the dojo's ranks. He should have been practicing Shigen Shinkai Ryu for some time now. Of course, who else would be the one to showcase everything that he had learned so far? In fact, Shimizu-dera had been following Sugawara seaman even before he opened the Suzaku Dojo. After practicing Shigen Shinkai for more than 10 years, he finally acquired his Menjo status. Now, he taught on behalf of Sugawara seaman at the dojo. Even Sugawara seaman himself wasn't sure if he could defeat Shimizu-dera. Now that he was standing in the face of Zhang Heng, Shimizu looked even more solemn than when facing his master. Other practitioners observing them knew that the offensive side always had the advantage over the defenders. Like the saying went, no one could defend forever, where sooner or later, the attacker would creep up and break the opponent's defense. However, Zhang Heng insisted on staying at the same spot, not even moving his feet an inch. He managed to nullify his opponent's attack quickly. Even if Enlighten Me was a sect that emphasized defense, it was impossible that anyone maintained such a calm mind in the face of such a formidable opponent. This could only mean one thing: the gap in strength between the two must be a lot wider than initially expected. Shimizu felt the pressure bearing down on his shoulders. Fighting this battle meant carrying the dojo's honor. Before the battle began, he bowed to his opponent, drew the wooden katana, and said in a deep voice, "Let's learn from each other." Heng got his hands on the katana crafted by Mike Tenta Mitsuyo a quarter of an hour later. At the same time, he also got to witness the quintessence of Shigen Shinkai Ryu. On the other hand, Shimizu was sweating profusely, gasping for breath, looking much like a fish out of water. There was fear in his eyes. He had tried his best, but it was fruitless. He even felt that he was not much different from the junior that fought with Heng earlier. He failed to break his defense no matter how hard he tried. No one had ever heard of a sect called Enlighten-Me, and they wondered how its disciples could be so skillful. Shimizu was known as an experienced master of Suzaku Dojo. No matter what happened, his expression always remained unchanged. Suzaku Dojo's disciples had always said that as long as Shizumu was here, there was no need to worry about anything, even if the sky fell on them. However, at the end of the battle with Heng, Shizumu's mind was muddled. This was his first time experiencing helplessness, where the harder he fought, the sadder he felt. It was as if everything that he learned so far had been rendered useless. Shizumu was actually not that weak. When the two of them fought, Heng could feel that Shimizu was stronger than Yamada. Shigen Shinkai Ryu had always emphasized taking the first strike. Their Ai-jutsu was particularly interesting. The rumor was their Ai-jutsu was a fusion of Kinri Sankyo Ai-jutsu and So-ryu Ai-jutsu. After the battle with Shimizu, Heng had roughly figured out his strength and speed. When Shimizu was using Ai-jutsu, he unexpectedly managed to infuse an impressive strength into the strike. Although his attack was still blocked by Heng, the ability where one could force its body into an overdrive state was actually quite interesting. After defeating Shimizu Isshin, Heng initially thought that he would face Sugawara Seaman, the ultimate boss of Suzaku Dojo. In the end, he was a no-show. Instead, he sent someone to deliver the katana to Heng. It could also mean that Sugawara Seaman had surrendered. Heng had no idea what was going on inside the Suzaku Dojo now. Shimizu Isshin was almost equally powerful as Sugawara Seaman. Since Heng defeated Shimizu Isshin, Sugawara Seaman would definitely not come to re-challenge Heng. It must be why he gave the katana to without saying anything. And Heng kept his promise. After taking a good look at the sword, he left satisfied. To everyone's surprise, Heng refrained from blurting out anything arrogant after that. Shimizu was relieved, quickly leaving the dojo and headed to his sensei's study room. Sugawara Seaman was intently practicing calligraphy, not even looking up when he heard someone knocking on the door. So Shimizu stood aside respectfully until his sensei completed his brushwork. Sugawara put down the brush and sighed. Shimizu bowed his head in guilt. "I'm ashamed. I failed to defeat him, and I even lost your beloved sword to him." "It's okay," replied Sugawara Seaman. "There will always be geniuses in this world. Except for Miyamoto Musasha, the sword sage, no one can remain undefeated forever. Look at me. I failed to beat Serizawa Kamo as well. I had to wait for him to die before I could open Suzaku Dojo in Kyoto. It's just a katana. What more, he's only borrowing it. He didn't say he wouldn't return it to us, did he? He can take a good look at it as long as he wishes." "I blame myself for not improving enough," Shimizu replied, his face sullen. "Now is the best time for the dojo to grow. I didn't expect this to happen to us, and everyone saw it as well. I'm afraid my loss has brought forth many undesirable consequences." "There's no need to worry," Sugawara Seaman sneered. "Do you really think this Abuta is only here to borrow the katana? Look, this is just the beginning. Suzaku Dojo isn't the only one in Kyoto that houses the famous katana. Maybe the man is the next Miyamoto Musashi. By that time, Kyoto would be in chaos. Shimizu raised his head with a look of consternation, not expecting his sensei would give Abe Yuta such high evaluation. The weirdest part was Sugawara Seaman did not even go and watch their battle just now. He seemed to know what Shimizu was thinking in his heart. Sugawara Seaman then shook his head. You have been with me for the longest time and have the best aptitude. Of course, what I value most is your character. When I noticed that your opponent caused a great stir in you, I could roughly guess how strong he was. It is necessary to guard against arrogance and rashness, but you don't need to belittle yourself. Your strength is not bad, but your opponent was too strong. You were outgunned. Treat this loss as an opportunity. Everyone says that I traveled everywhere to learn each sect's best before I finally created Shigen Shinkai Ryu. But in fact, my most precious moment was when I trained with Serizawa Kami. The tremendous pressure he inflicted on me forced me to fuse the bits and pieces I learned before. It's the same for you. Relive the battle. If you can find out your shortcomings, you will excel again. Go now. Suzaku Dojo will require your presence again. After that, Shimizu bowed and exited the study room. Before he left, he heard Sugawara Seaman muttering, Koyama Maya-shin-ryu, Koyama Maya-shin-ryu. I've heard this name somewhere before. Now, why can't I remember anything about it? On the other side, after Heng defeated the captain of Suzaku Dojo, he realized that sweat hadn't even broken out. Since it was still early, he visited another dojo. After that, then turned to Shimon Ya at the market and bought some soba noodles, oden, and some roasted glutinous rice dumplings that Akane Koyama had been longing for a long time. Heng slowly walked back to his residence. Chapter 561. Kiyomizu-dera. When Heng returned, he found Akane squatting by a wooden basin preparing nigiri sushi. Nigiri sushi, hand-pressed sushi rice topped with sliced fresh fish, was considered a more luxurious dish. Legend had it that Tokugawa Ieyasu, the Tokugawa shogunate's 11th shogun, was a greedy and lustful man. His favorite concubine's adopted father was a man named Sikio no Kono. Thanks to too many people wanting to become high-ranking officials through Sikio, many luxury shops were set up nearby his residence. A sushi restaurant owner had the idea of setting up a business selling nigiri sushi next door to Sikio. Frankly, it was not really that high-end, but the trend soon caught on, and stalls were being set up on the streets. Is that tonight's dinner? Heng asked, placing the soba noodles and roasted glutinous rice balls on the table. He had already finished the oden on the way back. No. I'll be visiting Kiyomizu-dera tomorrow. This is for tomorrow, answered Akane. Heng heard of the famous temple located in the Otoa mountain in the east of Kyoto before. Built in 778 AD, it was the oldest temple in Kyoto. Although the building had withstood fires and reconstructions, the scenery from there was no less stunning. Visitors ascended the mountainside to admire cherry blossoms in spring and maple leaves in autumn. In later generations, Kiyomizu-dera was included in the World Heritage Site and has since been one of Kyoto's must-see attractions. Are you going to see the cherry blossoms? Can I come along? Something like that. Akane nodded slowly. Somehow, the question made her blush a little. Don't you need to do your translation work? It's fine. My employer usually doesn't get up until midday. If you're going to be there for a while, I'll just leave first. Oh, okay. Then help me make more nigiri. Thank you. Heng had been touring Kyoto with Gabriel a lot later, but the French merchant had a preference for places that offered food, drink, and play. He was not interested in shrines and temples at all. In contrast, Heng, who had never been to Kyoto, was very interested to see what the centuries-old Kiyomizu-dera looked like. Since Koyama Akane was going, he thought he might as well tag along. The next morning, before the sun rose, Akane knocked on the door to Heng's room. When he opened the door, Akane was carrying a lantern and the nigiri sushi box they prepared the night before. Since they were going to the temple, she was in a formal kimono with red, blue, yellow, and white, held together with a sash. On her feet, she wore white tabi asterisk and zori star. Because she spent most of her time in the dojo, she was always dressed in dogi asterisk and hakama star. This was the first time Zhang had seen Akane out of her uniform. She actually looked feminine, and he couldn't help but stare a little. The gawking made Akane a little uneasy. What? She lowered the lantern, trying to hide her face in the darkness, and said sternly, hurry up and get ready. We'll leave soon. All right. I'll get changed. Zhang disappeared into his room again. Akane began to exhale, but Zhang suddenly turned around again and asked, what should I wear to the temple? Anything you like. Just don't bring your sword. Okay. Akane watched Zhang enter the room. He had forgotten to close the door behind him, and for a minute, she did not know what to do. Even though she could not see anything from where she was, she could hear the rustling of the fabric as he put on his clothes. Her face flushed, and she wanted to get away from the door, but she was worried that doing so would make her look suspicious. In fact, she was a little strange. Her mother had died young, so Akane grew up in the dojo. Apart from her father, she had always been surrounded by trainees in the dojo, most of them men. She trained together with them. Inevitably, there had to be some physical contact, yet she was never bothered by it. But why would standing here at the door make her feel so nervous? Was her outfit today a little too unusual? But back when her father was still alive, when they visited Kiyomizu-dera together for the last time, she had the same outfit on, and she developed the habit of visiting Kiyomizu Temple at this time year. This year, though, was different because someone else would be going with her. Zhang quickly changed into his clothes and washed his face with the cold well water. Compared to well-dressed Akane, he looked no different from what he usually did, really doing what she said and putting on his everyday clothes. Let's go. Akane led the way, and Zhang followed closely behind. Since they were both martial artists, they were light on their feet, and before long, they were already at Nyaman. Zhang looked up and saw the vermilion lacquered gate. The first ray of sunlight in the morning fell on the corner of the gate's tower, and it gave off a solemn yet divine look. From here, the winding stone path stretched upward to the west gate. Behind it was the three-storied pagoda and Kaisen-do, and through a corridor was the famous Kiyomizu stage built on a cliff. From there, one had a breathtaking view of the blooming cherry blossoms. Although there was one in the place Zhang was living in, nothing could compare to the sight of the trees when grouped. From this point, Kyoto's imperial city with the hall behind it supported by 139 huge wooden pillars was clearly visible, making it an extraordinary sight. The view here is spectacular, Zhang said. I've heard people talking about the cherry blossoms in Kiyomizu Temple, and now that I've seen it, I have to say that it certainly lives up to its reputation. Akane muttered an agreement, but her body still seemed slightly stiff. Their journey there had been an annoying one. Whenever both of them were walking side by side, she would feel awkward, and whenever she sped up her pace, she would wonder if Zhang was watching her. When she turned around and saw him admiring the view, she would feel a little disappointed. She felt like she was going mad the whole way there. Fortunately, they quickly arrived at the main hall where she could pray to Guanyin, sorting out her chaotic emotions. Akane wondered what was wrong with herself today, even attempting to meditate to quieten the distracting thoughts in her mind. After that, the two strolled across the stage, walked down the forest path to the valley below. Trudging through a maple forest, the two soon arrived at Otoa no Taki, which literally translates to sound of feathers. Although it was called a taki, it was actually not a waterfall. Instead, there were only 3 small streams of water flowing down the rocks. It was only dawn, but a few people were already there, getting the water. Translator's footnote. Tabi, Japanese socks worn with thonged footwear. Zori, a traditional Japanese style of flip-flops, originally made with a straw sole. Dogi, uniform for training in Japanese martial arts. Hakama, a type of traditional Japanese clothing. Chapter 562. Okita Soki. Akane bent down and dipped her hand into the pool, its water chilly and invigorating. The Otoa waterfall of Kiyomizu Temple was known throughout Japan. It was said that the spring water here had Reiki or healing energy and was excellent for boiling tea. There was a tea house not far from here owned by a kind and pleasant elderly woman. Are you hungry? We've been walking for a long time. Let's get something to eat, Akane said, keeping as straight of a face as she could. Good idea. Heng was baffled. What had he done wrong? Why was she so distant towards him throughout the walk up here? He mulled over it for a bit, then said, since you're treating me to sushi, let me treat you to some tea. Akane gave no reply as the pair made their way to the tea house with blue Noran curtain star. A waiter came to greet them. What do you feel like having today? Heng was searching for a seat when Akane suddenly gasped. What are you doing here? She could be heard asking. Heng turned to look and saw that Akane was speaking to a young man. Heng recognized him immediately. He was precisely as Akane had described him to be. He really did have a unique brightness and naivety about him. Considering his age and the blood on his hands, these qualities were even more precious, ones that were beyond logic and reason. However, under Akane's gaze, the young man looked flustered and embarrassed, his eyes begged her not to probe him any further. Akane raised an eyebrow, oblivious to his plea. Why is the Shinsengumi here? This is hallowed ground. You better not cause any trouble here. No, no, no. You're mistaken, the young man waved his hand in denial, darting nervous glances at the entrance of the tea house. This has nothing to do with the Shinsengumi. I came here on my own. Who? His reply only added to Akane's suspicion. The way he acted told her that he was planning to ambush someone. Could the Shinsengumi have found out that some important tobacco leader was visiting this place? It's really not what you think it is, the young man contested. Then the next minute, as if he had seen something outside the tea house, his cheeks flushed red, and he quickly averted his gaze. Akane wanted to question him further. She could not care less about the bad blood between the Shinsengumi and the anti-shogunate, but if they were going to clash swords, they better not do it here at the temple, or the ancient shrine would be caught in the crossfire. But before she could throw any more questions at the poor lad, someone grabbed her by the arm. Let's find a place to sit first. I don't know what kind of tea we should have, Heng interjected. Oh. Akane nearly jumped out of her skin, her mind suddenly went blank, and the warmth in her palm caused all the confusing emotion she had tried so hard suppressed to gush back in. Her head felt as if it was about to explode. Dazed, she followed Heng to an unoccupied table. Just then, a young lady and an elderly woman walked in. If Akane's resolution was like a sword that had been forged over centuries, then this young woman's geniality was the sunshine of March. When she walked into the little tea house, the whole place lit up. The Shinsengumi young man lowered his face, looking sozzled even though the tea house did not serve alcohol. The young woman did not look around the establishment but ordered a rice cake, to go, from the waiter. After that, she thanked him in a soft, gentle voice and left. It wasn't until her figure disappeared outside the door that the young man sat upright again, staring blankly at the teacup before him, his expression despondent. Akane was amused. Who is she? The young man shook his head, looking embarrassed. Oh. I never asked. I saw her at Dr. Tezuka's. In between, he covered his mouth and coughed. The redness on his face only deepened. He had heard that the girl was coming to the Otawa waterfall, so he snuck up here and waited. To his surprise, Akane did not criticize his actions. After a minute, the young man asked her, "Is he your man?" It was Akane's turn to be flustered. "What nonsense are you talking about?" she growled menacingly. The young man was taken aback since Akane seemed as if she would tear him into pieces. He couldn't help comparing her to Ms. Soryo, who was much gentler and sweeter. Okita Soki? Someone suddenly called his name. He answered instinctively. When he saw the man who came with Akane calling him, he asked, "How do you know my name?" "The Shinsengumi's best swordsman." "There's a lot of talk about you going around in Kyoto," Heng answered. Inwardly, he was sighing in relief. Okita Soki was probably the only reasonable person in the entire Shinsengumi. It wasn't to say that he killed fewer people, but in fact, those who died by his sword were no lesser than his comrades. Nonetheless, he was favored by Commander Kondo's army, willing to do anything his leader made him do with zero questions, and as a result, he was able to remain unaffected. He was Kondo's army's sharpest sword, and swords made no distinction between good and evil. And to quote Hijikata Toshizo, it saves one the trouble of agonizing over trivial matters. Alas, this number one swordsman of the Shinsengumi dubbed Bakumatsu's divine sword did not have many days left to live. There was no cure for his chronic cough, tuberculosis, during this era. If Heng remembered correctly, next year, on the 30th day of the 5th month, the lunar calendar, was the day of his passing. But right now, he was just like every other young man, having secret crushes on girls and coming all the way to Kiyomizu Temple just to sneak a look at her. I'm nowhere near the best swordsman, you're too kind. Kendo-sensei, Hijikata, and Oishiku Wajiro, they are all better than I am, Okita said humbly. When are you free? Drop by the dojo, and we'll have a duel, said Heng. Later generations painted Okita Soji as a gifted genius who died young. Although he was only in his early 20s, many believed that he was Shinsengumi's best swordsman and in the entire Kyoto. How could Heng forego a chance to have a duel with a person such as Okita? On top of that, he was also interested in finding out what it meant to be the best swordsman during this era. Sure, Okita readily agreed. But I'm afraid it won't be soon. I have some important matters to attend to. But once it is taken care of, I will come to see you at the dojo. Does it have anything to do with that woman just now? Akane asked. No. It was all business. Okita blushed. Translator's notes. Norin curtains, traditional Japanese fabric dividers hung between rooms, on walls, in doorways, or in windows. Chapter 563. Gabriel's Secret. Okita Soki met the love of his life during his trip to Kiyomizu-dera, a more than pleasant surprise for him. As for the competition, Heng was in no hurry since an agreement had been made with the other party. Although Okita Soki was suffering from a cough, he shouldn't have trouble getting through the day. Okita Soki, the samurai with the highest combat power, for now, was like a perfect main dish. Once Heng tasted it, he would probably not go for other appetizers. Consequently, Heng did not mind the competition between the two getting pushed back. Besides, there was something for him to do now. The two katana he'd borrowed from the Suzaku dojo and another dojo before seemed quite decent. Unfortunately, they were just like that wakizashi, their quality still falling far short of the legendary katana. Especially the Suzaku dojo's katana that was supposedly crafted by Mike Tenta Mitsuyo. Later, Heng asked a particular collector to appraise it, unsure if this katana was Mike Tenta Mitsuyo's work. This was also the most troublesome part of this quest. According to the information Scarlet gave him, the system wouldn't notify him when he got his hands on those katana. When Scarlet and her friend entered this quest, they had a clear goal: completing the mission within the time frame. However, when the quest called Bakumatsu Kyoto was assigned to Heng, the scenario was completely different. It could mean that he would need to make some tough choices by the end of this quest. For now, it wasn't a problem to be too concerned about. All Heng needed to do right now was to challenge Kyoto's masters and collect famous katana. Another week passed since the trip to Kiyomizu-dera temple. The samurai from Choshu domain did not come to look for him. Initially, Heng thought that it was a little weird. Judging from their character, it did not make sense that they did not make a move for so long. Not unless there was something more critical that required their immediate attention. And now Heng finally got to know the reason behind it. He was told that Shinsaku Takasuji, who had been recuperating at Sakurayama, had passed away due to an illness. It was indeed a significant event. Shinsaku Takasuji was the leader of the Choshu domain. A hot-blooded leader in his youth, he assassinated Westerners, burned the British embassy, and forced Emperor Komei to pardon the barbarians. After that, he single-handedly recruited and formed the Kiheitai. During the Kinmon incident, the Sono Joy was defeated. On behalf of the Choshu domain, he was coerced into signing the Shimonoseki Treaty with Britain, the United States, France, and the Netherlands, forcing him to abandon the barbarians. When the Shinsaku Takasugi succumbed to the shogunate, he lived in exile for a period of time. Still, it did not take long for him to join forces with Ito Hirobumi to recapture the Choshu domain's reins. Subsequently, he mulled a series of drastic westernized reforms, allowing the Choshu domain to embark on the road of prosperity and strength. Then, not too long after that, he managed to defeat the shogunate fleet at Oshima and Ogura. It was a glorious moment for him. Unfortunately, the life of such a tremendous hero would ultimately be extinguished by a puny cough. He died on his sickbed on the eve of the new era's arrival. Understandably, Choshu domain was now in great distress and grief, and it was no surprise that they weren't bothered to deal with the Koyama Dojo affair for the time being. Shinsaku Takasugi's death didn't cause Zhang to feel anything. After all, he picked no sides from the beginning, considered himself merely an observer. He was more concerned, though, about another issue. Juzumaru was coming to Kyoto. The Juzumaru, one among 5 world-famous katana, was nearly as revered as the Mikazuki Munechika. It was Honkoji's precious treasure, and its current owner, Kirino Toshioki, was also known as the 4-hitokiri of the Bakumatsu. This man was Satsuma Domain's leader, Saigo Takamori, one that was willing to abandon the honor of a samurai to become a killer specializing in assassinating shogunate minions. As of now, countless shogunate officials had died in his hands, and after Shinsaku Takasugi's passing, Saigo Takamori happened to want to come to Kyoto. It made the imaginations of many run wild. Was the Satsuma domain planning to take advantage of his ally's death, Shinsaku Takasugi, to make a big move? Something huge might befall Kyoto. The Shinsengumi and Kyoto Mimawarigumi patrolled the streets with their katana every day. Nonetheless, they failed to locate Kirino Toshioki. This caused great distress to the residents that lived in that area. The emperor and the Kyuj watched the whole thing unfold before them in the imperial city, while the shogunate sect was in danger. Zhang paid attention to the situation's development as well. It was rare that he got the exact whereabouts of the 5 great katana in this world. Of course, he wanted to take this opportunity to get his hand on Juzumaru. This meant he needed to locate Kirino Toshioki before the Shinsengumi. This would prove more than challenging as Tabaku had many supporters in Kyoto. Despite all that, they still failed to figure out where Kirino Toshioki was hiding now. And Gabriel, on the other side, was still putting up a great act, successfully driving away from his pursuers, which had been following him for days. Since Kirino Toshioki was in town now, no one had the time to keep following him around. So Gabriel found Zhang that afternoon and asked secretly, "Are you available tomorrow night?" "Who?" Zhang raised his eyebrows. "I'm attending a significant banquet tomorrow night, and I need you to be there to help me with translation. Don't worry, if it is done well, I will pay you 10 koban, all at once," Gabriel added. The translation work asked of him was easy and comfortable so far, and it did not match the generous pay Gabriel showered on him. Zhang knew that good things such as this had the nick of not lasting forever. Now, Gabriel was about to ask Zhang to do what he was supposed to do after taking all those koban from him. He believed as long as he said yes to Gabriel, he would know what was hiding inside his sleeve tomorrow night. It seemed like it was not easy money, after all. No matter what Gabriel intended to do, it was obviously not something that could be revealed. Zhang was not naive enough to think that Gabriel believed he'd keep the secret from him. Hence, it was not hard to predict what Gabriel would do to him after the whole thing was over. Zhang needed to make a quick decision if he should risk it or not. If it were purely for the reward of the 10 koban, then he would turn around and leave. He had made a lot of money during this period anyway, and Akane Koyama had mentioned she wanted to exempt his rent. However, Zhang rejected her offer. No matter what, he could continue being a translator for Gabriel, except he might not receive as much money as he did. But what interested Zhang was the people Gabriel worked with. Now, he knew that it was the shogunate who'd been following Gabriel all this while. It could only mean that Gabriel was most likely siding with Tabaku. And it happened that Zhang was looking for Juzumaru, and Kirino Toshioki might fall in the hand of Tabaku supporters. Heng found it hard to say no to Gabriel. This was the only useful clue he had at the moment. Since he was confident in his swordsmanship, Heng said yes to Gabriel after a short while considering. The latter seemed relieved. Excellent, let's meet at our old spot tomorrow night. Chapter 564. Ukichi. Akane had no idea what Heng was up to tonight. Before he left, all he said to her was, "Going to work. Don't leave any food for me," before he walked out of the dojo with his sword. Akane thought it was just the regular affair since Heng had gone out for work a couple of times before, though not often, so this time should not be any different. The fact was, she did not have the capacity to worry about such things right now. Ever since their trip to the temple, her feelings towards Heng had changed. She did not know what it was, or perhaps she had an inkling of what it was, yet unwilling to admit it. Women's minds were as murky as the reflection of the full moon on the water. Other than her relationship with Heng, Akane had other worries too, the most important one being Koyama Dojo survival and development. Because they needed students, she was forced to offer free training and meals to attract poor parents in sending their kids to the dojo. However, it also meant that her funds would be sorely strained. Even though Heng rejected her offer to let him lease the yard for free, the rental alone was insufficient to feed that many mouths. Akane had been agonizing over ways to increase the dojo's source of income, but to no avail. As she racked her brain, she noticed a stranger standing outside the dojo looking in. Pointing sternly at the bakuto on his chest, she barked, "Who sent you here?" "Hey," the frightened stranger stumbled backward. "Is this Koyama Dojo? Can't you read what's written on the plaque above the door?" Akane did not let her guard down. I saw it. It's just that I didn't expect it to be so direct," said the stranger. "Have you come to be beaten up?" Akane almost shouted. How dare this shifty-looking bugger criticize the dojo? I'm sorry. The stranger quickly apologized. "I know that Koyama doesn't like chasing fame and fortune. This is just the right place. To tell you the truth, I actually came here to be an apprentice." "Who?" Akane withdrew her bakuto and looked at the stranger with suspicion. "Why have you come to Koyama Dojo to be an apprentice?" The stranger was surprised by the question and Akane's skepticism. "Because I want to be the best samurai in the world," answered the stranger cautiously. That expression combined with his seemingly wretched appearance was hilarious. Even more so, the solution to his ambition to become the world's #1 swordsman was to come to the impoverished and starving Koyama Dojo. Akane was convinced the stranger in front of her was just tugging her chains. So, she raised her book again and growled, "You arrogant bastard, prepare to die." "What?" the stranger shouted. He could not understand why he had to be punished for telling her the truth. Could this be part of an entrance test? No wonder the people of this school were so fierce. Heng had gone to the meeting place to meet up with the French merchant. Today, Gabriel was dressed in a tuxedo, and his hair meticulously combed, and he looked refreshed. When Gabriel saw Heng arrive, he waved and announced their destination. "Hi, Mr. Yuta. We'll be going to Gion tonight." Gion was located to the east of the Kamo River. Originally, it was just a street in front of Yasaka Shrine. Then in 1665, the Edo shogunate allowed the establishment of tea houses, before being eventually developed into a famous Hanamachi or geisha district. Gion saw its golden age around the Edo period. It was said that there were 3,000 geishas here and was the preferred spot for all men to satisfy their desires. The person who invited Gabriel to this place clearly knew of the French merchant's hobbies. But Gabriel was in no hurry to get there. He brought Heng to a stall for food and only left when the sky turned dark. They made their way slowly to Gion, confirming Heng's theory. Obviously, it was inconvenient for the person the Frenchman was meeting to be seen in public, which was why the banquet was delayed to this hour. Anybody wanting to join the meeting would have the cover of night, thus avoid being seen by anyone. Could the person be Kirino Toshioki, the one everyone in Kyoto was looking for? Even though Heng hoped this was the answer, he knew that the cunning French merchant only contacted the anti-shogunates to discuss business. Moreover, an executioner like Kirino Toshioki knew nothing about business at all. Of course, it did not mean that he wouldn't want to tonight. Even if he wasn't the host of tonight's banquet, there was a chance he could be bodyguard, so Heng did not completely give up hope. Heng followed Gabriel into a tea house named Ukichi, and immediately, he could sense that something was different. From the waiters at the entrance, the dancers they passed in the corridor, to the smiling lady boss, Heng could sense that all of them had martial arts training before. Heng realized that his theory was flawed. The host had chosen this place not to satisfy Gabriel's manly needs but because this was the secret meeting place of anti-shogunates. Heng was even more curious about the host of the banquet tonight. Taking such measures to maintain confidentiality and security could only mean that this person was someone big. But Heng pretended to be indifferent. They walked through a corridor and came to the middle of the courtyard, where a hostess blocked Heng's path. She bowed politely and said, "Sir, Ukichi is a place for pleasure. Please, leave your katana behind." "But I'm not here to seek pleasure," answered Heng. The hostess merely smiled in reply but did not move away. Seeing the tension build up between his translator and the hostess, Gabriel quickly interjected. "It's all right, you can leave your sword with them for safekeeping. It's just a banquet. There won't be any danger. You can come back and collect it after dinner. This is a relic from my ancestors. I cannot part with it," Heng insisted. The truth was, he had simply borrowed it a few days before, and it happened to be the sharpest and sturdiest one. He brought it with him for the battle that might take place tonight. Chapter 565. Bushi. Gabriel could not help but bemoan these samurais for being so clueless. He did not understand why they would dwell on something meaningless. It was just katana, and they could have only deposited their weapons here first. Maybe they were afraid that their precious swords would be stolen. It was unnecessary to get into a stalemate for such a trivial matter. As he wiped the sweat off his brow, Gabriel attempted to persuade Heng again. On the other hand, someone walked up to the maid and whispered a few words to her. In the end, the maid said, "You can bring your wakizashi with you, but you must leave your katana here." Heng knew that it was the most significant compromise the other party was willing to make. He did not want to ruin this trip tonight because of this incident, his goal, to meet the person behind this whole thing. So he nodded and agreed to the opposing party's request. However, instead of handing over the katana to the maid, Heng planted it in the courtyard. "Don't move it. I will retrieve it when I leave." The maid did not object to Heng's instruction, merely bowing again. "A very warm welcome to our distinguished guests of Ukichi. Please, allow me to make up for the disrespect." Without so much as waiting for Heng's reply, she pulled out a tanto from her waist and turned to stab her chest. It happened so quickly that Gabriel did not even realize what was going on. The tip of the tanto had pierced the maid's delicate skin and was on its way to her heart. However, at this critical moment, a scabbard blocked the tanto. "Don't do it." "I have forgiven you," replied Heng earnestly. And Gabriel, standing beside Heng, was taken aback by what he saw. To him, they were a bunch of lunatics that were about to commit an inconceivable act in front of him. While he was persuading Heng earlier, he thought that the maid should have minded her own business. Now, he was even more horrified by the maid's inordinate method to redeem herself. It was just a small mistake. No, it was not even a mistake. The maid was only performing her duty and was following the rules. Stabbing herself was unnecessary. In utter disbelief, Gabriel shook his head repeatedly. Heng knew very well that the people in this tea house were probably not just samurai. They could be Bushi. Only men like them could be so cavalier towards life, not only the lives of others but also their own lives. "Please come with me." Although an unpleasant incident had happened earlier, the lady boss still kept her expression unchanged and led them. By then, Heng had already put away his wakizashi and followed behind the boss as if nothing had happened between them. Gabriel was bewildered, but he trailed them anyway after a while. The lady boss then opened the shoji for them, where, already, some people were sitting in there. Most of them were samurai, and some geishas were accompanying them. One was playing the shamisen, a traditional Japanese instrument, another two danced, and the rest poured wine for the guests. Seeing Gabriel walking into the room, one of the older samurai and some other samurai stood up to welcome him, and at the same time, took the opportunity to introduce him to the rest of the room. On the other hand, Heng took a quick look at the many samurai sitting in the room, and it seemed Kurino Toshioki wasn't present. To his surprise, he met someone he knew there. It was Shinji Takeuchi. The latter had gone to Akane's dojo with Yamada to challenge her? After Yamada's hand was cut off, Heng thought Takeuchi would stand up and avenge his companion, but he did not expect that Takeuchi would claim that he was weaker than him. So, he carried Yamada and left the dojo. The reason why Heng remembered him. Takeuchi's expression suddenly changed upon seeing Heng. He seemed to be taken by surprise that the latter would appear here tonight. But in the end, he managed to squeeze a smile and a nod at Heng. "Takeuchi, do you know each other?" the older samurai asked as they curiously witnessed the scene. "We met once." The smile on Takeuchi's face was somewhat forced. The Koyama dojo incident was so embarrassing that he wanted to tell nobody about it. After the brief introduction, Heng roughly figured the identities of the group of people in the room. Most samurai were from the Choshu and Satsuma domains, but Matsu and Tokuhoshi weren't among them. Heng guessed that their clearance level was probably not high enough, hence they could not participate in the banquet. Heng did not forget the task he was supposed to be doing here. After taking a seat, he translated the samurai's questions to Gabriel, and in return, each of Gabriel's answers to them. However, at this point, both parties were discussing pointless niceties, including Gabriel's impression of Kyoto, France's current situation, and that of other European countries. The elder samurai apologized to Gabriel, saying that he would have to wait a while before the important person arrived. Gabriel nodded to express his understanding. Many Japanese of that era had begun to study the West and had put more effort into understanding the world. The shogunate was no longer as hostile to Westerners as the early emperors and barbarian sects. Instead, they were starting to compete with the shogunate for the support of the Western powers. This also caused the shogunate led by Tokugawa Yoshinobu to become more and more anxious. But these things had nothing to do with Heng. The two parties chatted for a while, and the dishes were served at the table one after another. During the Edo period, the only meat available in Japan was fish and poultry. However, the ruling class valued fish with little fat. The shogunate also issued regulations that no one was allowed to consume any living beings with 4 legs. Hence, the people began dumping their sick cows and horses in the wasteland. It was no absolute law, though. Pregnant women and patients were allowed some venison and pork. Unfortunately, the law did little stop the food connoisseurs from eating the meat. Although the law was in place, people from all over the country were secretly eating and enjoying the contraband. The place where meat was sold was called the Monster House, where meat sellers typically announced they were selling medicine. It was said that the shogun, Tokugawa Yoshinobu, had a serious liking toward pork. Most samurai here tonight were individuals keen to learn from the West. Hence, they did mind those taboos, and to welcome Gabriel, a visitor from the distant West, the tea house prepared a red leaf pot for him. The so-called red leaf pot was a secret code for venison meat pot. Normally served with tofu, meatballs, and green vegetables, it was prevalent in Kyoto, and the dish looked so good that it made many drool over it. Coupled with the beautiful ladies around him, Gabriel felt that his presence was immensely valued. The older samurai stretched out his hand and smiled. "Please, enjoy." Gabriel grabbed the chopsticks awkwardly. He then asked a question before eating: "Should we not wait for the master to come first?" "It's okay, I was told that we could start eating first," the older samurai replied with a smile. "As for that business, it's not too late to talk about it later." "If that's the case, I shall help myself then." Chapter 566. Gion Blood War. The geisha sat on the ground, placed the shamisen on her lap, and clutching the strings with her left hand, she held the ginkgo leaf-shaped ivory pick with her right hand. She started plucking, playing a sprightly tune. It was said that most geishas in the Edo period began to receive rigorous training from the age of 10. Unlike sex workers, the appearance wasn't the only requirement for geishas. The women needed to master ikebana, tea ceremony, etiquette, dance, musical instruments, and have knowledge about different cultures. The effort and energy invested were no less than that of a samurai mastering his sword. Generally, they were tasked to serve essential guests. As for those geisha who was more famous in this industry, they were allowed to choose their guests. If they did not like a person, they would not catch a glimpse of them even if they had a lot of money. Most of the geishas were only asked to perform their talents. Their circumstance was definitely better than sex workers. The steaming hot red leaf pot, coupled with the beautiful Kyoto dance, entertained the guests and hosts in the tea house to the fullest. The older samurai was good at making someone happy. In addition to the sake, he had specially prepared some French wine for Gabriel, which was also where he originated from. He could not help but persuade Gabriel to drink a few more glasses. When everyone had their fill of food and drink, someone clapped their hands twice outside the house. It wasn't loud, but the geishas stopped playing their shamisen once they heard it, hurriedly lowering their heads and cleaning up the place. After that, they bowed and left the house with their heads hung low. At the same time, the Choshu and Satsuma domain samurai returned to their positions immediately. A hint of excitement was especially evident in the eyes of the Choshu domain samurai. At that time, Heng knew that the man he had been waiting for was about to make an appearance. Gabriel, too, resumed his original sitting position, obviously not accustomed to sitting on his heels. When he first came to Japan, he often complained about the anti-ergonomic sitting method. After sitting in this position for a while, his legs would become numb, and he would cross his legs instead. But now, he decided he needed to show respect to the man he was about to meet. The shoji door was pushed open from the outside, and the man who walked in first was a samurai with a squarish face. As soon as this person showed up, all the samurai in the house felt an invisible force descending over their shoulders, as if a ferocious beast was glaring at them. The two samurai at the front could not help but move back a little. "Kirino Toshioki!" Someone exclaimed in a low voice, "Is he here too?" Kirino Toshioki looked unusually tall for a Japanese of this era. He was almost as tall as Heng, and his shoulders were vast. On top of that, he also had a pair of long arms, and his hands were covered in calluses. In his youth, it was said that Toshioki family was relatively poor, and his father was seriously ill. Thus, to pay for his father's treatment, he misappropriated domain funds. However, the authorities soon found out, and he was exiled from the domain. At one time, the family could only make money from farming. But Kirino Toshioki did not give up on becoming a samurai. At the age of 15, he first trained at the Yakitori Dojo located at Ijuin, before he switched to the Enlighten Me. When he was 18, his brother died, and his death hit him hard. He had to go home to help with farming. However, what he had learned in the previous 3 years laid the foundation for finding his direction. While working as a farmer, he continued to train hard. At the age of 25, he finally mastered his sword. It was at that time that he met Saigo Takamori, the most crucial nobleman in his life. Eventually, he became Kirino Toshioki, the person powerful enough to terrify the shogunate. No one knew how many people he had killed so far. A glance from him was enough to put fear into a person. Heng had a different focus, though, paying his attention to the katana that hung on Kirino Toshioki's waist, his goal tonight. The Juzumaru, one of the 5 greatest katana in this world, forged by Aoi Tsunetsugu. The monk Nichiren owned it during the Kamakura period, and it was named Juzumaru because the handle was wrapped around by a rosary. As Heng looked at this famous sword, Kirino Toshioki was also looking at him. Perhaps it was because Heng was someone that he had never seen before. But eventually, he stopped staring at him and bowed to the person behind. "It's cleared. Please come in." Although most in the room already knew who the person behind Kirino Toshioki was, it still caused a great commotion when the man showed up. "Master Togyo! Master Togyo! It's really you. You look fine. This is really great." When they saw the man, many Choshu domain samurai started to cry. Although Heng had guessed that the person who came to Ukichi tonight to discuss business with Gabriel would be influential, he was surprised when he heard the man's name. He was the most influential and powerful person in the Choshu domain. Shinsaku Takasugi was his real name, and he was supposed to have passed away recently. Master Togyo was his other name. It was no wonder that the sect hired Kirino Toshioki as his personal bodyguard. If others knew that the Lord of Choshu, who should have been dead, suddenly appeared in a tea house in Kyoto, it would probably cause a great stir and unleash a series of unpredictable changes. But on the other hand, Shinsaku Takasugi risked such a significant risk of entering Kyoto and meeting Gabriel personally. Something big must be going on. Mr. Gabriel, we meet again. Shinsaku Takasugi let out a hearty laugh before entering the room. Although he still looked a little weak, his eyes were filled with vitality. And he seemed fine like any other healthy adult. This sparked a glimmer of hope in the samurai's hearts. In this period of significant change, Shinsaku Takasugi played a great role. Whether it is his political career, military capabilities, or influence in the Choshu domain, it was difficult to be replaced. As a result, when news of his death broke out, it was an ultimate nightmare for the Choshu and Tabaku domain supporters. Gabriel also laughed when he saw Shinsaku Takasugi. Well played. You fooled even your old friend. A special method must be taken during this special time, said Shinsaku Takasugi. Special method? It seems you have made up your mind. Gabriel felt excited, and he instantly sobered up. Yes, you have been in Japan for so long. I'm pretty sure you know exactly what's going on right now. It's time for the world to change. Instead of delaying and continuing with pointless fixing, it is better to break it and rebuild the world again. Shinsaku Takasugi wrote. He single-handedly fought off the shogunate fleet. Even Gabriel had to admit from the depths of his heart that this short Eastern man before him was destined to do great things. It was no wonder that so many people from the Choshu domain and even the whole of Japan were willing to follow him and serve him. However, he did not forget his identity just because he was admired. Gabriel finished his wine and smiled slyly. Then, what do you want from me? And what will I get in the new world? Translator's footnote. A famous poem written by Shinsaku Takasugi. Chapter 567. Gion Blood War, 2. Shinsaku Takasugi and Gabriel were attempting to work out a major deal. While the feudal lords were still bickering if they should make Tokugawa Yoshinobu carry out the Taizai Hoken and hold him responsible for the series of mistakes he committed before, Shinsaku Takasugi had made a decision to overthrow the shogunate in Kyoto. His main purpose was to come to Kyoto to meet up with Okubo Toshimichi and Saigo Nakamori and cook up a plan to overthrow the shogunate. To travel from Edo to Kyoto, they first needed to deceive Tokugawa Yoshinobu. After that, they would use force to detain him. Be that as it may, Tokugawa Yoshinobu had always been very cautious, and he might just see through their plan. If he traveled to Kyoto, he would be protected by his soldiers all the time, not to mention how influential and powerful the shogunate was in Kyoto. Forces like Gosanki, Sessisank, Shinsengumi, Kyoto Mimawaragumi, and various Ronin groups took the shogunate's side. And if Choshu and Satsuma domain soldiers came to Kyoto, Tokugawa Yoshinobu would certainly be alerted. There was a high chance a fierce battle would break out between them. This was not what Shinsaku Takasugi and Okubo Toshimichi wanted to see. The two still hoped to complete the exchange of power through a court coup. This was to protect and preserve Japan's genki. However, the feat would require more manpower to be achieved, which meant they needed to send these people into Kyoto without the shogunate's knowledge. So, in the end, they decided to place their hopes on Gabriel, a French businessman. Shinsaku Takasugi had started to contact and cooperate with Gabriel as early as the time Choshu domain were reforming and strengthening their military. He knew Gabriel had a lot of connections, his hands deep in the business of cotton yarn, iron cannons, and matchlock guns. Even the two new battleships, one being the infamous Haishinmaru that Shinsaku Takasugi bought, was made possible by Gabriel. Since he was French, few dared to inspect the cargo on his vessels. Shinsaku Takasugi hoped to order a batch of weapons from Gabriel and secretly transport them to Kyoto aboard a cotton vessel. At the same time, a 300-man samurai squad would serve as the secret weapon against Tokugawa Yoshinobu. These would be transported to Kyoto through the cargo ship as well. To make it possible, Satsuma and Choshu Domain were willing to fork out 10,000 koban. Gabriel, however, did not immediately agree. It was a businessman's nature to go after more profits, and there were no exceptions when it came to that. Unfortunately, Gabriel turned out to be the stereotypical industrialist with voracious greed. His business in Japan over the years had made him a lot of money, the reason why he was inclined to give careful thought before accepting Shinsaku Takasugi's proposition. At the same time, Gabriel and other Western businessmen silently observed the civil war in Japan. To protect themselves from the barbarians, the United Kingdom, America, France, and the Netherlands launched a retaliatory attack on Shimonoseki. That said, most foreigners still tried their best to avoid getting involved in a Japanese civil war. A good example would be when Shinsaku Takasugi defeated the shogunate during the Second Choshu expedition. Western nations merely observed them from the beginning to end. Judging by the current situation, both the shogunate and the Tobaku had an equal chance to claim victory. Tobaku supporters were known for their assassinations of Westerners, but they had changed over time, and they were the ones that opened up Japan for Westerners to do business. Meanwhile, the shogunate led by Tokugawa Yoshinobu was just the opposite. Having previously cooperated with Westerners, they now wanted to lock down the country, preventing them from entering Japan. For these reasons, the Western countries had no intention to support either of the two. Such a political investment was precarious. If it failed, the next ruler would treat the investors as the enemy. On the other hand, it could also be extremely profitable. Although Gabriel didn't say yes to the deal, he didn't explicitly refuse it as well, an indication that Shinsaku Takasugi should increase the amount of koban offered. The samurai in the room began cursing Gabriel for his insatiable greed. Gabriel, nonetheless, had the power to make the call right now. If he said no to the deal, soldiers from Choshu and Satsu would not travel to Kyoto. In other words, their plan would fall apart. Heng was actually a little surprised. Historically, Okubo Toshimichi and Seigo Takamori were the main forces that brought down Tobaku. It was simply that it wouldn't happen so soon. In fact, the Tobaku supporters could afford to drag on a little longer. Hence, Tokugawa Yoshinobu initiated Taisei Hoken and took the initiative to return the shogunate's power to Emperor Meiji in exchange for position and rights in the newly formed government. He first pushed himself to the end of the road, then forcing himself to figure a way to get out of this sticky situation, which was no less an impressive feat. Now, not only did Okubo Toshimichi and Seigo Takamori run out of excuses to execute a coup, they even managed to successfully divide the Tobaku forces. After completing the move to restore Emperor Meiji's return to power, people started to side with Tokugawa Yoshinobu. More and more people wanted him to join the new government. In retrospect, Okubo Toshimichi and Seigo Takamori were only becoming more and more isolated. Forced into desperation, they transferred troops to Kyoto as a last resort. At that time, the Satsuma domain had no advantage over the shogunate, but Seigo Takamori triumphed over the shogunate army 3 times larger than his own. The Battle of Toba Fushimi had determined the course of the time. Compared with history, Shinsaku Takasugi was still alive and kicking. This was undoubtedly a significant variable. He came to Kyoto before he was fully recovered and talked happily in front of everyone. He might hide from the samurai in the tea house, but Heng's improved observation skills acquired from the deductive reasoning quest allowed him to see that Shinsaku Takasugi was living on borrowed time. It might also be the reason why he could not wait to do something big. He wanted to catch a glimpse of the new era that he created before he died. But before that, he still needed to negotiate the current deal with Gabriel. The French businessman had a ravenous appetite, and the 10,000 koban they offered wasn't about to satisfy him. The Shinsaku Takasugi, however, had their bottom line too. Although keen to learn from the West, many were reluctant to allow Westerners to interfere in their country's affairs. Among those was Seigo Takamori. The convention of Kanagawa caused the shogunate to lose its reputation among the people. It was a mistake that the new government vowed to never make again. Therefore, according to the agreement made by Shinsaku Takasugi and his group, Gabriel could negotiate for more money, but that would be all. If he wanted something else, he had to find another way, even if it meant postponing their plan. The negotiation had entered a stalemate, and to prevent miscommunication due to the nuances of different languages, both sides brought their own translators. Simultaneously, they could also correct the other's translation errors to ensure that their intentions were made known to the other party. But Heng's mind was not on this business meeting. He had been thinking about how to get the Juzumaru hanging around Kirino Toshioki's waist. And the most important thing was how to get out of Hanamachi alive. Since the person who came here tonight was Takasugi Shinsaku, they couldn't let a temporary translator like him walk out of this tea house alive. Once the two parties agreed on the deal, he would be no longer useful for them. Chapter 568. Gion Blood War 3. There were more than 20 samurai in the room, but Kirino Toshioki, one of the 4 Hitokiri, was also present. With only a wakizashi, even an excellent swordsman like Heng would not be able to take them all on his own. Heng also considered the option of taking a hostage. The person with the highest value was obviously Choshu leader Shinsaku Takasugi, who happened to be one Antibafuku movement's most important members. His days might be numbered, but once Heng put a knife around his throat, not a single soul in the room would move a muscle. That said, standing right beside Shinsaku Takasugi was Kirino Toshioki, clearly here tonight to deal with situations like that. The man was silent as a rock, but Heng could sense his eyes following his every move. Although unpleasant, it was expected, since Heng and Gabriel were the only ones not part of the Antibafuku group. And compared to Heng, who brought a sword with him, the French businessman looked completely harmless. Even an idiot could tell who was more of a threat. Of course, Heng was extremely swift with his sword, a lot faster than most people thought. If Heng suddenly attacked Shinsaku Takasugi, Kirino Toshioki might just be unable to protect him. But Heng's goal wasn't to terminate Shinsaku. If he did, it would be like shaking the hornet's nest. There was no way Heng would get out of there alive. If it were a one-on-one fight, Heng had nothing to worry about. But in such a tight space, if everyone were to lunge at him all at once, the whole situation would become really dangerous. If threatening to kill Shinsaku Takasugi turned out to be unsuccessful, then Heng would have to settle for the next best thing and use the French merchant as his shield. The Antibakufu clearly needed Gabriel alive. Diplomatic issues aside, if Heng were to kill him, there would be no one to help them transport weapons and troops into Kyoto. On the other hand, they had to contemplate one possibility: news that Shinsaku Takasugi was alive might get leaked if they let Heng escape. Once Tokugawa Yoshinobu heard of the news, he would be able to surmise that the Antibakufu was cooking up a plan to overthrow him. Even if he was half-witted, he wouldn't risk his life by coming to Kyoto. Moreover, the Kyoto Mimawarigumi and Shinsengumi would most probably gird up their loins. Who was to say that the Aikdea incident would not repeat itself? Heng was never the kind to allow anyone to decide his fate. It would not surprise him if these Antibafuku warriors chose to sacrifice Gabriel's life just so they could get their hands on him. After all, while it might be difficult to find another shipper, losing a partner was better than risking the whole plan being exposed. So, Heng decided that in any case, he had to retreat to an open space outside so that whether he chose to fire or flee, he would still be in control. Halfway through the transaction, after both sides had agreed on a framework and were further refining the contract details, Heng asked to be excused to use the facilities. Shinsaku Takasugi gave his consent with a nod, even joking that the sky was dark outside and he should be careful not to stumble into the latrine. Other than Kirino Toshioki, the entire room was filled with laughter and excited chatter, and the atmosphere seemed harmonious. The French businessman even patted Heng on the shoulder, commending him for his service tonight. He even said that he would raise Heng's salary. Nonetheless, Takeuchi, who was sitting at the corner, seemed distracted. Heng got up, opened the shutter door, and walked out. When the doors behind him closed, he saw the maid who had previously stopped him in the courtyard. She was carrying a lantern, and against the darkness, it made her look like a wandering soul. "The outhouse is the other way." "Thanks, but I want to stretch my legs for a bit," Heng answered. But the maid merely repeated in a monotone, "The outhouse is the other way. If, however, you had a sudden change of mind, then please return to the house. It's cold here in April, and you should be careful not to catch a cold." Heng smiled back at her and set one foot on the courtyard, ignoring her warning. The maid drew a deep long sigh. A convoluted look flashed across her icy face. "I'm afraid you don't understand the significance of your step." "No, it's the first I've heard of a tea house that doesn't allow its customers to leave," replied Heng as he walked towards the woman. "That is really such a pity," said the maid, shaking her head, her slender hand gripping the hilt of her sword. Then she looked Heng in the eyes. "Forgive me, but I have a duty to fulfill." As soon as she said that, a fierce blade of wind hit the nape of Heng's neck. The attacker was standing on the roof of the tea house, waiting quietly like a black cat. It was not until he took the step that represented death that he suddenly jumped down from the sky, taking a swipe at Heng. It was a stealth technique used by assassins, silent and deadly, just like death itself. Perhaps ninjutsu from Kai province was interwoven between its moves, making it difficult to guard against. The blade was seconds away from Heng's neck, but suddenly, a wakizashi appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the assailant's jaw. The tip of the weapon re-emerged at the top of his head, mottled with warm, red blood. This gift from Chiyo's parents turned out to be a fine sword. Its sharpness was in no way inferior to some of the more famous swords. The assailant's veil fell, and Heng recognized her. It was one of the geisha who performed for the guests. This really was the Antibafuku's base in Kyoto, and the seemingly tender geishas and maidservants were actually Bushi trained by the sect. This is going to be a problem. Heng drew a deep breath. Ukichi tea house covered a vast area, and so were its numerous geisha and maidservants. If they were really all the Antibafuku's Bushi, then Heng would be very busy tonight. But it was too late to turn back and return to the house. Now packed with warriors, including Kirino Toshioki, the outdoors gave him more space to move around. The maid who had just witnessed the tragic death of her colleague gave off an indifferent disposition. Perhaps she didn't draw her sword immediately to repay Heng for saving her from suicide. Instead, she just stood there, waiting for him to pick the sword he'd buried into the ground earlier that evening. "I've heard of the famous Gion long before I came. Who would have thought that I've to kill my way out on my first visit here," said Heng as he drew his sword. "Now, whoever wishes death can come here." Chapter 569. Gion Blood War 4. In the courtyard shrouded in darkness, enemies were waiting to land a critical hit on Heng. Heng's words were like a chant that opened the doors of hell, breaking loose minions of bloodthirsty evil spirits. They charged at Heng like moths attracted by the fire. The maid carrying the lantern adjacent to them finally drew her tachi. At the same time, at least 3 knives slashed at different parts of Heng's body. In a moment of life and death, Heng did not lose his calm, firmly holding the katana with one hand and his wakizashi in the other. He had challenged many dojos in Kyoto, and besides the fact that he was looking for legendary katana, he wanted to observe the swordsmanship of different sects and learn from the best. Although his swordsmanship was still at LV.3, Heng felt that he had made some progress. Unlike when he first came here and got defeated by relying solely on his basic attributes, he now had learned many combos. Although he could not incorporate all these combinations into one, he could use different combos according to the situation. For example, since Heng was surrounded right now, the Knight and Annie-ryu would be the best method to deal with them. Holding the wakizashi in his left hand and holding the katana in his right, he managed to block the 2 tachi that slashed at his left leg and lower waist. The attacker was a woman. Even though she was skillful on the tachi, she would still possess less strength than men no matter what. The moment her tachi collided with Heng's katana, he exerted all his might into blocking her attack, managing to force her to drop her tachi. Heng quickly utilized this small gap, swinging the wakizashi to the front of his forehead. And he managed to block the incoming 3rd slash. At the same time, he swung his katana and sliced off one of her arms before she could land another strike on him. The blood splattering on the ground further intensified the courtyard's atmosphere. Heng did not stand there and wait for his enemies to surround him. Instead, he retreated while defending himself. At the same time, he was looking for weakness in the encirclement. This allowed him to showcase the quintessence of the knight Annie-ryu. Miyamoto Musashi was not only a samurai but also a master of war. In the famous duel at Ganryu Island, Musashi defeated the most powerful samurai, Sasaki Kojiro, with a unique strategy. Musashi's swordsmanship was flawless, and he defeated his opponent with his masterful skills. Besides, he did not limit his creativity on his attacks. When it came to Heng, he became even more imaginative. Since Heng was holding two weapons of different lengths, his moves were extremely unpredictable. It caused many of his enemies to be seriously injured. These samurai really lived up to their name. Even if their companions were dying non-stop, their eyes held not the slightest hint of fear, and even if their limbs were severed, they would charge at their enemies. Who cared if Heng were to chop off their heads? They would still charge at him with no hesitation, all to create opportunities for their companions. This was how they fought. All they knew was to continue attacking their enemies, even if it meant certain death. Retreating was never an option for them. Many of them were adopted by powerful and influential sect members since they were still a child. Some of their family members received great help during their most difficult times. So, they were willing to offer themselves to those who helped their families. The ancient training method allowed them to abandon all the emotions. They were also taught to fear nothing. In other words, their purpose of living was to complete the tasks given to them. Often, it could help them to burst out terrifying combat power. Under such a violent offense, no matter how powerful the person, it was impossible for them to leave the battlefield unharmed. Heng's left arm, calf, and waist were slashed one after another. Fortunately, they were just light injuries. Two of the injuries were caused by his underestimation of his opponent's decisiveness. He made sure that his wakizashi was penetrated the opponent's heart, but the enemy could still rely on his amazing willpower to slash Heng with his tachi. There was even an enemy who left a row of teeth marks on his wrist. However, Heng was not polite. The battle of life and death was not a time to pity and cherish jade. In a short period, he had cut over more than a dozen people, including the maid he had rescued before. The deepest cut in his waist was the last gift the other party gave him. Heng's heart remained calm, and he did not feel regret for saving the woman earlier. He did not want to watch her kill herself because of a small mistake. It had nothing to do with her trying to kill him right now. Just like the other party said, they were trying to fulfill their responsibility. All those attackers that wanted to kill Heng could no longer be considered as a whole human. They had abandoned their lives and feelings. Now, they lived their lives for others and were willing to die for others. Heng used his wakizashi to block a sudden attack, and then he aimed for the right timing and used his katana to pick up the burning lantern that had fallen to the ground and threw it at the room where the firewood was stored. He retreated to the burning room and stood there to prevent others from putting off the fire. Heng took out the might he gained from the Black Sail quest and started to swing both of his weapons to make sure no one could get close to him. And in that short time, no one could get into 1 foot within his range. After Heng did some calculations, he found out that the people he just killed or injured were probably less than a third of the tea house's manpower. If this went on, he might use up his stamina and die here. That was why Heng set the room on fire. He was preparing his escape route. The main entrance and the side entrance of the tea house were heavily guarded. It was probably going to be difficult to break through them. However, Heng still had his Levi rock climbing skill to climb up the roof and flee from this place. It was also the weakest spot of the encirclement. Although some men knew ninjutsu standing on the roof, most of them had jumped down from the roof when the fight broke out. They were trying to sneak an attack on Heng, but Heng eventually killed most of them. Once the fire got bigger, Heng would leave the tea house. But at this moment, he suddenly heard the faint shouting from outside the gate, and at the same time, he could feel that the pressure around him had reduced. Did something change? While trying to figure it out, he heard a familiar voice shouting, "The captain of the Shinsengumi First Strike Team is here. Listen up. Put down your weapons for us to inspect the place. Our director is en route as well." After he shouted, his enemies had no intention to do what he ordered. Instead, it only made his enemies fight more fiercely. The tea house people seemed to be planning to get rid of the captain before Kondo Izami arrived here. But what they did not expect was that tonight was going to get worse for them. Before they could defeat Heng, their sworn enemies were here to assault them without warning. Okita Soki started to charge into the tea house after he voiced out his intention. The katana in his hand bloomed in the dark, like a butterfly. However, this beautiful butterfly was extremely deadly. His katana cut down anyone who stood in his path. And he was all alone. Chapter 570. Gion Blood War, v. Don't attack. It's me. Heng heard someone suddenly talking to him. With the assistance of the dim light, Heng saw Okita Soki. The latter coughed twice and slashed an enemy in front of him. He stood with Heng and comforted him. "Don't worry, our people will be here soon." "Don't lie." Heng snapped. "You shouted so loudly in front of the door earlier, afraid that they might not know that Kondo Izami is en route. Do you think they will believe that?" Okita Soki scratched his head. "Will they believe that? If they did, they wouldn't have allowed you to enter the tea house so easily." Heng patiently analyzed the situation for Okita Soki. "Now, they obviously want to surround us here. I'm so sorry. Lying has never been my forte," confessed Okita. "I received intel that a mysterious man is here to meet somebody in secret. Then I saw you are inside the tea house as well, and I was worried about your safety. So, I rushed in to help you." There was no time to call the cavalry. As the two chatted, Heng saw the lady boss not far away from them, holding something in her hand. The expression on his face changed, and he shouted to Okita, "Run!" "What?" Okita Soki couldn't understand why Heng would run from his enemies. They might not be able to kill every single one of them, but they could at least exert more pressure. There was no reason to flee right now. After seeing Heng dropping and rolling on the ground, Okita's keen perception of danger as the first master of the Shinsengumi saved his life. He quickly leaned over and dodged a bullet from the lady boss's gun. When she filled up her gun with gunpowder and bullets, Heng got up from the ground and lunged at the lady boss. It seemed that the lady boss was an essential person in this tea house, seeing how several geisha and samurai scurried to protect her upon Heng's attack. Heng knew that it was a life-and-death moment for him. He had allowed the boss to reload and fire a second shot at him. Thus, he abandoned his defense and attacked her with all his might, employing the most potent skill from Annie-ryu, Mindless Slash, to wipe out the opponents in front of him. He had no intention to leave any of them alive. In a critical moment as such, courage and determination were all he needed. The two geishas along the way had their necks severed as soon as they approached their lady boss. They swayed like drunkards and fell into the flower bed beside them. But soon, others took their place, refusing to let Heng kill the lady boss. He made every step under tremendous pressure. The blood of his victims in front of him had now streamed into a river, and the fire burning in the storeroom had only raged in intensity. The amalgamation of fire and blood literally transformed the small courtyard into a living hell. During this period, what remained unchanged was Heng's pace. He was like death, waiting to harvest each soul that was unfortunate enough to cross his path. In the end, the lady boss started to shake in fear. Indeed, the samurai around her felt nothing, not knowing what fear was, but the lady boss was just an ordinary person. She knew how to fear for her life. When she saw Heng getting closer, she started to panic and spilled the gunpowder on the ground. What really made her want to retreat was Okita Soki, now rushing towards her from the other side. "Mo!" The lady boss finally made up her mind to move to a safe place before completing the reloading process. However, her dismissal caused a loophole in the originally perfect defensive formation. Although it only lasted a split second, in the eyes of masters like Zhang and Okita Soki, it was enough for them to change the battle's tide. Without any warning, Zhang tossed his wakizashi at the samurai that stood beside the lady boss, pinning him to the ground. At the same time, Okita slew the enemies in front of him without any hesitation. Seeing how things had turned for the worst, the lady boss decided to change her escape route, but unfortunately, Zhang had caught up to her. Although the samurai and geisha who feared no death were trying their best to protect the lady boss, there was nothing they could not when faced with opponents like Zhang and Okita Soki. The gap between them was too huge. Zhang could not care less about two katana aiming straight for his chest since their master got killed only a second later. Due to the inertia, the blade did not penetrate deep into his flesh. It looked bloody on the surface, only adding to his unhinged persona. Then, Zhang finally stood in front of the lady boss. The fear had caused the lady boss to forget that she did not fill any gunpowder and bullet into her gun. She then raised the iron cannon in her hand as if it was her final hurrah, desperately pulling the trigger. Nonetheless, only white smoke came out from the muzzle. After that, her head was detached from her body. No amount of foundation could conceal the fear on her face. "Excellent! Let's get out from here!" Okita, Soki shouted. Although there were still many samurai in the tea house, there was nobody to command them anymore with the lady boss's death. Hence, their combat power had significantly reduced. A good time for them to break through the encirclement. However, Zhang's gaze was on the other side. After hearing the names of Shinsengumi and Kondo Izami, the Tabaku supporters who gathered here tonight began evacuating in an orderly manner. They left through the side entrance. Among them, the most important members were Shinsaku Takasugi and Gabriel. Some samurai stayed behind, raising their katana above their heads with the intention of killing Zhang and Okita Soki. Zhang knew that tonight was the best chance to get his hands on the Juzumaru. Shinsaku Takasugi and Kirino Toshioki were not going about to appear that often anymore. Especially after what happened tonight, Shinsaku Takasugi might even leave Kyoto. If Kirino Toshioki were to escort him back to Choshu Domain, Zhang would never acquire the famous sword. However, Zhang did not act recklessly. He quickly evaluated his current physical state and the success rate and risk of seizing the katana. Okita Soki wiped the blood off his face and followed Zhang's gaze. He then put on a strange look on his face. "Is there any grievance between you and the Choshu Domain?" "There is no grudge between them and me. I just want the Juzumaru," Zhang said without concealing his intention. Okita Soki was surprised to hear that. Earlier, he hadn't finished what he wanted to say to Zhang. When he rushed in to save Zhang, he did suspect the relationship between Zhang and the Tabaku supporters. After all, the two had only met once at Kiyomizu-dera. One could never be too careful even if they talked to someone close to them, let alone the two barely knew each other. But this doubt was cleared when he rushed in and saw Zhang embroiled in a fierce battle with the samurai. However, Okita Soki did not expect Zhang to come here tonight just for the katana. Chapter 571 Gion Blood War 6. Zhang had already thought about it. While dealing with a Satsuma Domain samurai who charged at him, he said to Okita Soki, "Hey, let's discuss something." "What's the matter?" Mr. Okita was busy coughing and beheading his enemies, but he could still make time to reply to Zhang. Even in this bloody and messy battle, he still maintained his elegant posture. His tachi was like the moon in the starry sky, exuding a faint cold light. Swiftly and sprightly, he beheaded every single enemy that stood in his path. "It's such a pity your Shinsengumi failed to kill Kido Takayoshi at Ikeda," said Zhang. "This is your rare opportunity to make up for it. Want to watch it slip away from your hands?" "What do you mean?" Okita Soki raised his eyebrows. "Shinsaku Takasugi." "He is among them," replied Zhang. "What?" Okita Soki was stunned. "That man, didn't he just die not long ago?" "That doesn't seem to be the case. I just saw him earlier. He was well alive and most busy preparing for a grand plan." "Ah, these people are so annoying." No wonder Mr. Kondo said that the world is in chaos thanks to them, grumbled Okita Soki, shaking his head and complaining about the Tabaku supporters. The truth was he actually did not know how much evil Shinsaku Takasugi had done. Whatever it might be, his sensei asked him to kill all of them if he saw them. Okita Soki was certainly not stupid, but he was sometimes very lazy. If you go against him now, you might be able to catch up with him, Heng reminded. Who? Okita Soki did some fast thinking this time. You want to get your hands on the Juzumaru, and it is with Kirino Toshioki right now. Kirino Toshioki is protecting Shinsaku Takasugi, right? Yes, catching up to Takasugi will allow us to get what we both need. Heng finally threw out the terms of cooperation. Okita Soki's eyes widened. Don't you think that you are out of your mind? Most head to a safe place as soon as possible when they get ambushed or assassinated. As for you, not only will you not escape but you'll go after the enemies. If I was alone, I would have escaped by now. But now that we are paired up, there is still a certain chance of success, but you have to make up your mind quickly. Otherwise, Shinsaku Takasugi will run away, Heng explained sincerely. Since you don't care about the danger, then I, as the captain of the first strike team, have no reason to retreat as well. Okita Soki was a young man, and he was unwilling to fall behind. Besides, he witnessed Heng's swordsmanship, and he too got very excited about it after admiring him. So the two changed directions. Instead of running towards the main entrance, they ran to the side door. Their actions immediately caught everyone's attention in the tea house, and many were caught off guard, especially the Choshu and Satsuma samurai who chose to stay behind. The elder samurai's previous polite smile was gone from his face. Now, they were replaced by eyes that were filled with rage. Hey, asshole! Damn it! How dare you undermine our authority? While he yelled, he raised his katana and rushed towards Heng and Okita Soki, while the other samurai followed behind him, grunting and throwing curses at the same time. Great timing! Okita Soki was thrilled when he saw the enemies charging at them. It had been a long time since the Ikeda incident that he'd felt this excited. Although he had been battling for a long time, the sudden secretion of adrenaline completely nullified his pain and fatigue. The katana in his hand never felt so light before. He was at his peak right now. Seeing that the enemies took the initiative to attack, Okita Soki would bring out his best to defeat them. So, he instantly employed the skill he was proudest of, a three-stage charging strike, the Seigen no Kami. The tip of the katana was pointing at the bottom right direction. From there, Okita Soki would smack it down abruptly to stop the opponent's strike. After that, he would lift the sword with all his might and slash his opponent with lightning speed. At that time, the opponent would be left defenseless for a split second, as if killing them without them putting up a fight. The older samurai was considered an experienced warrior. He had encountered all kinds of opponents, and although he knew these two men before him were mighty, he was somewhat confident that he could defeat them. As long as he managed to block their attacks a few times, his allies behind him would charge and kill them. By that time, the massive mound of pressure he was experiencing would be reduced by a lot. Even if it were not easy to win the fight, at least he wouldn't be banished to the losing side. Dreams were always perfect, but the reality was crueler than he thought. He did not even get to see how the young man in front of him move. After a second, the world around him began spinning wildly. The last question that crossed his mind was why the trees in the courtyard were slanted. After killing an opponent, Okita Soki did not feel much excitement because nearby, Heng had also killed an enemy with a clean strike. This round could only be considered a tie at best. He did not even know the name of the man he just killed. To him, he was just an unimportant character. Come and kill me. Do it now, Okita Soki eagerly darted around, seeking out his next prey. Don't forget our main goal. Heng saw that Okita Soki was enjoying slaughtering the enemies. He could not help but remind him about their task on hand. You're right. Only by eliminating Shinsaku Takasugi can the world returns to its peaceful state. Okita Soki agreed with Heng's point of view. Both of them continued to battle for a little longer and defeated the samurai who stayed behind. Tabaku supporters in the tea house gradually reduced in numbers to the point that they could no longer stop the two of them. Heng killed the last enemy that was closest to him and rushed to the side door. He then raised his head and looked out the tea house, quickly lowering down his head again. There was a gunshot. Before the Satsuma domain samurai managed to draw their katana at the alley to ambush Heng, their throats were slit when he charged at them. And Okita Soki was following right behind. After dealing with the two annoying flies, Okita Soki's face flushed red from the vigorous exercise, and he could not help but start hacking away. "Are you okay?" Heng remembered that the young man beside him had a cough like Shinsaku Takasugi, but Okita Soki seemed to be in a relatively better situation. "It's not a problem. I have this sickness since I was a child. I need to take it easy." The Okita Soki was not bothered by it. He then added, "It's okay if I don't rest. It's important to go after them." Heng was worried about him. "You can rest for a while. I want to confirm their current location as well." After he said that, he climbed up to a machine nearby and actively searched for the positions of Shinsaku Takasugi and Kirino Toshioki. Soon, he saw the samurai who escaped from the tea house were divided into two groups. One of the group was heading to the west and the other to the east. Shinsaku Takasugi should be hiding in one of the groups. Chapter 572. Tonight, your opponent is me. As Heng observed the whereabouts of Shinsaku Takasugi on the roof, Okita Soki didn't have a long time to rest because the remaining of the samurai from the tea house were going after them. Okita Soki's back was against the wall, and he only had seconds to catch his breath. With determination, he turned around and engaged the samurai again. The tachi in his hand howled in the air, orchestrating another brutal baptism of blood. Heng jumped down from the roof, swiftly slashed to the left and right, and killed two enemies in one breath. Having managed to help Okita Soki clear the enemy wave, he told him what he saw earlier. "What should we do? Shall we separate to go after them?" Okita Soki asked. "No, I already know which team Shinsaku Takasugi is in." The fact that Heng was far away from, and it was night, there was no way to get a clear look at them. No matter what happened, Kirino Toshioki, the bodyguard, would definitely not leave Shinsaku Takasugi's side. Besides, he was taller than most people, making him easy to spot in a group. That was how Heng found out the whereabouts of Shinsaku Takasugi. "Great, let's rush over." Okita Soki's eyes were irritated by sweat, and it seemed something was stuck in his throat as well. He looked uncomfortable, and he coughed twice. On a night engulfed with blood and flames, Okita Soki did not notice the taste of blood in his mouth. Shinsaku Takasugi had to admit that he underestimated the Shinsengumi this time. It wasn't just their mighty combat power, the most important thing was that he misunderstood Heng's identity, thinking he was a secret agent of Shinsengumi. Otherwise, it was hard to explain where he learned martial arts. And why did the Shinsengumi aid him the moment the samurai in the tea house attacked? Gabriel was also on the escape team. Although he exchanged clothes with a samurai from the Choshu domain, the samurai's hari looked funny on him, especially how it didn't seem to fit him at all. Gabriel could only put the hari on his body instead of wearing it. Running and panting, he wiped the sweat off his brow, looking very, very helpless. He was the one that hired Heng as a translator. His original translator fell ill, and he had to stay in Osaka. It was an emergency. Logically speaking, the Shinsengumi couldn't have planted someone by his side in advance. Besides, Gabriel was cautious. Before hiring Heng, he'd been observing him for some time, and after seeing Heng talking with other Western businessmen about work, he finally hired him as his translator. Initially, he just wanted Heng as an expandable tool. He did not expect him to cause such disastrous consequences. In short, whether Shinsaku Takasugi or Gabriel, both now believed that Heng was a member of the Shinsengumi or at least a shogunate member. Even in their wildest dreams, they would never have thought Heng was here tonight for a katana. Shinsaku Takasugi was first to flee because of his special status. When Okita Soki told his enemies about his intention to come here, he was all ready to flee the tea house whether the Shinsengumi's reinforcements would come here. Unfortunately, his health would pose a big problem. When he first entered the tea house and chatted with Gabriel, he seemed fine. Now, he could not hide it anymore. After running for a few steps, he started to pant. However, Shinsaku Takasugi refused the offer of help from others. He gritted his teeth and insisted on continuing to run. After running for a while, he tripped and fell to the ground. His arms and palms were bleeding, and he was embarrassed by it. No one thought that the legendary commander who fought against the shogunate would become weak after a year. Everyone who witnessed this scene could not help but think that this was the end of a legendary hero. Kirino Toshioki had a rare look of worry on his face. He then said to the Choshu Domain's warrior next to him, "Go and look for a litter." Gion was a famous place for entertainment in Kyoto. It was very lively every night. Usually, there would be many influential individuals who came to this place, meaning it wasn't that difficult to look for a litter. In order to confuse their enemies, they decided to divide the troops into two groups. That was why Shinsaku Takasugi chose not to leave in a litter. But now, his physical strength had reached its limit. It was pointless keeping his whereabouts a secret anymore. At their current speed, their enemy had enough time to kill another team and catch up with them afterward. But at this time, some of them were still feeling hopeful and said, maybe both of them have been killed by our people. Kirino Toshioki looked back in the direction of Ukichi, shook his head, and said, if those two are dead, someone will put out the fire immediately. But the reality was that the fire in the tea house was getting bigger and bigger, and it even alarmed the building next door. The two samurai drew their katana and forced a man who came here to have fun and drink to get out of his litter. And then, they worked together to put Shinsaku Takasugi in. "Get out of here quickly," Kirino Toshioki told the bearer. His tall figure and his temperament made the bearers absolutely compliant to him. They lifted the litter obediently and moved in the direction that he commanded. Kirino Toshioki was about to follow the litter, but he stopped moving after a few seconds when he turned around and saw the young man on the other side of the street. The latter looked terrible. There were several wounds on his arms and calves. The hari on his body was soaked in blood and stuck to his chest. However, his eyes seemed to burn with determination. "Keep up with our lord. Let me take care of the threat here," Kirino Toshioki said in a deep voice to the rest of the people around him. Several samurai warriors, including Takeuchi, looked at each other. They did not say anything, running immediately to catch up with Takasugi's litter. Although Kirino Toshioki stood alone in the middle of the street, he acted as if he had thousands of soldiers standing behind him. He then raised his head and said, "Okita Soki." "HMPH." Okita replied and drew out the katana from his waist. He killed so many enemies tonight that even his scabbard was covered in blood. The blood dripped down from the tip of the katana to the ground. His face was also stained with bloodthirst. "No matter who you are, you will die tonight if you stand in my way." "Then it depends on whether you are good enough to kill me," replied Kirino Toshioki indifferently when he heard the words, his right hand slowly reaching out to his waist to draw his Juzumaru. Just then, a voice came from the roof in front of him, "You are my opponent tonight." Heng turned to face Okita Soki. "Go after Shinsaku Takasugi, and leave him to me. If you do that, we can consider the plan we discussed as complete." Chapter 573. Chips. Kirino Toshioki knew that the soldiers protecting Shinsaku Takasugi were no match for Okita Soji. Still, when the guy on the roof appeared, he no longer had the energy to stop the Shinsengumi guy. Heng's presence alone had placed him under tremendous pressure. Kirino Toshioki could not remember the last time he felt this tense. Even the slightest distraction amid the ensuing fight might cost his life. On top of that, he was also a little nonplussed that he met two of his own kind on the same night. Never mind the Shinsengumi, vassals of the Bafuku, who had been chasing down and killing anti-Bafuku samurai, even Kido Takayoshi nearly lost his life in the Ikedeya incident. Sure, Okita Soji was still young, but he was the Shinsengumi's best swordsman. He couldn't have spilled less blood than Kirino Toshioki. The other person, on the other hand. The name Yuta Abe was unknown to Kirino Toshioki. He had never heard of this person before, and they had met for the first time tonight. This Yuta guy came to the tea house as the French merchant's translator, and Kirino Toshioki made a rare mistake of failing to recognize him as a threat. But as they were leaving the tea house, Kirino Toshioki spotted the fight in the courtyard. He could tell that the man had fought many battles and looked like he must have lost count of the people he killed. In fact, this Yuta Abe could very well be the most experienced soldier among the three of them. How was it that no one knew about the existence of this man? Nevertheless, this wasn't the time to be getting to the bottom of such matters because Heng had just jumped off the roof. When two skilled individuals engaged in battle, attacking the enemy from a high vantage point was a rare course of action, not unless it was an ambush. Doing so may grant them an advantage of extra gravitational potential energy. As a result of not moving mid-air, the person would suffer the disadvantage of being passive. Kirino Toshioki waited until Heng landed on the ground before drawing out the Juzumaru on his waist. Under the moonlight, the body of the Juzumaru let out an icy glimmer, a drastic juxtaposition to the Buddhist rosary wrapped around its hilt. Yet, they perfectly fused to achieve a remarkable balance much akin to the cycle of life and death. Kirino Toshioki spoke first, and his words were neither swift nor slow. I began training when I was 15, did 8,000 strikes with the Bakuto every day. After 10 years, my skills on the sword improved drastically, and in another 5 years, I obtained this sword from Master Inoue and killed 44 enemies. Koyama Dojo, Yuta Abe, borrowed this sword from the Teikno Gaidian Dojo, responded Heng with a simple introduction. Kirino Toshioki did not comment and said nothing more, raising his sword as in response. Kirino Toshioki's style originated from Gion-ryu, a traditional school of swordsmanship unique to the Satsuma domain emphasizing charging headlong, using momentum to defeat the enemy. A style both bold and fierce. If the Tenon Rishin-ryu was the Shinsengumi's choice of kenjutsu, then the Gion-ryu had to be the sword technique most favored by the venerable samurai. Kirino Toshioki lifted the Juzumaru over his right shoulder and swung it at Heng. With the increasing momentum of his body, he locked onto the target. Back then, this move would overwhelm his enemy, who would turn retreat and evade, thus falling into Kirino Toshioki's trap. Once the enemy took a step backward, they would find their positions becoming even more passive, and Kirino Toshioki's attacks would continue like a tide, one wave after another until the enemy descended into a confused frenzy. It was at this moment that death was determined. Heng did not fall into the snare, not even backing down once against Kirino Toshioki's unyielding strikes. Instead, he met his enemy's sword with his own. Good! Kirino Toshioki shouted, unsurprised and delighted. Gion-ryu was no jest to frighten people. In fact, Hanjiro Nakamura spent 10 years training day and night to improve his strength and speed. Ordinary swordsmen would never be able to parry his blows. Unless one was an expert at determining the severity of strikes, chances were that the weapon in hand would be knocked off. Hence, this move was no ruse, but an honest and upfront open plan. However, this dual sword fight turned out to be way beyond Kirino Toshioki's expectations. The guy he was fighting actually received his full-blown assault, and although a little strained, Heng managed to pull out his wakizashi to block the attack at the last minute, stopping the back of the assailing sword at the last moment as it was bouncing towards his shoulder. Heng, too, was a little surprised at himself. His persistence in maintaining fitness and the long hours he spent training did not go to waste. With the advancement of science and research, the modern-day diet became more nutritionally balanced, and the human physique was far more robust than people of a decade ago. In this quest, Heng's foundation was superior compared to the people of this period, and it was rare to encounter an opponent that could subdue him with strength alone. Of course, he had not fought any battles as fierce as this one, and his physique had weakened a little. But undeniably, Kirino Toshioki's training for the past 10 years had not been for nothing. In fact, he overpowered every opponent Heng had encountered before. Despite the discouraging odds, Heng did not panic. The stronger the enemy, the more valuable the lesson. Most importantly, it would greatly help in improving skills. In gaming terms, fighting bosses and elite monsters meant earning more experience than fighting small, insignificant enemies. Heng had challenged so many dojos, yet what he gained could never compare to tonight's battle. After this, he would need to take this experience back with him and slowly digest it. Upon realizing that he was at a strength disadvantage, Heng decided to change his approach, moving more actively while his footsteps grew more rapid. In Kirino Toshioki's eyes, it was not a smart move. Kirino Toshioki could see the effect all the continuous high-intensity fighting had on Heng. Moreover, the latter had sustained multiple injuries. It would not end well for him if they were to embark on attrition warfare. In fact, the pair duelled for a while but came to a draw. Heng took a step back and then raised his sword to his eyes, using the moonlight to size up the chips on the blade. The Uchigatana he held might not be as valuable as the Tenkagoken, but it was not too bad either. During the battle at the tea house, there were not so many chips on the blade. But after only 10 strikes against Kirino Toshioki, the chips had more than doubled. The Juzumaru in Kirino Toshioki's hands were just too sharp. Chapter 574. Annie-ryu. Since Heng was dealing with Kirino Toshioki, Okita Soki soon caught up with Takasuji and his gang. At the same time, only 4 samurai were now left beside Shinsaku Takasuji. It was true that there were numerous Tabaku supporters in Kyoto, but none of them were reliable. So these 4 were the last armed personnel that Takasuji had for protection. The Choshu domain's leading samurai harumphed with conviction to Shinji Takeuchi, "Takeuchi, I will leave you now to protect the Lord." Shinji Takeuchi gritted his teeth. "I don't think it's a good idea that we keep running. So let's fight the common enemy together. He has endured a fierce battle. We might just be able to defeat him." The leader shook his head. "The Lord's safety is our priority. If there's no one to follow the litter, the group of bearers will definitely leave our Lord behind." After hearing what the leader said, Takeuchi was speechless. In the end, he could only do what was asked of him. With him following the litter, those bearers had no choice but to continue carrying it. But after taking a few steps, Takeuchi heard angry shouts of his allies behind him and the clash of weapons. At that time, he knew they had to be fighting the Shinsengumi kid named Okita Soki. He had been killing everyone that attempted to stop him tonight, and only one goal was in his mind: come what may, he had to send Shinsaku Takasuji to his maker tonight. Anyone who dared cross his path was an enemy. Seeing how the 3 enemies from the opposing side were rushing forward, Okita did not retreat but charged at them instead. He swung his katana before the 3 encircled him, the sword landing on an enemy's chest. However, the latter knew what Okita's goal was. Not only did he not lose his combat effectiveness, but he became even more courageous. The wounded man transformed into a wild maniac upon receiving Okita's heavy blow, rushing towards Okita with his katana, swinging his wakizashi at the same time. "Shogunate bastard! Die!" His 2 allies also took the opportunity to attack Okita as well. Okita was extremely calm in the face of such peril, the corner of his eye catching the trajectory of the 3 katana aiming at him. After that, he pulled off what was a precarious move. He first let go of the tachi that was stuck in the enemy's body, then stepped half a step back to dodge the attack. Without hesitation, he charged at his enemies once again, reached out to his tachi, swung it vigorously before his opponent's wakizashi attacked him. This time, he used his strength very well. Not only did his tachi manage to cut into the enemy's flesh, but he even cracked through a few ribs. However, there was a master samurai among the 2 remaining enemies. While Okita was dealing with another enemy, he stabbed him in his calf. At this point in the battle, techniques were no longer that important anymore. Willpower and determination were the 2 factors that would determine the winner of this battle. The man with the knife in his chest was obviously expiring soon. He reached out and grabbed Okita Soki's leg as he fell to the ground, trying to create an opening for his allies to kill Okita. Presently, Okita seemed to have given up on defense. He bore the price of letting his enemy slash his left arm, rushing to stab the opponent in the throat before another enemy swung a katana at him. After that, he beheaded the man holding onto his thigh. Now, there was only one enemy left. Okita Soki prepared himself for the final battle. The last remaining enemy was stunned by his overbearing aura, his hands trembling slightly as overwhelming fear engulfed him. Among the three enemies, this was the one with the least combat experience. After witnessing the tragic scene, he seemed to have lost all will to fight. His allies had been ticked off one by one, causing him to lose his battle intent entirely. The strong pillar of faith in his heart was shaken to its core. Just as he hesitated, wondering if he should escape to save his life or uphold the samurai's honor, Okita swung his katana and struck first. At that time, the winner had already been decided. Indecision was a big taboo in any battle. Okita Soki effortlessly sent his enemy's katana flying away. It was so easy, even he was surprised. He then swung his tachi at the enemy for the second time, and that was when he heard the frail voice of the enemy begging for dear life. Unfortunately, the continuous onslaught of wanton violence and blood seemed to have invoked something evil buried deep within Okita Soki. Ignoring his enemy's pleas and cries to spare his life, Okita landed a lethal blow on his enemy with no respite. When that was done, he tended to the wound on his leg and quickly went after the litter. His blood-washed appearance made pedestrians scream, but General Manager Okita ignored the irrelevant guys. There was only one goal in his mind. Soon after, Okita managed to catch up with the litter. Immediately, the bearers knelt and begged for mercy. Okita lifted the curtain with the tip of his katana, and lo and behold, discovered that no one inside. The Choshu domain samurai were gone as well. On the other side of the street, the battle between Heng and Kirino Toshioki had reached its climax. To drain the enemy's stamina more effectively, Kirino Toshioki changed his previous valiant and fierce fighting style to a more defensive one. He skillfully executed his attacks' angles and timing, forcing Heng to make more moves than necessary. The two were fighting on the street, and it attracted the attention of many passers-by. Compared with Okita Soki's battle, Heng's battle was obviously a lot more elegant. After they fought for some time, neither of them got hurt. It seemed more like a gentleman battle. However, only experts could see that this battle was actually far more dangerous than Okita's battle. There was not much difference between their strength, which meant the battle would be broken down into smaller pieces and would emphasize handling details. It was one fight too close to call. So far, Kirino Toshioki was undoubtedly on the winning side. One of them had the speed advantage, and the other one held the edge in power. Hence, they could be considered as standing on equal ground. However, Kirino Toshioki had one of the 5 best katana in the world, and it enabled him to gain the upper hand in this battle. On the other hand, Heng's katana was already riddled with cracks. It wouldn't last any longer than a couple more hits. The balance of the battle would eventually lean towards Kirino Toshioki. Heng seemed to be aware of this, as well. Instead of changing the way he fought, he took his offense up a notch. Finally, the katana in Heng's hand could no longer withstand another heavy blow. 1/3 of it was sliced off by Juzumaru. And the broken blade flew out obliquely and stuck on the door of a nearby tea house. Kirino Toshioki's expressionless face finally showed a touch of joy. Since Heng's weapon was broken, it would definitely affect him greatly no matter what sect he was in. After that, Heng's fighting style started to change drastically. It transformed from a Niiten-ichi-ryu to something he had never seen before. There was no fixed attack pattern, and it seemed that he was just waiting for the opportunity to land a heavy strike on him. Every single strike was life-threatening. I have seen your Seijin Ryu. Next, it's your turn to see Annie-ryu. Chapter 575. A Ghost. Almost 20 days had passed since Heng entered this dungeon. He had challenged many dojos and learned many skills from them. Now, he could switch between sword techniques according to the circumstance. However, during life and death situations, people would still choose to rely on their instincts. Here, Heng's instinct was the swordsmanship he learned from the Black Sail quest. Honed by fighting with other pirates as a pirate for 10 years, the so-called Annie-ryu was actually a sword technique that did not belong to any sect. It relied solely on combat instinct and experience. After Zhang Heng's katana broke off, he took the initiative to get closer to Kirino Toshioki, hoping to narrow the gap between them. The battle became more perilous, and at the same time, their reflexes were being put to the test. When it came to the speed of his reflexes, it had to be Zhang Heng's forte. He had experienced more battles than Kirino Toshioki and knew how to capture the right time to land a critical hit. There was no one better than him. It was something Zhang Heng relied on when he was in a life-and-death situation. Kirino Toshioki, 15 years older than Zhang Heng, had better swordsmanship and was physically stronger than Zhang Heng. The age, however, meant that the speed of his reflexes might have declined over the years. At this critical moment, though, he still managed to remain calm. Since he could no longer mount a defense, he turned to the offense again. The only thing on his mind right now was that he had to fight to save his life. Since he was still conscious, he had to look for every opportunity to land a critical blow on Zhang Heng by using his Juzumaru. And at the same time, he would wait for the chance to increase the distance between him and Zhang Heng. Both were trying their hardest to fully utilize their specialties while looking for each other's weaknesses. Kirino Toshioki was considered the most potent adversary that Zhang Heng had encountered in this quest so far. It was also the battle he enjoyed the most. For now, neither could take advantage of anything. However, as time went by, Zhang Heng had become more and more familiar with Kirino Toshioki's moves. The way he struck and his strategy was made known to Zhang Heng bit by bit. On the other hand, Kirino Toshioki had just gotten used to Zhang Heng's Annie-ryu. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng changed to a new fighting style in a blink of an eye. This time, he had become more elusive. His swordsmanship was something the Japanese had never seen before, leaving for a very confused Kirino Toshioki. At this time, Zhang Heng finally his counterattack klaxon. The katana in his right hand initiated contact with the Juzumaru, blocking Kirino Toshioki's attack. Meanwhile, his wakizashi stabbed Kirino Toshioki's lower ribs. Kirino Toshioki realized that he was in grave danger. Instead of pressuring Zhang Heng, he withdrew his Juzumaru decisively and attempted to slash Zhang Heng's left wrist. He was trying to minimize the injuries that Zhang Heng was about to inflict. In the process, however, he sensed something wasn't right. Zhang Heng had to be pretending that he was going to stab him in the lower ribs. Apparently, Zhang Heng must have predicted his fighting style a long time ago, waiting for an opening, and slashed Kirino Toshioki with his katana when the time was right. Kirino Toshioki immediately stepped back, but it was too late. The two drew apart again. However, Kirino Toshioki's right hand was bleeding, where on the ground lay two severed fingers. Zhang Heng's strategy was to change the way he fought in a short period. He had taken advantage of Kirino Toshioki's slower reflexes. Simultaneously, he was also deliberately tempting Kirino Toshioki to go back to his previous fighting style. In the end, Zhang Heng was rewarded with an excellent yield. Kirino Toshioki could no longer hold Juzumaru with a hand left with 3 fingers and was forced to hold his weapon with his left hand. But his left hand was definitely not as flexible as his right. He would not have any problem if he were fighting ordinary battles, but now that he faced a formidable opponent like Zhang Heng, a disadvantage like such cost him the winning spot. Looking at the severed fingers on the ground, Kirino Toshioki finally put up an expression on his poker face. However, the expression was not despair or fear but rather a relief. He opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "I can finally show my gratitude to my master Saigo Takamori today. It's a pity. I will never see the new era you promised." After that, he raised his Juzumaru again. He then nodded at Zhang Heng and said, "Come on, I'd rather die in your hands than in the hands of some fool." "As you wish." Zhang Heng held on tightly to both of the weapons in his hands. Okita Soki knew that he was cheated by the enemies when he drew the door curtain. However, he didn't overthink it. Shinsaku Takasugi was in horrible condition. There was a high chance that he could no longer walk on his own, the reason why they were willing to rob the litter and risk being exposed. Besides, only one samurai left to protect Shinsaku Takasugi, which meant he needed to carry Shinsaku Takasugi on his back. Soki recalled the split road he encountered along the way, and he turned around to head there. he soon made a new discovery. At one of the intersections, he saw a fresh blood pool. Shinsaku Takasugi appeared to be in a worse condition than he thought. Instantly, he went after them by following the trail of blood. He had left Gion, and not far away was the residence of Zu Domain. Zu Domain belonged to the shogunate, and it was unlikely that Shinsaku Takasugi would ask for their help. However, a house belonged to the Hiroshima domain on the other side of the street. Many in Hiroshima domain were quite close to the Tobacco supporters. Although the Shinsengumis wasn't influential enough in Kyoto to break into a samurai's house, Okita Soki would never let Shinsaku Takasugi get away anymore. Hence, he decided to climb the wall to enter the house. As soon as he landed, someone was waiting to attack him. Fortunately, Soki had anticipated the sneak attack, managing to block the attack the moment it struck. With the help of the moonlight, he could see the opponent's face clearly. It was a young samurai that was about his age. He was the last samurai tasked to protect Shinsaku Takasugi. Seeing that the sneak attack had failed, the opponent soldiered on and continued to attack Soki. He wanted to turn the situation to his advantage. His swordsmanship bettered most of his peers in all fairness, but he was still incomparable with a master like Okita Soki. When Soki was at his peak state, he could defeat his opponent in less than 10 moves. But now, he had consumed too much of his stamina, and he was severely wounded as well. As a result, it cost him some effort to win this battle. Soki had to use his signature skill to stab the opponent's throat with his katana. Seeing blood spurting from the mouth of the young samurai, Soki finally felt exhausted. But fortunately, the battle was finally over now. What he needed to do right now was to look for Shinsaku Takasugi, who was hiding in the house, and stabbed him in his to make sure that he stayed dead this time. In fact, Okita Soki wasn't one to fancy killing people. But in this era, every man was forced to make tough choices. He was a relatively lazy person and was closest to Kondo Izami, the Shinsengumi leader. He followed Kondo Izami from his hometown to Kyoto. The latter wanted to achieve something great. In the end, they chose to join the shogunate. However, Okita Soki's mind was not at work at this moment. Once he dealt with the last samurai, his mind drifted to other places. Real headache. How can I see Miss Sawyer again? Okita Soki had been worrying about this matter for some time now. When the two met for the first time, he forgot to ask her address after a good chatting session. After that, he had coincidentally crossed paths with her several times, but he still failed to muster enough courage to ask for her address. Sometimes, he was only dared to look at her from afar. He also went to consult the most resourceful member of Shinsengumi, Hijikata. The latter said to him, "Be brave. Just go and propose the marriage to her father. What she thinks is not important at all." Soki scratched his head cheeks repeatedly after hearing Hijikata's words. He knew something wasn't right with the idea, not to mention how he didn't want to be hated by Miss Soro. The next moment, he heard the sound of a bucket falling to the ground. Were there more enemies? Soki turned around abruptly, tightly clutching his katana, and that was when he saw someone he had been dreaming of. However, this time, her innocent, healing smile was replaced by one of fear. What was she afraid of? "Oh, it's me. I'm now covered in blood like an evil spirit," thought Okita. "I'm sorry that you've to see my ugliest side before I could introduce myself to you." Chapter 576. A Fruitless Relationship. Although losing 2 fingers meant that Kirino Toshioki would eventually lose the battle, he had no intention to admit defeat just yet. Instead, he chose to fight to the last minute, defending his dignity as a samurai to the end. As a top master of the Bakumatsu era, once he decided that he would fight till the death, he would tremendously boost his combat power. Kirino Toshioki shoved away the distracting thoughts flooding his mind. Every strike he made was designed to inflict injuries to both sides. To a certain extent, he made up for the disadvantage of holding the katana in his left hand. Heng still had the upper hand in this battle, though. As time went by, the wounds on Kirino Toshioki increased. His chest, waist, abdomen, arms, and neck had been stabbed. He applied pressure on the wounds with one hand to stop the bleeding while his other hand still wielded the katana. Unfortunately, he only got weaker over time. Heng slashed his chest again, and Toshioki straightened his back before falling to the ground unwillingly. Against all odds, the stubborn Kirino Toshioki stuck his Juzumaru into the ground, attempting to use it as a support to help him to get on the feet again. Walking over, Heng stabbed Kirino Toshioki's heart, helping him end the suffering once and for all. He then took a deep breath before pulling out the Juzumaru stuck in the ground. The rosary that was entwined on its hilt was frosty as Heng laid his hand on it. It somewhat soothed his racing heart after the fierce battle. He then scrutinized the Juzumaru. Some supernatural powers appeared to have protected this sword. Even after battling for such a long time, not a single dent could be found on it. Looking back at the weapons in Heng's hands, they were both dinted and chipped. If the battle had dragged on any longer, both his weapons might just shatter onto pieces. Heng took a good look at it again before putting Juzumaru back into the scabbard. His quest was half completed at this point, and he had found a legendary katana that was close to the level of Mikazuki Munechika. Now, he only needed to hone his swordsmanship and see if a better katana could be found. The Battle of Gion had finally come to an end. It was unclear what happened to Okita Soki. In fact, Shinsaku Takasuji did not care much if he was dead or not, whether the Tabaku or the shogunate. It made no difference to him who won or lost. Not to mention that the current shogunate's downturn was impossible to be restored by one person. Even if Shinsaku Takasuji died here tonight, Okubo Toshimichi, Saigo Takamori, and others were insufficient to prevent Taizi Hoken and the Battle of Toba Fushimi. Heng made an offer Okita Soki could not resist since he needed him to get the Juzumaru. Now that the katana was in hand, there shouldn't be anything else that required his attention. Suddenly, he remembered that Okita Soki fought beside him tonight. If the latter hadn't come to his rescue, all he could do was flee, and getting the Juzumaru would have been out of the question. In the end, Heng decided to check on him. The bloody battle that went down at Gion sent shockwaves to the public, and bystanders stared at Heng with fear in their eyes. They were so terrified of him that they took a few steps back each time he approached any of them. It wasn't like they knew who he was, and he might just kill them if they crossed him. After that, Heng walked to the place where Okita Soki fought earlier, and he saw 3 corpses on the road. All were samurai of the Tabaku sect, and each one died in a different manner of horror. One of them was even without his head. Then Heng turned to the bloodstains on the ground. The whole time training with Holmes saw the art of tracking become a specialty of Heng, and he hurriedly tried to figure what happened here. Takasuji should have abandoned the litter to buy himself more time, but somehow, Okita Soki still managed to catch up with him. Heng was about to move forward, but the next moment, he saw a figure holding a katana appearing in the dark. "Who are you?" Heng raised his eyebrows and asked. The opposing party gave no answer, so Heng slowly moved his hand to draw his Juzumaru. A few seconds later, the lantern on the side of the road revealed the man's identity. It turned out to be Okita Soki, who separated not long ago. However, the man looked as if he'd just endured something horrible. What happened? Heng was a little surprised. Did Takasuji run away? No. I killed him, murmured Okita Soki. I killed him in front of her. In front of her? I killed someone who lost the ability to fight back. Him? Heng had no idea who he was talking about. Miss Oya. Shinsaku Takasuji fled to her home. When I got there, she was just about to treat Takasuji's wounds. I ignored her pleads and killed Takasuji, who happened to be already in a coma at that time. I had to knock his father out as well. Okita Soki raised his head and looked into Heng's eyes. He looked like he was in great pain. Did I make a wrong choice? It was hard for Heng to answer the question. The conflict between the shogunate and the Tabaku was irreconcilable. Their struggle would determine the course of Japanese history. As a member of the Shinsengumi, Okita Soki, even if he did not care about politics anymore, he knew very clearly that the side that he was on. Tonight, the two had spent too much energy and paid an enormous price. Okita Soki had to kill Shinsaku Takasugi no matter what, but unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side tonight. Before the love between him, Miss Soyo could even blossom, killing Shinsaku Takasugi in front of her only permanently destroyed their relationship. But to be honest, even if nothing happened tonight, Heng was actually not too optimistic about their relationship. No matter how beautiful the encounter was, the fact that Okita Soki was captain of Shinsengumi's first strike team could never change. And Miss Soyo's father was from the Hiroshima domain. He wasn't about to let Soki marry his daughter. After all, Soki was the executioner of the shogunate. How was he going to face his relatives and friends if his daughter married someone from the shogunate? Besides, Soki couldn't hide his identity from Miss Soyo forever. So, Heng thought, perhaps this was the best ending for him. Since the two hadn't officially gotten together, this was the most decisive way to end the ailing relationship. Like most lovers, their relationship was destined to be over before it could bear fruit. Only the two would know what it felt like. The distress and heartbreak in Okita Soki's heart were difficult to understand. Heng could feel the pain and contradiction he experienced but chose to say nothing. He just patted Soki on the shoulder and said, "Go home, take a hot bath, find a doctor, get a good night's sleep, and tomorrow will be a new day." Chapter 577. Enlighten Me. Akane Koyama only heard about Gion's battle when it was almost noon the next day, and it was the same guy called Takizawa Mazata who told her about it. He had been loitering outside her dojo for some time now and was filled with excitement and admiration as he related the story to her. According to him, it seemed Heng and Okita Soki had defeated the more than 200 enemies last night. Not only did Kirino Toshioki fail to stop them, but it was also rumored that several powerful and influential people were killed in that battle as well. Takizawa Mazata explained it with color and vividness as if he was at the scene last night. Akane Koyama had already known from Takizawa Mazata about Heng's challenge to various dojos. When the two met, Heng once mentioned that he wanted to visit all of Kyoto's major sects. Akane Koyama thought he was kidding. Now, she knew that he was serious. Akane Koyama was worried about Heng's safety after he secretly challenged so many dojos in the name of Koyama Dojo. It was no wonder Takizawa Mazata was so eager to sign up. He wouldn't be the last one, though. This morning, Akane Koyama met 7 people who wished to apprentice under her. It seemed the meeting with Heng would have to be postponed. It was estimated that what happened at Gion last night would spread even further. It meant that more people would only come to apprentice at Koyama Dojo. Akane Koyama had to close the dojo temporarily, and everyone, Takizawa Mazata included, was asked to come again tomorrow. Then she knocked on the door next door, but no one responded. Initially, she intended to confront Heng about this issue, curious about why he would challenge so many dojos and get himself caught in the battle between the Shinsengumi and the Tabaku supporters. However, it turned out Heng wasn't at home, prompting her to start worrying. She did not believe a word from Takizawa Mazata about Heng killing hundreds of enemies. No matter how powerful a master was, they had to have a limit. Even if 100 enemies simply stood there and allowed Heng to slaughter them, both of his hands would eventually become numb. Heng and Okita Soki were only a 2-man army. Only God knew how they defeated so many, not to mention that they actually won the battle in the end. Takizawa Mazaki only described how invincible they were but said nothing about how badly wounded they got or how severe their injuries were. WC. After hesitating for a while, Akane Koyama climbed the dojo's wall and entered Heng's courtyard. Fortunately, her worst nightmare of a bruised and battered Heng lying in a pool of blood in the courtyard didn't materialize. She pushed the door to Heng's house, only to find him sleeping on his bed. Heng had gone to seek a doctor before returning to his house, where his injuries were treated with herbal remedies. Fortunately, most of them were just external, where Kirino Toshioki caused the most severe wound on his body. After fighting for so long, the adrenaline rush had all but fizzled out, hence the fatigue. Not even bothering to grab a bite of breakfast, Heng went right to sleep the moment he arrived home safely. Akane Koyama was embarrassed when she saw that everything was fine. It was impolite of her to come into his room without knocking on the door first, not to mention that she might be mistaken for other intentions. Fortunately, Heng was still sleeping at this moment, and Akane Koyama attempted a tiptoe, gunning to leave the house gently and quietly. However, right when she took a few steps, a familiar voice caught her. "Miss Koyama? Can you pour me a glass of water?" "No, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean that," replied Akane Koyama with incoherence, as she was taken aback. "I know you are simply worried about me," Heng went on. He opened his eyes and flashed a smile at Akane Koyama. "I can't move that well for now, which is why I'll need your help." "I see." Akane Koyama took the copper pot and poured a glass of water for Heng quickly. She was so nervous that she forgot why she came here. She did now know what to do while Heng drank the water. "Thank you," he paused. "Sorry for all the trouble I caused you." "It's okay. I'm glad you're fine," Akane Koyama replied in her heart. But halfway through, she realized something wrong. Initially, she came here to ask Heng how he got so close to the Shinsengumi. If she continued the current topic, she would not ask those questions. But fortunately, Heng seemed to know her frustration, taking the initiative to answer the questions in her mind. "I have nothing to do with the Shinsengumi. I just met Okita Soki last night." "A random encounter? In Choshu and Satsuma samurai territory?" Well, Heng pondered for a moment, eventually deciding not to tell Akane Koyama about the French businessman's conspiracy with Takasuji. Even if Tabaku's plan failed this time, it would not affect the overall situation. In the next few months, Tokugawa Yoshinobu would still return the power to the emperor, and the Battle of Toba Fushimi bound to happen in January the following year. In the end, the shogunate would be completely defeated, and a new government would be established. In fact, Heng did not want to cozy up too much with the Shinsengumi, one that was destined to be dismissed in the end. The last thing he wanted was to cause unnecessary trouble to Akane Koyama. After what happened last night, Heng was thinking to show his goodwill to Tabaku. Forget about Saigo Takamori. During the Satsuma Rebellion, he would have chosen to side with the losers. And in the end, they were all wiped out by the new government. As for Okubo Toshimichi, he died too early. Perhaps Ito Hirobumi would be the right choice? Heng did not tell Akane Koyama about his plan. He simply smiled. "I was there for some other reason." "Because of that?" Akane Koyama pointed at the Juzumaru on the table. She had also heard about Heng's habit of borrowing a katana everywhere he went, but now she finally had the opportunity to advise him. "Yes, a good katana is the crux of a samurai, but if you are too obsessed over this, your cultivation will be affected. Moderation is the key to success." "You are right. I will return all the katana I don't need tomorrow." Heng nodded. Hearing Heng's hasty reply, Akane Koyama felt a little uncomfortable. After that, she did not know what else to say anymore. On the other hand, Heng felt that the rest of the katana was no longer good enough since he acquired the Juzumaru. Unless he came across the 5 most powerful katanas in the world or something better than Juzumaru, he would accept no more swords even if he were to get it for free. When the topic was over, the atmosphere in the room became awkward again. Akane Koyama did not know what to say next. Should she ask Heng to rest well or not to cause so much trouble in the future? In the end, Heng broke the silence. "I heard Kiyomizu-dera has stunning maple trees. We should head there together in the autumn." Sounds like a plan. Chapter 578. Every relationship is different. Heng and Okita General Secretary both looked like they were seriously injured. Fortunately, their injuries were not life-threatening. After a proper 3-day bed rest, he could move around freely again. 2 weeks later, his physical and mental state fully recovered. That one battle against Kirino Toshioki actually brought him more gain than challenging all those dojos. During that time, he gave it all he got to absorb what he learned so far. Kirino Toshioki was like a miniboss in the gaming context that gave out a lot of experience points. Encountering someone like him in the Bakumatsu era was rare. Then, there was another as good as Kirino Toshioki waiting to challenge Heng. After waiting another week, Heng figured Okita Soki should have fully recovered as well. Since they had agreed to a challenge, he went looking for him at his house only to find that Soki wasn't there. After asking around, Heng was told that Kondo Izami had asked Okita Soki to take a long break. Instead of resting to make a full recovery, he spent the time going out early in the morning and only returning at dusk. No one knew where he went or what he did. Since Heng had nothing to do, for now, he decided to try his luck and see if he could meet Soki outside his residence, asking those living nearby about the places Soki frequented. Even after walking around the area, Heng still failed to locate him. So, he went back to Gion, the home where they met for the first time. Heng remembered a tea stall there, and as expected, Okita Soki was there. Who knew how long he had been sitting here? He stared at the house across the street, but the door remained closed. "A pot of tea, please," Heng told the owner before seating himself next to Soki. Soki forced a reluctant grin, and he wanted to say something, but he only moved his lips, unable to squeeze out the words that he tried to utter. "Have you been spending your day here lately?" asked Heng. Okita Soki nodded and removed his gaze from the house in reluctance. He looked down, staring at the plate of rice cakes that had been left alone for some time. "You two can't be together." Initially, Heng wanted to convince Okita Soki to give up on the relationship. However, when he saw how depressed he became, he decided to be honest and speak his mind. "I know." Okita Soki's eyes were dim. "I don't expect her forgiveness. I just want to come here to look at her from a distance. Just one look. If you insist on investing your feelings into this relationship that yields no result, you will only bring more troubles to yourself. You will encounter," Heng paused, almost forgetting that Okita Soki would die in May. In other words, the hearty and sincere boy in front of him only had about a year to live. This was likely to be the last relationship of his life. Okita Soki coughed twice. "Hijikata told me the same thing as well. But, it's different. Every relationship is different. Even if I do meet someone I like in the future, she will never completely replace Miss Soyo in my heart." Heng was moved by those words, and he fell into silence. At this time, the tea house owner served them the tea, and Okita Soki seemed to realize his willfulness. He was a little embarrassed by it. "I'm sorry, Mr. Kondo told me many times that I'm too emotional." There is nothing wrong with being too emotional. If it were not for your feelings, I would have to find a way to escape that night. Heng replied while pouring tea for Okita Soki and himself, "I heard that your chief gave you a long break." Okita Soki sipped the tea and thanked him. "Well, I killed Shinsaku Takasuji, but it's been said that the current situation is a bit different. The higher-ups are considering cooperating with Tobacco supporters. This decision was made confidential, and the director told me he would reward me afterward. Actually, I don't care about the reward, which is why I asked for a long break." After that, something seemed to cross Soki's mind. "Oh, yes, you are here for a friendly duel. I'm available now. Where should we go? The Koyama Dojo?" "No need." Heng's answer was unexpected. "I want to fight the top master of the Shinsengumi, a man known as the Heavenly Sword, not a sad person trapped by love. For now, you have no value to me." "I'm sorry," Okita Soki apologized, "I really don't feel like touching my weapon now. When you are fully recovered, come to the Koyama Dojo and find me." Heng finished his tea, got up, and left 10 copper coins on the table. "Okay, I won't break the promise again," Okita Soki said seriously. Heng had underestimated the impact of this incident on Okita Soki. It was said that fearing the Shinsengumi's retaliation, that house owner decided to marry off his daughter to someone from his hometown. When Okita Soki knew about it 3 days later, Soyo had already left Kyoto. That day, Mr. Okita sat in front of the small tea stall from the morning until the night. When the owner was closing up, he did not dare to retrieve the stool that he was sitting on. Until midnight, Soki continually gazed at the house with bloodshot eyes, so stubborn he refused to get up and leave. After another month, Heng heard that Okita Soki was gravely ill. When he visited him, Soki had lost a lot of weight. He was only skin and bones on of his body parts, and among other things, his cough had worsened as well. He was still suffering from mild fever too. When Heng saw him, he was sitting in the yard, looking at an orchid in the corner. Okita Soki didn't notice Heng walking into the yard. A master like Okita Soki would have noticed him the moment he stepped into the yard. Heng then sighed secretly in his heart. Soki was deteriorating rapidly, and with his coughing, coupled with the emotional trauma he experienced earlier, he might die earlier than expected. However, he seemed quite sprightly now. When Heng put down the pork he was holding, Okita Soki finally noticed him and said, "You are one rare visitor. I am nearby doing something. I came over when I remember that you are staying nearby here. Are you still challenging the dojos in Kyoto? Mr. Abe, you are such a weird person." Okita Soki smiled. "Nowadays, there are legends about you in the streets and alleys of Kyoto. I heard that thanks to you, Koyama Dojo has become very famous, recruiting many disciples." Chapter 579. Coming as promised. Okita Soki related to Heng about the recent happenings brewing within the Shinsengumi. It appeared that Kyoto's public security was worsening by the day, and the general's behavior was getting more and more ambiguous. The director Kondo Izami and the deputy Hijikata Toshizo were getting increasingly worried. With the rapidly deteriorating situation, rumors that a new government would soon be propped up began to spread widely among the public. The Ronin in the group also began to worry about their future. If the new government fell into the Tabaku sect's hands, they would definitely come up with everything they had to destroy Shinsengumi since it was the shogunate's main force. While everyone was panicking, Okita Soki, trying to make a full recovery at home, was exceptionally calm. He knew how bad the situation was, but he managed to convince himself to simplify the whole thing. Since the director and deputy director were still in discussion, he just needed to execute them as usual. Okita Soki just did not know if he could even swing the tachi in his hand. In 2 months, the maple leaves of Kiyomizu-dera should turn red too, Okita Soki blurted to Heng. "Yes. When the time comes, I really want to take a look," Okita Soki sighed. "I see. Unfortunately, I have lost a reason to go there again." A trace of sadness lurked beneath in Okita Soki's signature hearty smile. Perhaps he saw his destiny from the orchid in the corner. "Get well soon. I heard that Director Kondo and Deputy Director Hijikata are busy seeking a potential partner for you. Your sister Ako entrusted them with your marriage before you left home," replied Heng. Okita Soki shook his head. "You don't have to lie. I know my body. I am afraid this sickness that plagues me is incurable. So, I shouldn't waste the time of any other woman." Heng was speechless. But then, Okita Soki reassured Heng. "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten the agreement between us. I will go to you when my health gets better. Well, if there is anything at all that you need, get someone to look for me in the dojo." Okita Soji's health deteriorated faster than expected, and there was a good chance the friendly match with Heng wouldn't even take place. It was a shame that Heng was unable to fight the top Shinsengumi member in this dungeon. But such was life. Nobody got what they wanted all the time. After that, Heng wasted no more time, quickly building a good relationship with the Tabaku supporters. Initially, he wanted to look for Kondo Izami, but he wasn't in Kyoto at that time. Since he knew Saigo Takamori, Kido Takayoshi, and Sakamoto Ryoma were going to live a short life, he gave up on looking for these historical celebrities. He wasn't asking for much, anyway. All he wanted to do was protect Koyama Dojo from certain destruction after the new government was established. It could easily be made possible by anyone with a little influence. The new government had a challenging journey ahead of them. Many lost their lives in civil wars and assassinations, where practically none of them had a good ending. Hence, it was a bad idea to get too close to them. Besides, Heng made some time to watch the maple leaves with Akane Koyama at the temple. Everything happening to her now was something she never dared imagine before. Koyama Dojo had been given a new breath of life. Presently, it had become even better than when her father was alive. Nonetheless, she didn't know why her joy faded when she heard that Heng would leave Kyoto next year. When she went to the temple, Akane Koyama's mood had changed. Including the extra 24 hours, Heng had spent 270 days in this dungeon, equivalent to almost 9 months. Besides obtaining the legendary Katana, Heng's most significant gain from this dungeon was that his LV3 swordsmanship was finally improving again after a long time of stagnation. By the 7th month, however, Heng could no longer level up his swordsmanship by challenging Kyoto's dojos. After merging the signature moves of various dojos, he vaguely noticed that he was about to reach LV point for swordsmanship. Unfortunately, he could not find a way to break through the barrier. At the end of the shogunate era, Kyoto was the best place to hone one's swordsmanship. This could be the last chance for him to improve. When he left the dungeon, it would be almost impossible to do it. However, there was no one left in Kyoto worthy of fighting him. 2 of the 4 legendary samurais had been killed by Heng, and he even helped Tabaku to kill some of the shogunate's masters. An opponent like Kirino Toshioki was indeed hard to come by. Heng was desperate to meet someone as good as him. He thought about going to Edo if he wanted to improve his swordsmanship further. He wanted to challenge someone powerful over there. However, he did not know the consequences if he left the designated location of this quest. Heng would only do it if it were his last resort. When he was thinking about it, an old friend came to look for him. Okita Soki had put on a light blue hari today. His cuffs had shinsengumi patterns on them, and this was also his favorite set. Having his hair and beard trimmed, he painted some pastel on his face like one of those geishas to hide away how pale he actually was. Early the next morning, he knocked on Koyama Dojo's door. Akane Koyama was shocked to see the frail Okita Soki at her doorstep. Not long ago, she heard that his health had taken a worse turn and that death was inevitable, which was why she had gone to visit him only a few days ago. Before he entered the dojo, Soki bowed solemnly at Akane Koyama. "Can you ask Mr. Abe next door to come over? Just tell him that Okita Soki is here for the appointment." "Appointment?" Akane Koyama hurriedly let the ailing man enter the dojo, appearing to have forgotten the friendly duel entirely. After all, the appointment was made 6 months ago, not to mention the state Okita Soki was in. Let alone a friendly match, he might even have a problem walking. "I have adjusted my body and spirit to the best condition according to what I promised him. Mr. Abe and I will have to continue with our friendly duel no matter what." Chapter 580. Favor. Koyama Dojo was not what it used to be. It had way more students now, and after Heng's motivational speech, many came in early to train, forcing Heng, who was just a wall away, to develop the habit of going to bed getting up early. When Akane found him, he had already washed up and was getting just about to go for a run. Knowing that Okita was literally knocking on death's door, Heng had long given up hope of fighting a duel with him. Furthermore, in the current state he was in, Okita wasn't even expected to last 1 round. Even though Heng was stuck between levels 3 and 4 and had no way to move past that stage, the last thing he wanted was for Okita to sacrifice his life. However, when Heng saw Okita, he knew that he would not talk the man out of the duel. So, in the end, both ended up in Heng's little courtyard at Heng's request. Regardless of who won, he did not wish for the duel's result to be made public. Okita Soji took the bakuto from Akane but was in no hurry to remove the tachi from his waist. He looked at Heng in the eyes and said, "Before we start, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you." "Please, go ahead," replied Heng. "Are you working together with Satsuma and Choshu Domain now?" The atmosphere suddenly turned somber. Akane appeared to be troubled and was about to speak up when Heng raised a hand to stop her. "Yes," he nodded. "Of course." Okita Soji's reaction was completely unexpected. Instead of being angry and disappointed, he looked relieved. "I heard similar rumors." I also heard that the deputy leader of Kyoto Mimawarigumi died by your hand. That's true, Heng answered. So, have you come to avenge them today? No, even though we do the same thing as the Kyoto Mimawarigumi, our association is perfunctory. Also, I'm not a perfectionist like the deputy leader. Okita Soji shook his head. Times have changed, the general has already relinquished command and returned imperial rule to the emperor. However, they are still not satisfied. No one knows what the future will look like, and there's panic among the people. Many are already seeking ways to escape the country, but because of the strict regulations, no one dares to say it aloud. The truth is, people are already thinking of other ways to deal with it. Okita paused. I want to speak to someone who has contact with the Sonojoi. It's just perfect that Mr. Abe happens to be well acquainted with them. It's because I know that I can trust you. You can always come to me if you need any help. Are you hoping to get out of Shinsengumi? Asked Heng. Okita smiled. How is my current situation any different from that? I don't care about the higher-ups matters, but I've worn this uniform for so long, and I've gotten used to it. And why bother wasting energy taking it off when I'm already at the end of my life? Heng kept quiet and waited for Okita to continue. There are two people in this world that I will never stop worrying about. The first is my elder sister Akao. Thank goodness, she's already married. The other person is Commander Kondo. He was the one who brought me to Kyoto, and he and Hijikata have been taking care of me all this time. I know the commander very well. He's a stubborn man. Once he sets his mind on something, he will never change it. If the new government is established, I'm afraid he will never submit to those renegades. So, I'm asking you to do something that won't be easy to do. Okita Soji sighed. Should the situation deteriorate to that extent, and if conditions permit, I hope you can help Commander Kondo. Pull some strings to have the commander's life spared, let him return to his hometown, and perhaps, live out the rest of his life as a farmer. Okita was probably the only one among the Shinsengumi unconcerned about politics. Ironically, he was also probably the most thoughtful. His worries were not unreasonable. In fact, they were bang on. Heng, well versed with the era's history, knew precisely what was to become Kondo Izami, Shinsengumi's leader. Even though, for some reason, Kondo was unable to participate in the Battle of Toba-Fushimi, he remained loyal to the shogunate and returned to Edo after he lost the Battle of Koshukatsunuma to the new government. On top of that, there was also internal conflict within the Shinsengumi. Kondo led the remaining members with their revolt against the new government, but he was captured in Nagarima, then beheaded in public soon afterward. Heng thought about the request and then decided to be forthcoming with Okita. I can only do my best, but there is no guarantee. The fact was, Kondo's death would be due in April the following year. By that time, Heng would have already left the quest. He had been swamped lately and found no time to use his extra game opportunity to return to the previous quest. In fact, he had no idea what would happen to this quest after he left. However, he could find a way to smooth things over between him and the higher-ups ahead of time and maybe even keep Kondo Izami from dying. But then again, based on Kondo's personality, even if he was lucky enough to escape death, chances were he wouldn't retreat to his hometown and be a farmer. There was still the Enkyo-Izo War, the Satsuma Rebellion, and many more. But even if Heng fulfilled his promise and saved Kondo, Kondo's death after the fact was no longer his responsibility. Okita Soji sighed, obviously relieved. That's enough. I never expected you to swear by it or anything like that. I just want to have one less thing to worry about when I leave. There is one last thing I need you to do for me. As he was speaking, he removed the sword at his waist, and as he stroked the blade, his face softened. This sword is called Kiku Ikimunji, cast by the swordsmith Ikimunji of the Ikimunji school of Bizen province. It's 700 years old and has been my companion since I could remember. Unfortunately, our fate has concluded. I want to find a home for it, and you are the best candidate. I believe that, in your hands, it will dazzle with even more brilliance. Heng was dumbstruck. The Kikuikimunji may not be one of the 5 heavenly swords, but it was also reputed as one of Japan's greatest. There were rumors on the internet claiming that its owner was none other than Okita Soji, though very few would agree to that. Yet, here was Heng, receiving the famous sword from Okita Soji. Okita visited Heng at the Koyama Dojo to make some arrangements for when he was gone. He clearly sensed that he did not have much time left, so he asked Heng for a favor and to bid the world farewell as a samurai. Chapter 581. The prettiest fireworks in the world. The cherry blossom trees had shed their flowers, leaving behind only dried and yellow leaves. With the gentle morning breeze, leaves rained down from the tree like a golden shower. Mr. Okita raised his cheeks and took a deep breath, savoring the taste of nostalgia showered upon him by the ecstatic environment. He opened his eyes, telling Heng, "My sensei is the leader of Tenon Rishinryu, and his name is Kondo Shusuke. When he was 19, he acquired the Meikyo Kaiden. After that, he came to Kyoto with his Kondo Izami. Both of them joined the Shinsengumi at the same time. We participated in the assassination of the former director Serizawa Kami, Hikujiro Ochiyama, and the subsequent Ike-Dea operation. Other than that, we've completed many major and minor missions too. I don't remember how many people I killed, but my swordsmanship got getting better and better. 6 months ago in Gion, we fought side by side. But if you treat me the same, I'm afraid you will lose the battle." Okita Soki paused. "I had nothing to do when I was sick. Each day, I could only think about all kinds of nonsense to relieve the pain. Among those things were thoughts about my swordsmanship. I almost reenacted all the previous battles I had been through, and I looked for ways to overcome my weaknesses and improve my skills. It took a long time for me to recuperate. So I'm not lying. I am indeed in the best state of mind and body. It just so happens that I have been busy improving myself recently," replied Heng with a nod. "It seems we can verify each other's gains in this friendly match." "Indeed." Okita Soki said no more, raised the wooden katana in his hand and made a move. Instantly, his whole temperament changed. Without the dread that plagued him, Okita Soki was radiating with life force and vitality. Nobody would have ever thought he was seriously ill just moments ago. If Kirino Toshioki was like a tiger from the mountains, the current Okita Soki was like the bright moon hanging in the dark night. He tossed his shadow into the river, and it looked like it was reachable. "Be careful, Mr. Abe." Okita Soki placed the wooden katana at his side, and at the same time, he began to move. He was as light as a butterfly that flew amongst the flowers, dashed toward Heng in a blink of an eye. The only thing that was faster than him was the wooden katana in his hand. Heng, on the other hand, remained still and did nothing about the incoming attack. However, his eyes never stopped following Soki's hands. When the wooden katana struck, Heng quickly caught the katana in a steady move. But the next moment, Heng let out a sigh, and Okita Soki's wooden katana disappeared from his vision. A second later, it reappeared again, and it landed accurately on the back of Heng's sword. With Heng's sword pinned down, Okita Soki did not waste this rare opportunity and stabbed his opponent's chest with all his might. Heng still managed to remain calm in this dangerous situation. The time he spent on the ship during the Black Sail quest helped him survive the attack. When the wooden katana struck at him, Heng turned sideways and dodged the attack. This was just the beginning. Okita Soki took the opportunity and bludgeoned Heng non-stop like his life depended on it. Every strike that he landed was better than the last. The fallen leaves on the ground whipped up each time he swung the wooden katana, like an orchestra perfectly synced and composed. Heng knew that Okita Soki was not lying earlier. There were indeed significant improvements in his skills compared to when he met him at Gion that night. If Kirino Toshioki stood before him now, it was likely that he would not be able to survive more than 20 moves, considering his horrible physical condition at the moment. Heng was very curious about how this top samurai would turn out if he did not die so young. What could he achieve afterward? Unfortunately, no one would know the answer. Thank goodness, though, 2 other people were able to witness the last dance of this peerless master at the end of his life. Akane Koyama held her breath from the first moment Heng and Okita Soki fought. Since she was a Katana practitioner, nothing in this world could be more exciting than the battle brewing before her. Heng and Okita Soki were perhaps the strongest swordsmen at that time. This friendly battle that they had could be considered as the battle of the era. Though they were slugging it out in her small courtyard, it was a breathtaking sight to her. It wasn't until years later that Akane Koyama became a master. Whenever she recalled this battle, she knew she had learned a lot from it. After the battle at Gion, Heng had almost forgotten what it felt like to be pressured by others during a fight. Could this be the gap between different talents? While he was challenging the dojos in Kyoto, Okita Soki caught up with his skills secretly. No one knew what kind of epiphany he gained when his illness tormented him. Now, the two were standing on the same line again. The most enjoyable thing in this world was to compete with someone as good as you. Without expressing themselves with words, Heng and Okita Soki could feel each other's thoughts. Soki's eyes lit up like stars in the night sky, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards, revealing the long-lost innocent, hearty smile. Meanwhile, Heng closed his eyes, clearly recalling the cultivation mantra Akane Koyama told him earlier. And he thought it was useless. As of now, Heng entered his zone. Although his eyes were closed, his other four senses had become unprecedentedly sharp and sensitive. Okita Soki's movements were predicted, and his attacks were all blocked by Heng. Unbeknownst to her, tears fell from Akane Koyama's eyes. After witnessing the battle, the most moving scene she had ever witnessed, she saw that both sides had a common goal of pursuing what they deemed to be beautiful. She could see that Heng and Okita Soki were giving it their very all. It was especially true for Okita Soki. Like a moth flying toward the flames of a candle, he couldn't stop himself, fighting with every last labored breath he had. He fought even if it meant certain death. Heng had also forgotten that he was seeking a breakthrough in his swordsmanship. He was so focused on the battle he did not even hear the system notifications. All he could think of was to defend against Okita Soki's next attack. His sweat started to evaporate, turning into a steamy cloud as the intense battle raged on. However, a few seconds later, his powerful momentum disappeared without any warning. The heavens and earth returned to silence again, leaving only a vast expanse of land, cleansed, as if there was nothing. It was at that time, Heng knew the traces of Okita Soki in this world would remain in this world forever. When he opened his eyes, he saw Akane Koyama was crying. Chapter 582. Present. After the friendly match with Okita Soki, Heng's LV.3 swordsmanship had finally broken through to LV.4. To him, this was like stepping into a new realm. The promotion to each major level was a qualitative leap, not to mention LV4, which was in itself a very rare achievement for anyone. After the upgrade, he could feel that his five senses had been considerably enhanced. Coupled with previous insight and combat experience accumulated by challenging various dojos, and the foundation built in Black Sail, Heng finally came up with his sect. To commemorate this battle with Okita Soki, Heng decided to name the new sect Enlighten Me. He also gained a new skill called Mind's Eye, allowing him to keep fighting even when his vision was impaired. With the newfound talents, perhaps he could even fill in if there was a job opening for the daredevil in the future. He pondered about it as he rubbed his chin. He could also feel that his mind's eye had room for further improvement. Perhaps its ultimate goal in the future was to remain completely unaffected even with all five senses blocked. If that was the case, his sixth sense would probably need to be improved to an incredible level. This might sound supernatural. A master, the likes of him, could usually sense impending threats. It was instrumental in preventing sneak attacks. However, if Heng were to rely on his sixth sense to fight, he might have to spend a lot longer honing that skill. He was in no hurry, though. His time in this dungeon was coming to an end, his swordsmanship had been upgraded as he wished, and he had found 2 legendary katana as well. Even if he wanted a higher quality sword, he would not know where to look for it. So what about the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, one of the 3 divine weapons? Well, the sword was extraordinarily reputable but was mostly used as a ritual tool. Besides, it was ancient, and questionable materials had been used in its forging. This meant it might be unsuitable for actual combat. Instead of being stored in the Kyoto Imperial Palace, it was currently in Atsuta-Yungu, and there was no way Heng could get his hands on it even if he wanted to. It was fair to say that the Divine Five Swords were the best swords a player could get their hands on in this dungeon, and although Scarlet previously speculated that there were better weapons here, she had no idea how to find them. Heng had no intention to force it either. He had already done everything he could. It was simply fated that he could not find them. Next, he had to solve a dilemma. According to the rules of the dungeon, he could only bring one weapon out. He could either choose to grab the Juzumaru or the Kikuikimunji. Undoubtedly, it was a tough choice to make. Heng speculated that these two katana had to be grade C weapons. As for their respective specialties, they could only be identified after an appraisal. As of now, he knew that the Juzumaru had extremely high durability, and the rosary entangled around its hilt was likely used to ward off evil spirits. The Kikuikimunji, meanwhile, was Okita Soki's favorite katana. It was lighter but sharper than the Juzumaru and could easily cut a falling leaf into two. Soki's excellent skills allowed him to fully utilize the katana. With Heng's current swordsmanship, this katana would increase his attack speed by 30%. These two swords had their own specialties, and it was making him a little hard to decide. Just as he was hesitating, the quest came to its end. After that, the Battle of Toba Fushimi broke out as recorded in history. When the nation's political situation became more and more unfavorable, Okuboto Shimichi and Seigo Takamori decided to embark on a journey to destroy Tobaku. In January that year, the shogunate was defeated several times, ushering in a new era. Those people immersed in joy today had no idea what fate awaited them in the future. Per the agreement with Okita Soki, Heng used the connections he built in Tobaku Sect to meet Kido Takayoshi. The latter promised that if Kondo Izami was willing to surrender and stopped making the new government his enemy, he would spare his life. However, Izami had to publicly declare that he was dead, and he had to go back to his hometown and live his life out as a peasant. Heng knew Kondo Izami was not going to accept a deal like this. Kido Takayoshi, too, knew that Kondo Izami would not agree to the deal. However, Heng had fulfilled the promise he made to Okita Soki, and that was to find a way for Kondo Izami to live. However, he would not help Kondo Izami decide anything because everyone ultimately had their own destiny. After doing these things, the next step was to wait for the day of parting. The cherry blossom in the yard finally lost all its leaves. Although new shoots would grow in the coming year, Heng could no longer wait for that day to come. Today, he sat in the Koyama Dojo's courtyard, watching a few samurai practice their swordsmanship while eating grilled fish and pickled radishes. Soon afterward, Akane Koyama walked out of the main room after ending a class. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, took a bowl of red bean soup handed by Heng. She asked as she took a sip, "Have you booked the tickets?" "Yes. It's tomorrow afternoon." Heng smiled. He told her that he had something to do overseas and that he had to go back there again. And the return date was uncertain as well. Now the Koyama Dojo was on the right track. The era of the samurai was over. Sometime after that, the new government would form the Metropolitan Police Department. According to history, the department trained its officers in different sects and eventually came up with their own Keisatsu-ryu. After that, they taught the sword technique to others. And Heng managed to alter history by a little. Through his efforts, the little-known sect, Koyama Meishin-ryu, was now inducted among Japan's top 10 sects. Later, the Koyama Dojo was also employed by the Metropolitan Police Department as a training ground for its members. In this way, even in the Meiji era, Akane Koyama's dojo would still get to grow. Akane Koyama bit her lip. She had witnessed all those things that Heng had done for Koyama Dojo during this period. However, it is difficult for her to repay him. She could only silently enjoy the benefits brought by him, and to her, this was unacceptable. After a while, she broke her silence. "Weren't you collecting swords earlier?" "Oh. I stopped doing that after you reminded me, chuckled Zhang. My father had a katana too, but it is not legendary. I don't know who made it, Akane Koyama said. I know it's incomparable to the katana you have, but take it as a parting gift. If that's the case, I will gladly accept it. Zhang nodded. Although he could not bring this katana out of this dungeon, he accepted Akane Koyama's kind gesture. He reached out and took the sword from her, then drew it out of its scabbard and took a look. As expected, it was ordinary and looked to be less than 100 years old. Though it was well kept, it wasn't as hard as the Juzumaru, and neither was it as sharp as the Kikuiki-munji. Its blade seemed dull, and there were no inscriptions left by the swordsmith. However, Zhang still accepted the katana because he did not want to disappoint Akane Koyama. He got up and bowed to her. Thank you for taking good care of me during this time. Akane Koyama tried to lift her head, not to let the tears fall out of her eyes. Shun then whispered, I will keep the courtyard for you forever. Come back if you have time. Chapter 583. Katana Appraisal. Until the last day, Zhang still failed to decide which katana to bring back to the real world. After thinking for a long time, he decided it would be better to consult a professional. So, he brought his Kikuiki-munji, Juzumaru, and the unknown katana given by Akane Koyama to Kyoto's most famous sword house. He had been here to admire their katana before, and he also told the shopkeeper to reserve all the famous katana for him, so the manager and shopkeeper knew who he was. When they saw him entering the shop, smiles instantly appeared on their faces. Abe-sama, we don't have any new katana today. What brings you here? Zhang handily gave the little monk 5 cents to open the door, causing the latter to grin almost to the back of his head. I am not here to buy katana today. I want to look for someone to appraise a few katana. The shop manager and the shopkeeper looked at each other and laughed. What's wrong? Zhang asked. It's a coincidence that you are here today. The boss is usually not in the store, and I don't know why he came here early today, but this is an excellent opportunity. He knows all kinds of swords in the world. From the works of famous swordsmiths to the weapons made by ordinary blacksmiths, he can identify their origin with a glance. Is he that good? Zhang was a little surprised. If you have any questions about a katana or sword, just ask him. Of course, you have to make sure that your blade is good enough to capture his attention. Don't worry about that. Please lead me to him. Come with me. The store manager took Zhang to a tea room behind the katana house. A thin old man could be seen making tea there. This guest here hopes you can appraise his katana for him. The shop manager bowed at the thin man. Thank you, he replied, nodding in thanks. The shop manager then exited the house. The old man pointed to the tatami on the ground. When Zhang saw it, he bowed and sat down. During the Tokyo Drift quest, he had spent some time in Japan. At that time, etiquette was not as important, and he could sit as he pleased. Since Zhang was in a different era, he realized that he had to learn the traditional Japanese sitting style. The toe joints were stretched as far as possible, the instep and calves were placed on a flat surface, where the heel and toes were used as support. It was uncomfortable, to say the least, and it was said that this sitting posture resembled corporal punishment in China. However, according to the history of China, it seemed like no one sat like that anymore. The boss did not talk about helping Zhang to appraise his katana. Fortunately, Zhang was not in a hurry. Since there was still half a day left before the quest came to an end, he just sat there and watched the old man make tea. The Japanese tea ceremony was divided along 2 main lines, matcha and sencha. In fact, both originated from China, where matcha was from the Tang dynasty and sencha was from the Ming and Qing dynasties. When they were passed down to Japan, they were further developed and improved. It was said that the earliest tea seeds were brought back to Japan by those who studied in China during the Nara era. Senno-rikyu was a master, and his wake seijaku had a great influence on the later generations. The boss had obviously studied the quintessence of wake seijaku. He lit the charcoal and boiled the water in one go. Then, he warmed the bowl, poured the hand-ground tea powder into the bowl, added some hot water, and stirred the tea with a chasen until bubbles started to form. Intricate and graceful, it was not unlike an art performance. Finally, the tea was poured into 2 bowls. This was matcha. Heng took one of the boss's bowls and pointed at its pattern to show his gratitude. He then took a sip but couldn't taste the difference. "You are very patient," the boss showed a smile on his skinny face as if he could see right through Heng's mind. He then shook his head. "Let's talk about the katana." Heng took out the first katana and handed it to the boss. Juzumaru. As expected, the boss only glanced at it, going on, Heian-era, made by Aoi Tsuneji. The blade is 2 feet and 5 inches in length. The rosary around it belonged to the former owner, Master Nichiren. This was a famous katana that belonged to a Buddhist temple. Unfortunately, it fell into the hands of an executioner. It caused the sword to become hostile. To eliminate its hostility, you have to place it at a temple for some time. "You are truly good with katana." Heng then handed him the second sword. "This is the Kikuikimunji. You have many good katana," the boss remarked, then stroked the blade as if it was a fine vase. "Did you see the quenching marks on it? They are deeper than the ones found on ordinary katana. This technique is called ikimunji. The Kikuikimunji was the masterpiece of the Ikimunji sect, and its maker was from the Kamakura period. His name is Ichi, and he named it Munji. The katana is 2 feet and 4.2 inches long. Its most famous owner is Okita Tsuji. This famous sword has finally found its destiny. Unfortunately, its owner had a short life. If you listen carefully, you can still hear its wailing. A passionate person paired with a passionate katana was nothing more than love. After listening to the boss's comments, Heng fell into silence. After a while, he raised his head. "What I'd like to ask next is which of these 2 are more suitable for me?" The boss did not answer him immediately. Instead, he said, "Don't you still have one more? Why don't you take it out? That one was just a gift from a friend. Although it is of great significance to me, I'm afraid it is not good enough for you to appraise," lamented Heng. "I decide if the katana is worthy of my time, not you. Do you still want me to appraise it?" "As you wish." Heng finally handed him the ordinary tachi that Akane Koyama gave him. "Well, this tachi is SOSO. The one who cast the blade is SOSO, and the original owner is SOSO too. This tachi doesn't even have a name, and there are no inscriptions on it. Maybe the one who made it felt that it was an embarrassment. I can't find its origins in books anyway. It is definitely worse than the katana I have in my shop." Heng did not know what to think. He had told the boss that the tachi was ordinary, but the old man insisted on appraising it. When he finally got it, he couldn't stop criticizing it. It was as if he had nothing better to do. "Anyway, this tachi was given to me by a friend." Heng stretched out his hand, attempting to take it back. However, the boss did not immediately let it go. He said, "In that case, choose this one." I said, "Just choose this one." Juzumaru is Master Nichiren's katana, and Kikuikimunji belonged to Okita Soki. Both of them had crafted their signature on the katana. Hence, these are theirs. Heng seemed to be moved by his words. A katana is only famous because of its owner. It doesn't matter if it doesn't have a name. You can give it one. It doesn't matter if it doesn't have a history. Just write the history yourself. Besides, you have invested your feelings into this piece. This is your katana. The boss was like a demon, incessantly tempting Heng to take this katana. "You don't want me to bring these 2 famous katana out of this dungeon, right?" Heng somewhat knew the boss' true identity. So, he decided that he would be honest with him. The boss took a sip of his tea and said with a smile, "This is your choice. I'm only responsible for the suggestions. Don't regret it after you make up your mind. After you have said so much, you can't bury the fact that this katana is weaker than the other 2. You know very well that there is nothing perfect in this world. Katana are like people. We all have our sad moments. Many emperors and generals suffered from losses. The most important thing is that they had help in their most difficult times. So, you are saying that I should be the one who makes this katana famous? Hee hee. The boss laughed, and all the divine aura emanating from him when making tea was lost. The choice is yours. Maybe this katana will help you during your most difficult time. Chapter 584. Bakumatsu Kyoto, End. Heng returned from the Bakumatsu Kyoto quest 3 days ago. When he received the result of the item identification, he knew that he had been fooled. Name, common sword. Grade, F. Usage, blade bone, only 1, fruit of the katana shop's owner in his early days. The maker searched extensively for surplus materials from famed swords, employing tenacious ambition to forge the unparalleled blade bone. However, the quality of the materials themselves was poor, and its casting method very ordinary. But as his first completed product, it is pretty good. The description meant that the person who forged the sword used leftover materials from famous swords and ambitiously combined them. Unfortunately, the final product was of extremely low quality. Heng expected this to happen. No matter how the boss vaunted about the sword, its workmanship and materials used were something that couldn't be changed, and it was never mentioned in the history books. In every way, it was inferior to the 2 other swords, and when the boss justified the sword with the young men should go and make history or excuse, Heng turned a deaf ear. Yet, he eventually decided to buy it because from his long experience in the games, the boss who would only appear at the end of the quest should be on the same level as Einstein in Apollo training camp, and Arthur Conan Doyle in deductive reasoning. The guy was buried rather deep in the quest. Neither Scarlet nor her friends had met him before. Heng assumed that it had to be the katana shop's owner because he set off some trigger. Heng had 3 swords on him. The battle to obtain the Juzumaru was the fiercest. It spilled from the tea house to the street, and at the end of it, he had to fight Kirino Toshioki. The battle for the Kikuiki Munji was more demanding in terms of swordsmanship, defeating Okita Soji, probably the best swordsman of the Bakumatsu period and one determined to wear himself out, was no easy feat either. But if you thought about it, it was the 3rd sword, its acquisition of which did not seem to require much effort, was the most difficult to obtain. Including the extra time he had due to the bug, it took Heng 9 months to assist the ailing Koyama Dojo back to life and become known throughout Kyoto. This would have been an impossible undertaking for the other players who only had 30 days to complete the quest. Based on previous patterns, most of the game items were directly correlated with difficulty, especially hidden items, the reason why Heng decided to bet on the sword. However, it turned out to be a dud. The bartender lady seemed to be gloating. She was there when Heng completed the exchange with Scarlet. Generally speaking, game items that allowed access to special quests were quite valuable. Even if Heng did not use them himself, he could sell them for a good price and earn many points. In every way, it was way more powerful than an F-grade item. This was a massive loss for him. After all, once upon a time, he had 2 C-grade items similar to the Mikazuki Munechika, yet he chose this ordinary sword over them. All he could do now was accept his losses. Heng counted the points he had accumulated so far. After the deductive reasoning quest, he had around 1,200 points. Later on, because he was involved in the battle between the Arc of Light and the Union, he bought a sniper rifle and a flash bullet that cost him 50 points. Right now, he had around 1,100 points left. When the bartender finished exulting in his misfortune, Heng asked, "Remember you told me that you knew a blacksmith that forges weapons for the gods?" "MMHMM. What about it?" The bartender raised an eyebrow at him, looking intrigued. Then she pointed at the ordinary sword and said, "Don't tell me you're thinking of recasting this thing." Now I finally understand what the guy meant when he said someone great helped him to get out of a tough situation, sighed Heng. After the disappointment subsided, Heng reconsidered all possibilities. Suppose the owner of the katana shop bore no malice when he recommended the sword. In that case, there could be only one explanation left: the man obviously knew nothing about Heng. However, he did know that Zhang had the means to recast the sword and activate the blade bone feature concealed within. That also implied that the shop owner and the swordsmith the bartender knew were not the same people. You better think this through. No one knows what this so-called blade bones characteristic actually is. That guy I know charges a hefty price for his service. What's more, this sword is only a grade F item. Why invest so much in ending up with a D or even just an E grade item? Your losses would be even greater then. Sometimes, nipping your losses at the bud may be the wiser move, the bartender warned. This sword is given to me by a friend, and it contains her emotions. The guy was right, this is my sword, said Zhang. Which is why I've made the decision. We'll see how it performs after it has been recast. Also, can you ask him if I could pay using game items? Zhang might not have many points on hand, and after the battle between the Arc of Light and the Union, he had collected quite a few game items that weren't the least practical. On top of that, he received a few more items when he killed the player's team to save my Nan. Right now, he had so many game items that it was almost excessive. There was always a limit to the items he was allowed to bring into quests. The remaining items in his possession were hard to be put to fair use, and it would be great if he could use them to pay for the recast. That guy does have an interest in strange materials, said the bartender. It wouldn't hurt to ask. Their X had stringent blade control regulations. Zhang was not interested in carrying around an F-grade sword, so he simply deposited it with the bartender. After that, Zhang gave himself some time off and temporarily stayed away from that strange world, returning to his original position as a college student. In the following week, he stayed away from the players' forum, attended lectures on time, and played computer games with his roommate Wei Jiangyang and the others. He never missed his daily training, of course. Above all that, Zhang also downloaded Fate Grand Order * and made it just in time for Honoji's rerun. Zhang hit level 648 twice, but even after he took out his lucky rabbit's foot, there was still no sign of Okita Soji. Perhaps their encounter at the dungeon had exhausted whatever fate that bounded them. When Chen Huadong erupted in excited laughter, proclaiming loudly, "Miss Okita is mine," Zhang was reminded of the boy with a shy smile in Kiyomizu Temple and the brilliant cherry blossoms that day. Translator's note: Fate Excel Zero Order, an online, free-to-play Japanese mobile game. Chapter 585. This is the answer I'd like to hear. Mister, is your mom my master? Chen Huadong had been getting more and more bored recently. Ever since he broke up with Xujing, he had returned to the embrace of the virtual world. He called this a healing process, where he buried his head in FGO, Warship Girls, and Asia Lane non-stop for days and nights. Everyone was impressed by how strong his liver was. As if that wasn't enough, he also binged Watch for Harems and 2 Yuri series. Even though his day was full of activities, he didn't forget to wander around the dormitory. Whenever he saw someone, he would ask if the person was his master. The obsessive behavior caused even Ma Wei not to dare to show up outside of his dormitory anymore. This afternoon, Chen Huadong started his daily patrol again. As he walked, he stopped suddenly and stared at Wei Jiangyang, who was browsing for sneakers in front of his computer. He then fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Are you so obsessed with my beauty you failed to look away? Wei Jiangyang panicked when he realized that Chen Huadong was staring at him. However, Chen Huadong let out a long sigh when he heard what Wei Jiangyang said. Old Wei, why do you think this world is so unfair? You are not more handsome than me, and you're not richer than Zhang. Other than the two of them, Ma Wei is also far more mature than you. Why is it that you are the only one with a girlfriend in our dormitory? Because I'm not playing 3 mobile games at the same time. Wei Jiangyang raised his eyebrows. Zhang doesn't play mobile games that much as well. Besides, his rotten luck is making him say goodbye to all the gacha games, replied Chen Huadong with a shake of his head. You have to know that Zhang wasn't actively searching for a girlfriend, and I'm pretty sure he will find one if he puts some effort into it. As for you, you can't even find one even if you work hard for her. Now that is the fundamental difference between you and him. Wei Jiangyang kindly reminded, a couple of days ago, a girl from the next class asked for Zhongheng's WeChat. And he declined her request without any hesitation. Old Wei, do you really need to shoot me in the head again after my heart is broken? Chen Huadong complained. Actually, you are not that bad. Wei Jiangyang realized that Chen Huadong had recently gone through a heartbreak, so he stopped teasing him and started comforting him instead. Tell me 5 best things about me now. Quick! 1 minute. Go! Chen Huadong was not going to let Wei Jiangyang off the hook that easily. Now, he was dead serious. If you fail to say it, it means you don't love me. Ai. Wei Jiangyang was speechless. Why do you ask such stupid questions like my girlfriend? Nulled. Zhongheng put down the to-finish grammar in his hand. You are not too bad yourself. Although you are not that handsome, I can say you look above average. You are pretty meticulous, you don't have any bad habits, and you are funny too. Often, when you play League of Legends, you carry your teammates to victory. See that? That's the answer that I'm looking for. Chen Huadong's sorrow turned into joy when he heard what Zhongheng said to him. Immediately, he put on an ear-to-ear smile. But, you are always playing games in the dorm. No one could discover you even if you had all those good qualities. I remember you set up a club when you started your freshman year. And you joined the movie club as well. Why haven't you gone there recently? Tiger Shark is an online club. We do everything via the internet, like sharing games and anime clips. Besides, there are no girls in the club too. Counting on Tiger Shark to find a girlfriend for me is the same as counting on the Mongolian Navy to regain Hawaii. As for the movie club, Chen Huadong sighed, it's even more meaningless. All the seniors there are arrogant and disrespectful. They are there to get a girlfriend as well, and I'm afraid if I stay there, I will become one of them too. You post on the internet every day to look for uncensored anime. I didn't know you possess such a high-level thinking process. Those two things are unrelated. Chen Huadong said in a huff. Relying on their advantage as senior to bully others is wrong. When they find out that a girl has a boyfriend, they will figure out a way to split them up. I'm not like them. Oh? Who are those bastards who would do something so unethical? Forget it, let's not talk about them, replied Chen Huadong with an eager wave of the hand. Come on. Then, no one can save you anymore. You refuse to socialize even after our lengthy advice. You will keep feeling sorry for yourself in the dorm alone, harumphed Wei Jiangyang. Chen Huadong himself felt how hard the loneliness had hit him. He put his hands behind his back. Standing under the clothes hangers on the balcony, he let out a long sigh. Zhongheng thought for a while and said, 2 days ago, Asuka Hayes told me that she has a female junior of hers who likes anime had just arrived in China and wants to find like-minded Chinese friends to practice her Chinese. Would you like to give it a try? What the hell? Why are you so cruel to me? I just want to find a girlfriend. I don't want to develop an unforgettable long-distance relationship and contribute to the friendship between China and Japan. Then let me ask Xiao Wu, who stays at the opposite dormitory. He seems to be an ACG fan, too. He is also the vice president of Tiger Shark. I think he can go well with Asuka Hayes female junior. Don't. Chen Huadong became anxious when he heard Zhongheng's suggestion, Xiao Wu, he has someone he likes. I'll do it. I will consider it as making a new friend. Anyway, I have always wanted to be friends with a real Japanese girl. Hasn't Xiao Wu been single for some time? When did he get a crush, and why do you sound so awkward? Wei Jiangyang raised his head and asked curiously. I will inform Asuka Hayes about it, Zhongheng said, don't forget your promise. I will not let that happen. From now on, I am willing to become a bridge to build a better friendship between the two countries, Chen Huadong proclaimed confidently. After hearing the good news, he finally regained his vigor. He was so happy that he decided to stop playing his mobile games. Instead, he went to the library to learn Japanese, and Heng even recommended him 2 introductory textbooks. This guy finally decided to do something right. Although he didn't talk about it, I can see that he took a big blow from that breakup with Jing. It would be a great opportunity to come out of it, and he could even learn Japanese. Wei Jiangyang looked at Chen Huadong's back as he walked out of the door. He said, "We are not like you. Our language talent is not as good as you. Not only have you achieved the 6th grade faster and 700 points, but you have also learned Japanese quietly. And now you are starting to learn Finnish. Give us a break, man." Heng hummed casually and sent a message to Asuka Hayes to tell her about it. He then swiped through his contact list and saw Fan Mainan, whom he had not spoken to for some time. He hesitated but still decided not to send her any messages since she told him that she was fine. That was why he did not want to ask the same question again. Then, Heng put his cell phone away and picked up to finish grammar again. Chapter 586. Riddle. A peaceful week passed quickly. Heng was flipping through a book about photographic composition in the library this afternoon. He then received a call from Shin 1111. "Is it convenient to talk now?" "Wait a minute." Heng got up, left the borrowing area, walked into the safe passage, and glanced around. There were only a few freshmen discussing assignments around him, and no one even noticed when he walked past. Picking up the phone, he asked, "What's the matter? I remember you telling me before that you know how to drive." "Yeah." Heng knew Shin 1111 wasn't talking about whether he had a driving license, but she spoke of driving skills. "Can you please help me with something?" Shin 1111 asked, "Heard about the news that was circulating in the forum recently?" "Sorry, I haven't been on the forum much this week." "Oh, if that's the case, you should take a look at the forum news first. After that, if you want to talk, you can come to the Time Sculpting restaurant in Food Alley to look for me." "Sounds good." Heng hung up the phone, opened his laptop, plugged in the USB flash drive that allowed him to hide his IP address, logged into the players' forum, and started browsing the most popular posts. He did not need to search long, though. After a glance, he instantly knew what Shin 1111 wanted to discuss with him. The most exciting news circulating the forum was the Sphinx. Unlike Moresby and Zavilcha that Heng had encountered before, the Sphinx was the mythical creature that everyone had heard of. It originated from Egyptian mythology, but most of its famous tales came from Greek mythology. According to legends, Sphinx would squat on the cliff near Thebes city, intercepting bystanders and asking them to solve the riddles: what animal walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 at night. Whoever failed to solve the riddle would get eaten by the Sphinx. Until one day, Oedipus passed by and solved the riddle. The Sphinx was so ashamed of itself that it jumped to its death. Like all Greek myths, the story was the kind filled with wisdom. Discounting the fact that Sphinx jumped to its death after Oedipus solved the riddle, each mythology also described the Sphinx as a monster with a lion's torso, a woman's face, and had wings on its back. Since it had a pair of wings, it could not jump off the cliff to kill itself. The post about the Sphinx's spotting was first uploaded by a player named Goldbark. He said he was a high school teacher. One night, while he was on the way home after work, he saw a creature akin to a large hunting dog springing out from the side of the road. Its appearance uncannily similar to what the myths and legends described the Sphinx looked like. There, it stood beside a garbage bin. Then, what happened after that played out exactly like the myth. The monster made Goldbark solve a riddle. If the answer were correct, he would let Goldbark walk away, but punishment was in store if he gave the wrong answer. Goldbark felt nervous suddenly. As a player, he quickly realized that he had encountered a supernatural incident that would most likely cost him his life. Although the Sphinx did not mention that it would take his life, Goldbark knew from the myth about the fate of those who failed to solve the riddle. It scared Goldbark to death. He lived in a relatively rural settlement, and there were not many pedestrians on the road. He was not the kind of player who specialized in combat either. All he could do was bite the bullet and start listening to the riddle that the Sphinx had for him. Fortunately, the riddle was as bad as it was recorded in the myth. The upper and lower limbs are all hands, sometimes it crawls, and sometimes it walks. It walks like a person but crawls like a dog. Guess the animal. Remember, you only have 1 minute and 3 chances to guess the right answer. Goldbark was so nervous his mind instantly became blank. After a while, he managed to calm himself down and came up with an answer. Monkey, is it a monkey? Congratulations, that's right, the Sphinx replied in a robotic voice. It then retreated into the bushes and disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Considering the relatively large difference in combat power between the two parties, Goldbark did not dare ask the Sphinx why it did not kill itself after he solved the riddle. After the Sphinx left, Goldbark felt like he had woken up from a terrible dream. Terrified by his ordeal and worried that the monster might follow him home, he did not dare return to his residence. Instead, he went straight to the game checkpoint and spent the night there. His wife and daughter thought he must be having an affair. Unfortunately, he could not tell them the truth either. After that, he wrote a long post and posted it on the forum. The whole thing looked like a made-up story, hence no one believed in him in the beginning. Some people commented on his post. My brother, are you from UC? Are you trying to create fake news? It was not until more and more victims surfaced that it became the most popular post in the forum. The second victim was not that lucky. He was walking his dog early in the morning, and as he strolled to a driveway, his dog barked suddenly. It refused to go any further. Although the player reacted quickly, he still failed to avoid the suspected Sphinx. It's not too old. It has a thick beard and is neither big nor small. The only thing that it knows is to call out to its mother. Guess the animal. What the hell? The second victim almost fell to his feet from the immense shock and terror he was experiencing. The answer is wrong. You have 2 more chances. I just used up an attempt. The answer is wrong. You have 1 more chance. The second victim did not dare speak freely again this time. After a while, he came up with an answer. Is it a cat? Wrong answer. Following that, the Sphinx charged at the second victim. Just when the latter thought he was about to die, the creature swung its paws and scratched his arm. It then jumped onto the driveway, and Teddy's aggressive barking disappeared after jumping over the wall. The second victim quickly rushed to the hospital immediately and had a doctor check on him. The results showed no abnormality, and after a shot of rabies vaccine, he headed home to rest. As of now, he remained in good physical condition. The mild fever he had was a normal side effect after vaccination. He would need to continue to go to the hospital to finish the remaining 4 injections. A large number of players criticized him to the ends of the earth. Brother, the answer is sheep. How can you get it wrong? And you even used up all your 3 chances. Since when did the Sphinx become so lovely? All it did was scratch you, then run away after you failed to solve the riddle. Where is your dog? Didn't it save you during that critical time? My friend. While you expected Teddy to save you, Teddy was expecting you to save him. Chapter 587. Sphinx. The circumstance of the third victim differed from the first 2. He had a short temper. He did not say a word when he came across the Sphinx, charging at it with his short knife instead. Unfortunately, the Sphinx managed to dodge the attack, swiftly charging at the third victim and leaving behind 3 claw marks on his face. Just like the unfortunate few who failed to solve the riddle, the Sphinx dropped the same punishment on the player who attempted to kill it when its life was threatened. Fortunately, it did not take the opportunity to kill the third victim. After it punished the third victim, the Sphinx quickly ran away. Hence, the problem with the Sphinx had become the forum's hottest topic. It was said that the Sphinx did the same thing to ordinary people as well. Most, however, treated it as an urban legend, and some people even laughed at their unfortunate encounters. As the second victim, the scratches on the third victim were also identified as common dog bites. They could only admit that they were unlucky and get themselves a shot of a rabies vaccine. Heng had a rough understanding of the current situation. Now, he knew why Shin 1111 was looking for him. After the battle with Arc of Light, the Union was officially dissolved. However, Shin 1111 had not stopped what she had been doing. Although the Sphinx incident was not something too severe, it disrupted the lives of ordinary people. Shin 1111 wanted to make this problem go away. However, without having the union to support her, she severely lacked the workforce needed. The reason why she was looking for someone that could drive well. From the information she gathered, it seemed that the creature had lightning speed and moved extremely fast. It was almost impossible for anyone with 2 legs to catch up with it. This case didn't seem as dangerous as his previous endeavors. As the driver, Heng did not even need to participate in the battle. Hence he didn't refuse Shin 1111. Turning off his computer, he headed to the restaurant Shin 1111 mentioned. This restaurant looked like one that an internet influencer would open. The owner had spent a great deal of money on the interior, where each corner was meticulously decorated to the point it felt artisanal. During its peak, the market saw a massive boom of cafes with similar concepts. Too much of a similar thing, and the continual rise of operating costs, caused cafes like this to become more unsustainable. The ambitious ventures soon began to suffer from significant losses, forcing many of them to shut their doors. There were not too many customers in the cafe that Heng went to. He saw Li Bai when he entered the establishment, sitting relaxed at the table in the middle. He enjoyed a glass of juice, and when he saw Heng, he immediately stood up and greeted him enthusiastically. Heng then pointed to Li Bai's hair. "Why did you dye it red?" "I've been watching Slam Dunk recently. Sakuragi Hanamichi's hair is red. Rabbit told me that I'm as stupid as Sakuragi, so I might as well go and dye my hair red. How does it look? Am I handsome, having this hair color?" Li Bai stroked his hair happily. "How should I put it, it looks nostalgic." Li Bai's red hair reminded Heng of the Zhang family when he was a child. After a brief greeting, Li Bai led Heng to a private box. As soon as the door was opened, the unmistakable smell of smoke filled the atmosphere. In addition to Shin 1111 and Rabbit, there were 3 men and 2 women. 2 were chain smokers, ignoring the no-smoking policy in public places and making the private box look like a deity's wonderland. There were at least a dozen cigarette butts in the ashtray in front of him. The flat-headed man raised his head and glanced at Heng. "Who do you think you are? How dare you make us wait for you?" Before Heng could answer him, he said impatiently, snapped at Shin 1111 standing beside him. "Okay, everyone is here. Let's start." Shin 1111 wanted to apologize to Heng. Heng, however, wasn't bothered. He found a stool and sat down. Li Bai then closed the door. Shin 1111 went into the topic of the day. "Everyone here knows a thing or two about the news circulating on the internet. What we are dealing with here is probably the Sphinx of Greek myths. Everyone knows the story of the Sphinx. Oedipus solved its riddle and caused it to commit suicide by jumping off the cliff. Unfortunately, this rule does not apply to the Sphinx that the players and ordinary people encounter. The Sphinx's riddles are supposed to be easy to solve. Even if we guess the right answer, it would just leave. That's it." Shin 1111 paused and looked around. But the good news is that this Sphinx is not as strong as what the myths and legends described it to be. It is powerful enough to lock down the entire city. Its size should be close to a Caucasian shepherd dog. Its combat power is similar to Caucasian shepherd dog as well. Scratching is Sphinx's primary attack. Since it has a body of a lion, its limbs are mighty. And it is supposed to have a pair of wings as well. However, no one has spotted it flying. To be cautious, we have to assume that its wings work. Shin 1111 turned on the projector, and the city map was projected on the wall. I marked the locations where the 3 victims were attacked, and I also interviewed regular people who have posted their encounters with the Sphinx on the internet before. From here, we can triangulate its hunting ground. Shin 1111 drew a few red circles on the map and connected them with a straight line, which happened to be a triangular-shaped area outside the 4th ring road. This place is not small. A woman with a choker on her neck stubbed out her cigarette and said, "You?" "Yes, this is also the reason why I want to work with everyone here. Shin 1111 said, according to my previous strength analysis of it, we have to eliminate this creature with brute force. When we carry out the plan, we need to stay at a distance to get to our allies in 1 minute. The moment the Sphinx picks on someone, one of us has to immediately inform the rest. After that, just delay for a minute and wait for your other teammates to arrive. A fair reminder. No matter how retarded the riddle sounds, do not give the correct answer, otherwise, it will disappear immediately. Since our target's weakness is unknown for now, we have prepared a variety of weapons for tonight's operation. That includes stun guns, anesthesia guns, gasoline, water guns, fishing nets, 2 crossbows, and swords. You are free to bring your own weapons if you so, please. As for clothes, now, although the weather has started to become warmer, I strongly recommend that you choose clothes that cover your whole body. If you don't have any, come to me to pick up a set of canvas work garments. No need to be so long-winded. We don't need others to teach us how to fight. The flat-headed man was getting impatient. Simon. Shin 1111 looked at Heng again. You keep the car running. If everything goes well, you don't have to do anything tonight. But if that thing escapes our encirclement, you will have to go after it. But you don't need to be too nervous. So far, it's not very destructive. If we let it escape, we go after it again. Heng nodded. Chapter 588. I'd better wear my seatbelt. It took Shin 1111 less than 10 minutes to get everything set up. After arranging to meet in the evening, the guy wearing a flat-top haircut left in a hurry, clearly uninterested in acquainting himself with Heng, who was only a temporary teammate. After he left, Rabbit gave Lee Bai a nudge, and the two went together, leaving Heng and Shin 1111 alone in the cubicle. The latter was packing the projector. It's beneficial that you could come. Don't mind 1801. He's a surgeon at a hospital and has several surgeries a day. He's swamped, so he's always in a rush. You don't have to explain anything to me, Heng answered. Don't worry. I'm just here to help, not give you trouble. Thanks. I don't want the both of you to become enemies over this issue, said Shin 1111. 1810 and his team are quite well known among independent player groups. They are a very combat-effective team, but they had a fallout with Arc of Light and are one of the few groups who didn't leave the Union. Oh, by the way, where's your team? I don't think I've ever met your teammates before. I don't have one. I've always played solo, Heng answered plainly. As in on your own. Shin 1111's eyebrows rose a notch. Since players were often subjected to strange and alien environments in quests, most preferred to act collectively. Of course, disputes were inevitable where people are involved, and players did leave their teams for various reasons. Nonetheless, most were only temporary. Very few players actually played perpetual solo games. Seeing that Heng had no intention of elaborating, Shin 1111 refrained from asking more. You can always come to me if there are any problems, or you can consider joining our team for the time being. We happen to be short of a driver, now that Huang Yu has left our group. I'll think about it, said Heng. There was still some time before the operation. So, Heng went to the library and flipped through 2 riddle books to prepare himself for their opponent. He was there until 9 when Shin 1111 sent him a text. Heng left the library and came to the east gate where a BMW X3 was parked with its emergency beacons turned on. It was drizzling, but Heng came prepared. He pulled over his hoodie and walked to the driver's seat. When he opened the door, Shin 1111 waved at him from the passenger seat. Wow, our Fujiwara Takumi is here. Rabbit poked her head out of the backseat window and asked while chewing on a piece of gum, I forgot to ask you earlier, how many years have you been driving? I just got my driver's license last month, Heng answered. Then, I'd better wear my seatbelt. Rabbit disappeared into the car. Fortunately for them, Heng's driving was steady. Nothing happened on the road either, there were no close calls and no panic braking in the middle of the road. Satisfied and relieved, Rabbit leaned back and relaxed for the rest of the ride. After about 40 minutes, the X3 arrived at the location. 1810 and 3 other members of his team were already waiting. Like before, 1810 wasted no time at all. Upon their arrival, he simply nodded at Shin 1111, saying, "Let's get to work." Shin 1111 distributed walkie-talkies to everyone. After that, they picked their own weapons, then headed to their respective posts as planned to hunt the Sphinx, or more precisely, wait to be hunted by the Sphinx. Heng remained in the car, ready to step in at any time. Even though the location was a little out of the way, people were still walking on the street since it was still early. The next hour and a half went by pretty uneventfully, save for the voices booming over the walkie-talkie every 3 minutes. As he was sitting in the car, he received a text from the bartender lady informing him that the swordsmith was willing to recast his ordinary sword. But because Heng did not have the casting materials, an additional cost was also charged, which brought the final tally to a whopping 4,000 game points. Sadly, Heng could not enjoy the 20% member discount because it was a third-party service. But there was also good news. Besides game points, the swordsmith also accepted game items as payment. However, items handed over would be valued at 20% below the market price. Having considered the offer, Heng agreed to proceed with the transaction. Besides the fact that he did not have enough points for the recast, he also had a whole stash of game items that were difficult to sell through normal channels. While the war between Arc of Light and the Union had ceased, the hunt for the mysterious sniper from that night was still ongoing. The other teams aside, Heng killed the 3 Arc of Light elites. This wasn't something Arc would let slide so easily, and as long as they had some sense, they would definitely be keeping an eye on Shin 1111. After all, Heng prepared well and left hardly any clues that might pinpoint to him at the scene. But since his involvement that night, he had become closer to Shin 1111, and by now, Arc of Light was probably already combing through Shin 1111's social circle. Fortunately, he rarely interacted with her in school, so Arc probably wouldn't find him suspicious. But because he had used swords, guns, and arrows in previous battles, Heng's only self-defense tonight was the infinite blocks. If everything went as well as Shin 1111 said, his driving skill might not even need to be employed. That, of course, would be the best outcome. Heng returned the bartender's text, telling her that he had some things to take care of and would be bringing the items to her for evaluation once he was done. After the message was sent, Heng turned on the radio. Sitting around like that and waiting was tedious, especially in such a small space. But because he had to be ready to make a move, Heng stayed in the car and kept the engine running compared to the others. However, he was in a considerably good situation. Wandering around in long-sleeved shirts, long pants, and full-body armor in weather like this proved extremely uncomfortable, not to mention having to be constantly on guard against a creature that could appear at any moment. I haven't seen anything unusual so far. I'm going to buy some drinks from the vending machine. It's so hot, I'm dying, Rabbit complained. She walked to the vending machine, picked a bottle of Coke, and selected the payment method. She had reached for her phone and was looking up when she was suddenly given the shock of her life. Even though she was mentally prepared for tonight, seeing a woman's head attached to the body of a lion in the middle of the night was enough to spook even the bravest of hearts. Nonetheless, Rabbit was able to pull herself together and listen to the thing on top of the vending machine say, wrapped with red cloth on the outside, and white cloth on the inside. Open it and look carefully. There are small wooden cones in a row. Guess the fruit. Chapter 589. Escape. Rabbit almost screamed when she heard the riddle. It was too simple. But she still tried her best to resist the temptation to answer the correct answer. Shin then whispered into the intercom, "It's with me." Wrong answer, you have 2 more chances. Rabbit was relieved when she saw the Sphinx's reaction, concerned that it might have discovered their plan to eliminate it tonight and that it would definitely make a run. But now, it seemed that the Sphinx followed some behavioral pattern. Just like an artificial intelligence being, it would not do anything to Rabbit before she answered the riddle correctly or until the time ran out. Roger that. Who is the closest to Rabbit? Shin 1111's asked through the walkie-talkie. Shin 1111's steady hand in carrying out the operation gave Rabbit peace of mind. Me. I will be there soon, said the woman wearing a choker. Heng finally knew her code name Black Swan. "I'll be there soon, too, don't be afraid," answered Li Bai with a hint of anxiety. "Idiot! I'm not afraid of it at all." Rabbit blushed and defended herself when she heard Li Bai's reply. But it was then that the Sphinx's emotionless voice could be heard again. "Wrong answer. You have one more chance." Rabbit instantly shut her mouth and stopped talking. About 40 seconds later, Black Swan rushed to Rabbit's side, raised the anesthesia gun in her hand, aimed at the Sphinx, and asked, "How long do you have?" Rabbit rolled her eyes, gesturing to Black Swan with her fingers that she had 16 seconds left, before quickly drawing a 15. According to the third victim's description, the Sphinx would start to retaliate if the player took the initiative to attack it. If they were going to battle the Sphinx, they had to be damn sure that they outnumbered it. Since there were still 15 seconds left, Black Swan did not mind waiting a little longer to see if anyone else could come to them. The two were very nervous at that moment, especially Black Swan. She was now pointing her tranquilizer gun at the Sphinx, not knowing if it would feel threatened, attack her in advance, or run away. The 15-second wait seemed like 15 hours. Fortunately, Sphinx's mind seemed to be focused on the riddle, and it turned a blind eye to the tranquilizer gun. It was still squatting quietly on the vending machine, not even looking at Black Swan. About 3 seconds later, Li Bai finally arrived on the other side of the street, running like a cheetah while gritting his teeth. Blue veins bulged on his forehead. It seemed like he was not the second closest person to Rabbit, but he still ran faster than the others. His red hair gave him the look of a superhero inbound to rescue Rabbit. Considering the calculation error, Rabbit did not dare wait any longer. Immediately, she gave an okay gesture to Black Swan, and the latter pulled the trigger. The tranquilizer dart flew out of the muzzle and landed on the Sphinx accurately. The dart's drug was powerful enough to stun an elephant, but not the Sphinx, who showed no response. It took a quick look at Black Swan, then charged towards Rabbit without warning. Nevertheless, she was prepared for such a scenario, swiftly ducking and rolling on the ground and successfully avoiding the Sphinx's pounce. And at the same time, she drew out a saber to defend herself. Unfortunately, she only managed to block a single hit from the Sphinx, and was sent flying away. Fortunately, Li Bai had rushed to where they were. He then shouted to Rabbit, telling her what he was about to do. Swiftly, she rolled away from the Sphinx. In the blink of an eye, a fishing net was tossed, subsequently landing on top of the Sphinx. Seeing the creature trapped in the fishnet, Li Bai was delighted. "Let's hold it down together." However, before he could finish, the Sphinx exerted a burst of great strength, dragged the fishnet with it, and continued its advance at Rabbit. Caught unaware by the monster's brute might, Li Bai staggered and fell on one knee. However, he did not let go of the net, tightly holding onto it for dear life. As a result, he was dragged 3 meters away, and the friction almost tore his pants. What the hell is this thing? Why is this yellow doggo so powerful? That's not a yellow dog. It's a Sphinx. It will help if you read more. Don't embarrass yourself, smirked Black Swan, taking the opportunity to fire another shot. Just like the previous shot, the second tranquilizer did little effect to slow the Sphinx. Black Swan threw away the tranquilizer gun in her hand as she exclaimed into the walkie-talkie. "Be advised. The Sphinx is highly resistant to tranquilizer darts. We need more support." After that, she helped Li Bai grab the fishing net. Although the two were not strong enough to stop the Sphinx from moving forward, they somewhat managed to slow it down. In the third victim's case, there was actually a question nobody had figured out the answer to. When the victim took the initiative to start the fight, did the Sphinx target the person who created the fight or fail to solve the riddle? For the third victim, he was the one that started the fight, then was unable to solve the riddle. Naturally, the Sphinx would attack him instantly. Although Black Swan attacked the Sphinx first, it ignored her and continued to go after Rabbit, seemingly intent on going after her. Rabbit was so scared that she quickly shouted the right answer, Mandarin Orange. The answer is Mandarin Orange. Unfortunately, 1 minute had passed since the Sphinx asked her the riddle. Hence, it did not stop its chase. Fortunately, 1810 was finally here. The flat-headed man snorted coldly and tossed the scalpel in his hand. He was aiming for the Sphinx's head. The outcome surprised everyone. 1810 stainless steel medical scalpel landed on the Sphinx's head and bounced off. Why is the Sphinx's head so hard? 1810 was taken aback. Is it immune to physical attacks? I'm afraid our situation has just gotten more complicated now, Black Swan frowned. Fortunately, the Sphinx was now completely entangled by the fishing net. With the addition of 1810, the three of them finally managed to surpass the Sphinx in strength, temporarily restricting the creature's movements and getting Rabbit out of danger. However, it did not last long. Black Swan noticed that the Sphinx's claws were out, ready to attack them. The Sphinx appeared to have finally realized that things weren't too looking good for it. Giving up on the rabbit hunt, for now, it began getting rid of its restraints. It managed to claw a small hole on the net and squeezed out half of its body after a while. What should I do? I don't want to be scratched. When Rabbit saw that the Sphinx had almost regained its freedom, she almost cried out loud. Change of plan. Let's help Rabbit get out of danger first. Shin 1111's voice came from the walkie-talkie. She'd been unable to get to them because she was too far away. The two allies with crossbows that arrived afterward failed to cause any damage to the Sphinx as well. Chapter 590. Working together. A minute and a half had passed from the time Rabbit and Sphinx began to fight each other until the latter broke free of the fishing net. During this time, her other allies started to arrive one after another. Heng's responsibility in this mission was relatively easy, where he was only needed when the Sphinx began to run from them. No matter how perfect the plan was, it had to be adjusted according to the current situation. When the tranquilizer darts were rendered useless against the Sphinx, Black Swan quickly requested support. By that time, Heng had already shifted gears from P to D. He put the pedal to the metal, the X3 let out a roar and sped towards Rabbit. When Shin 1111 told everyone that there was a change of plan, she asked Heng to immediately take Rabbit to a safe place. Heng spotted Li by 1810, and the others fighting the Sphinx under a street lamp not far away. In the battle's first round, everyone quickly came to realize the Sphinx's remarkable strength. It was immune to tranquilizer darts and physical damage, making it a very tricky subject to deal with. Then, as the battle prolonged, they discovered that the Sphinx wasn't as mighty as was described in the myths. Its moves were predictable and straightforward. With its claws its only weapon, the creature seemed to follow a particular attack pattern as well. It might be hard to dodge it when attacking it for the first time, but as long as its attack pattern was studied, most of its advances could easily be avoided. The more troublesome thing to deal with was its agility. Gingerly darting on its paws among the crowd, it was a challenge to keep up with the creature's extraordinary dexterity. If it was smart enough to give up chasing Rabbit and adopt a strategy of destroying them one by one according to the battlefield situation, it would have maimed Shin 1111 and her allies. However, this Sphinx was determined to punish Rabbit, adamant on soldering on it until its goal was achieved. Rabbit had just run from behind Li by to 1810's back. The two helped her to block two heavy blows from the Sphinx, and their arms were numb after that. Hence, they could not get into another fight immediately. Before Rabbit could even catch her breath, she had to run for her life again. She wanted to run to Black Swan, but the latter hurriedly declined. Don't choose me. I'm too weak to block its attack. Thus, Rabbit had to run to somebody else. The other ally was ready with his crossbow. However, the Sphinx pulled a trick on them this time. It pretended to pounce at the ally with a crossbow, but ended up lowering its body, ran past the guy in front of it, and sprang from Rabbit's back. In this critical moment, Rabbit sought the last resort to save her life. She spat out the bubble gum in her mouth, whereby it expanded to the point of blocking the Sphinx's vision. When it scratched the massive with its paws, its surroundings were suddenly engulfed by a cloud of white dust like tearing a bag of white flour. Rabbit took the opportunity and began to run from the Sphinx. Somewhere, deep down inside, she knew there was no way she could outrun it. Fortunately, an X3 stopped in front of her at the next moment. Get in the car. These 4 simple words were gospel to Rabbit. In fact, There was no need for Heng to speak. Rabbit had already tugged the door's handle and jumped in. Go fast. Go fast. We need to escape while it's trapped in the smoke. However, before she could finish her sentence, she saw a silhouette rushing towards her. The dust had no effect on it at all. Rabbit opened her eyes wide and watched the Sphinx leap towards the windshield. Before anyone could react, it drew further apart from the X3 again. Heng tried to stay as calm as he could in the perilous situation. Since there was no time to turn the car around, he shifted to R while stepping on the gas. The SUV then accelerated backward and shook off the Sphinx. Nevertheless, it was only a temporary solution. After the Sphinx fell to the ground, it ran towards the car. Heng estimated that it could reach a speed of 80 km per hour. It was indeed a creature that possessed monstrous abilities. What should we do? Rabbit asked nervously as she looked at the Sphinx, who hadn't given up on the chase. It's okay. Sit tight, replied Heng, observing the situation behind him through the rearview mirror. He saw an intersection not far away, and he slammed the brakes in advance, flicking the steering wheel counterclockwise, pulling the vehicle into a drift. Heng hadn't done something like this for a long time. Other than the fact that he had just obtained his driver's license, it was also because he would usually abide by traffic rules and would never show off his skills. As long as it was not an emergency, he always kept within the speed limits. There was no reason to cause unnecessary trouble to other drivers and himself, and after all, everyone only had 12 points. The X3 went sideways, drawing an elegant arc as it slid smoothly to another road. Such precise control of the car managed to impress a usually stoic Rabbit. Wow! So you really are a master driver? Before Heng could reply, Shin 1111 asked over the radio again, Rabbit, are you okay? I'm okay. Simon picked me up in the car. Sister 1111, you weren't here to witness Brother Simon's driving skills. His is much better than Huang Yu, who only knows how to brag all day long. She then asked Heng curiously, is that trick drifting? I have seen it in the comics before. Heng nodded with a hum. With the gas pedal all the way to the floor, the X3, and the Sphinx, Heng began to pull apart. This gave him time to turn the car around, putting it back in its proper direction. Now, it would be more difficult for the Sphinx to catch up with them. But afterward, Heng did not rush to get rid of the Sphinx. Instead, he turned on the intercom and said to Shin 1111, do you have a stun gun? Yes, why? Do you have any plans? Let's work together. I will bring Sphinx back to its original place in 5 minutes. Can you think of a way to hit it? There are people on our side who are good with firearms. Although the Sphinx can move pretty fast, I think we can land a successful hit on it if we can ambush it ahead of time. Shin 1111 paused for a while. But the tranquilizer gun and crossbow are useless against it. And scalpels fail to penetrate its body as well. What makes you think the stun gun will work? Have you discovered something useful? It's just an immature guess. Heng did not give a proper answer right away. I guess we will know later. You guys brought some gasoline as well, right? Might as well try attacking it with fire too. Okay. This gives us to have 7 minutes to prepare, replied Shin 1111. The two finalized the next course of action in a few words, and Heng slowed down a bit to ensure that the Sphinx could keep up. He then began to lead the creature on a tour around the city while Shin 1111 prepared everything. Chapter 591. Behavioral Pattern. Heng sped forward in the X3. It was almost 11 p.m. now, and few pedestrians and vehicles were on the road. Besides, this place was relatively rural as well. Otherwise, if Heng were here during the rush hour, he would be forced to be stuck in a traffic jam even if his driving skills were good. As he drove on, Heng observed the Sphinx running behind the X3 through the rearview mirror. So far, about 200 m separated the two parties, a relatively good distance to keep an eye on the Sphinx, yet ensure it would not get lost. This time, Rabbit could clearly feel the X3 going faster, then slowing down again, and Heng even made sharp turns from time to time. Fortunately, Rabbit did not suffer from motion sickness or she would have vomited all over the windshield. Finally, when Heng turned to another road, Rabbit could not help but blurt, "Brother Simon, I know that you drive real good, but we don't have to keep drifting, do we? Even if we're on a straight road now, I don't think it can catch up with us." "Oh, I'm just testing something out," replied Heng. "What are you testing? Have you read the story of the Sphinx?" Rabbit nodded. "I believe I've heard of it in reading comprehension in junior high school. I read about it again online for this operation." "Why do you ask?" Whether Egyptian or Greek mythology, they both agreed that the Sphinx was a highly intelligent species, and its intelligence far exceeded that of an average human. More precisely, they were comparable to a human genius. "You are right." Rabbit thought for a while. But this Sphinx that appeared out of nowhere does not seem to be able to communicate with people. In the 3 previous attacks published on the forum, the Sphinx just asked the riddles, waited for the answers, and punished those who failed to solve the riddle. However, in the first and second attacks, both victims did try to communicate with the Sphinx. However, the Sphinx seemed to be unable to communicate with them. "Exactly. Everything I said was regarded as an answer. It caused me to make 2 mistakes," lamented Rabbit as she recalled what happened earlier. The Sphinx was completely immersed in its own world. It gave no response when Black Swan raised her tranquilizer gun to shoot. Its behavioral pattern is fixed, and it looks programmed to perform only certain tasks. "What did you think it was?" What? Heng said. Having learned to program when he was in the whistleblower quest, he was very sensitive to issues like this. This Sphinx's current behavior was the result of high-level programming. When Heng was waiting in the car earlier, he made a Baidu search for the 3 riddles concocted by the Sphinx. He found out that all those riddles came from a children's book called the Encyclopedia of Riddles. Do you think the Sphinx we came across was actually an intelligent robot in disguise? Rabbit was shocked. "It's a low-level AI, but its combat effectiveness is decent," Heng said. In fact, Heng had a similar conjecture after reading up information on the Sphinx on the forum. He could not confirm his speculation at that time, but this time, after Rabbit had taken a considerable risk, the opportunity to prove his theory had finally arrived. Before this, he had deliberately changed the X3 speed to test if the Sphinx had a fixed behavioral logic. No wonder you asked 1111 to prepare a stun gun. But is it effective against it? Its external defense is indeed solid, but if this thing is really a robot, then its internals must contain a circuit board. It would be composed of copper foil. When a high-voltage stun gun hits it, it will produce a heavy discharge, and the electronic components within it can be destroyed easily, explained Heng explained. But just as the two were talking, Heng noticed that the Sphinx had stopped chasing them. It squatted in the middle of the road, quietly watching the X3 pulling away. Just when Heng hesitated whether or not to stop the car, the Sphinx suddenly spread out its wings, slowly taking into the skies. Rabbit was shocked at the sight. "Didn't you say that its behavioral pattern is fixed? It seems that since it could catch up with us, some hidden conditions must have been triggered. A new set of behavioral patterns must have kicked in." Heng did not deliberately slow down this time. No one on the forum had seen Sphinx flying before, and no one knew what sort of abilities it possessed at this stage. Since this was the Sphinx's trump card, Heng would definitely not underestimate it. Heng did not care whether the Sphinx would fail to catch up with them, stepping on the gas even harder than it was designed to. Unfortunately, the increased speed of the X3 was unable to draw a wedge between the two. The flying Sphinx was now twice as fast as when it was on the ground, not to mention how it could bypass many obstructive buildings as well. Heng then turned on the walkie-talkie and said to Shin 1111, "Are you ready over there?" Only 3 minutes had passed. "We are not done with the preparation yet." "What's the matter?" Shin 1111 asked. "Then you'd better prepare within 2 minutes. Heng glanced at the watch on his waist, because our opponent tonight has activated its flight mode. Shin 1111 reacted quickly, with the wings on its back. "That's right. Okay, please be careful too. And if possible, try to lower its altitude. If it flies too high, the stun gun won't reach it, exhorted Shin 1111. I will try my best. After Heng and Shin 1111 had finished speaking, they noticed that the Sphinx was only less than 100 meters away from them, which was faster than Heng expected. Heng then said to Rabbit next to him, "Fasten your seatbelt, the next section of the road may be very bumpy." Before Heng finished his sentence, he had already made a sharp turn and sped into the bushes by the roadside. Once the X3 came out from the bush, it abruptly switched to another road and drove into an underground tunnel. After losing the speed advantage, the only way to gain the upper hand was by changing direction swiftly and abruptly. At the same time, he also needed to take advantage of the terrain. Before he went to rescue Rabbit, he had turned off the X3's electronic stability system and switched the gear to manual mode. While maneuvering the X3, he felt like he was back to the days of studying abroad in Tokyo. He had pushed the X3 to its maximum speed, and the engine echoed its protest loudly in the tunnel. I hope there are speed traps in this tunnel. Chapter 592. Work of Art. The X3 went on a rampage, like a steel behemoth out of control. Not only did Rabbit obediently fasten her seat belt, but she grabbed the handle until her knuckles became white and made sure to lean firmly on the seat. She felt as if she was riding a roller coaster in an amusement park. As her surroundings continued to rotate, enlarge, then shrink in her field of vision, motion sickness began to swamp her. She had no idea how Heng managed to drive in this state, let alone handling the Sphinx in pursuit of them. Even though Heng employed every inch of skills he had, the Sphinx was closing up to the X3 little by little. This was never a fair competition to boot. After the Sphinx entered flight mode, not only did its speed increase significantly, it now held the advantage of bypassing ground obstacles. Although Heng could rely on the nearby buildings to slow it down slightly, it still wasn't an effective method to draw a reasonable distance between the creature and them. Rabbit thought she could hear the sound of the Sphinx's wings flapping. Although Heng dodged its first attack by drifting the SUV, the monster accelerated laterally and landed on the window of the passenger's side. The Sphinx's human face stuck to the glass, its beautiful but lifeless eyes stared right into Rabbit's soul, making her wonder if she was in a horror movie. The Sphinx then raised its paw to the glass, and with a single tap, the tough laminated glass started to shatter. Rabbit shrieked, fumbled with the seat belts, and fled to the rear compartment. Then, Heng's voice came into her ear. "Do not move." As he spoke, Heng pulled the car abruptly to the right, and the X3 was about to slam into a wall next to him. A second before car contacted wall, Heng pulled the car back towards the main road. At that moment, they were less than 2 centimeters from the wall. The Sphinx, caught in the middle, flashed across the rearview mirror. Before it could smash the glass and attack Rabbit, it collided and was dragged along the wall. Sparks flew when its wings came in contact with the brick wall. Once again, this confirmed Heng's theory that the Sphinx was a robot. When Rabbit saw the creature rolling on the ground, she finally let out a sigh of relief. "Did we kill it?" she asked Heng. "I don't think so," Heng replied, holding tightly to the steering wheel. At the same time, the Sphinx also reacted quickly. It started to wrap its body with its wings. Heng figured that the Sphinx probably wasn't severely damaged from the collision earlier. Soon after that, Heng knew he was right when he saw the Sphinx getting up again from the rearview mirror. However, its left front leg was injured, and it had developed a limp. Unfortunately, that did not affect its ability to fly. The Sphinx spread its wings again, catching up with the X3 in no time. After the collision, the passenger window was completely broken. A strong gust of wind hitting Rabbit's bangs made her nervous again. "What should we do?" "Don't worry, hold on for a while." "We will be there soon," replied Heng, glancing at his wristwatch. Although he was forced to reduce the preparation time from 7 minutes to 5, they still arrived at the rendezvous point 20 seconds before time. Heng could only pray that Shin 1111 was ready to deal with the Sphinx. Not too long after it got back up, it flew and landed on the car's roof. To prevent the Sphinx from entering the vehicle through the broken window, Heng had to drive against the wall all the time. In the end, the Sphinx had to attempt to enter the car from the driver's window. Heng reapplied the same technique and quickly steered the car against the wall. However, the Sphinx managed to escape thanks to the relatively large distance between the vehicle and the wall. In the end, the Sphinx attempted to breach the rear window. Now, interfering with its plan was going to be a lot more complicated. Without any warning, Heng steered the X3 into the wall, crushing the Sphinx yet again. Heng took advantage of this rare moment, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards where Shin 1111 and others were without changing directions. At the same time, he turned on the intercom. "We are almost there. I hope you are ready." "Roger that." "Do you have a way to force the Sphinx to lower its flying height?" Shin 1111 asked. "It's easy." Seeing that he had reached his destination, Heng stepped on the brakes and turned the steering wheel to park the X3 on the side of the road. Then he saw a dark figure falling from the sky and leaped straight into the driver's window. Heng's expression remained unchanged. He watched the Sphinx pounce at him, but before it broke the window, it was hit by something. At the same time, there was a blue electric current passing through his body. The high-pressure nitrogen in the magazine pushed out the 2 electrodes from the barrel and accurately hit the Sphinx's body. Simultaneously, the battery in the gun barrel began to release high-voltage electricity through the insulated copper wire. Everyone felt nervous, afraid that it would not work on the Sphinx. Fortunately, the stun gun worked wonders on the Sphinx. The high-voltage electricity rendered the Sphinx paralyzed. As if the plug to its power source was pulled, it fell from the car window, motionless like a mannequin. Shin 1111 was relieved when she saw that the Sphinx was defeated. Although Heng had not told her that the Sphinx could be a robot, Shin 1111 had already considered the possibility when he told her to use a stun gun. Rabbit then got out of the car and watched 1810 and the others tie up the fainted Sphinx on the ground with an iron chain, thus declaring tonight's operation a victory. So the series of unfortunate events recently are not supernatural events? Rabbit wondered. No, Shin 1111 shook her head. Although it was programmed, it was not possible to invent such a robot that could perform such complicated actions with the current level of technology. So, 1111, think someone's behind it. That's for sure, but I don't know if it is a player or some other. Although the Sphinx had been apprehended, a frown still adorned Shin 1111's brow. If you think about it carefully, this thing has not done anything except to make people solve its riddles at night. This is what I'm worried about the most. This thing is probably just a work of practice. We don't know if the person would come up with something more dangerous in the future. Chapter 593. One more time. According to our agreement, this thing is now ours, 1810 said to Shin 1111. Be careful. Wherever it came from, it's packed with technology we don't understand. Its owner may be able to locate it somehow, Shin 1111 warned. We're not kids, we don't need telling what to do. 1810 shot the man with the crossbow a look, who then helped carry the Sphinx into their van. It was good working with you. You have my number, call me when there's another job like this, said 1810. After the other group left, Shin 1111 turned to Heng. I don't know how to thank you. I never knew you were such an incredible driver. You did more than half the work tonight, and you should have a share, but I made a pact with 1810's team as a reward for their participation in the operation. They get to keep the Sphinx. But I can make it up to you with 10 points, no, 15 points. Heng shook his head. There's no need for that. Just pay for the traffic tickets we got tonight. Also, better remind those guys that although high-voltage electricity can destroy the circuit board components, I don't think it can be done through a shell. The Sphinx may be only temporarily disabled, more like overload protection of sorts. I'll send 1810 a text, but he never liked people telling his team what to do. Not to mention, they are very experienced guys. They should be able to handle it, said Shin 1111. Let's hope that's the case. The dinged and badly scraped X3 was now considerably damaged, and if highway patrol were to spot it, it would definitely be flagged down for inspection. To avoid that, Shin 1111 ordered another car. I'll send Rabbit home first, then return to school. Want to come with us? It's all right. I need to do something. Got to. Go. Heng looked at his watch. It was almost midnight. He did not want to be sitting in a car when time stopped. He would have to return to the vehicle when the time stop ended, so he would instead figure out another way to get home. Before he left, Rabbit gave him a hug. Brother Simon, when are we going to do this again? Didn't you almost throw up? Well, now that it's all over, I think it was really cool. It was the most exciting ride of my life. When Mum drives me to school, it feels like an old lady trying to cross the road. That is the right way to drive. Study hard for your college entrance examinations. If you pass, I'll drive you around a car park, said Heng. That's a promise, Rabbit beamed. In the van's co-driver's seat, 1810 had already gotten out of his protective suit and was lighting up a cigarette. His team members all looked pleased with the sight of the object chained up in the trunk. Their goal was simple: they joined the union to earn some extra money. Unfortunately, not long after, the union collapsed. 1810 supported Shin 1111 because the partnership system she devised to monitor unusual activities around the city coincided with their interests. Meanwhile, Shin 1111 and her team valued the problem-solving aspect more than the benefits. The two parties were different, but they were perfectly symbiotic, which was why 1810 regretted the union's dissolution. Nonetheless, it wasn't something a team as small as his should be worrying about. The driver, who went by the name Mole, turned on the stereo and played an upbeat song. He looked at the rear-view mirror. Hey Black Swan, you should probably have enough points to buy that game item you wanted, eh? Don't ever mention it again. It's infuriating. Another player bought the bracelet 2 days ago, answered Black Swan. The girl with the choker pulled a cigarette out of the box. The guy next to her, who called himself Little Duck, immediately took out a lighter and eagerly lit her cigarette. What grade do you think this item is? This thing is not as tough as it looks. When the tranquilizer and captain's knife didn't work, I thought it would be challenging to beat. Then, it turned out to be just a machine. I'm guessing probably only F grade, E grade at the most, Black Swan went on. Ah, then if that's the case, there's not much point to it then, said Yogurt, a girl who had been resting her eyes since they got on the van. At least we get to earn a little something this year. Little Duck was the kind of person who was easily contented. We rarely get jobs that aren't risky. 1810's phone vibrated. He took one look at the screen and put it back into his pocket. Wife? Lover, guessed Black Swan. No, Wonder Woman. I thought that only older women nag, but it seems women of all ages do the same. She's reminding me to be careful of that machine at the back and that it may only be in a temporary, what's that word, overload protection. No wonder she hasn't had a boyfriend until now, Yogurt joked. The whole car dissolved into laughter. With the job done, the group was in a merry mood. They planned to head to a safe house about 30 kilometers away, where they would pick the machine apart and find the game item concealed within it. Only 1810 wasn't laughing. He turned to Black Swan. But she does have a point. Just to be safe, turn on the signal inhibitors. All right, whatever you say. Black Swan shrugged and turned on the jammer. Immediately, everyone in the van lost their mobile signals. Is the chain fastened? 1810 asked Mole again. 100%. Its limbs and wings are chained to the trunk so it can't fly. 1810 turned to Little Duck, taking out a taser. It crackled and popped with a menacing sizzle. If there are any unusual movements, I will make sure it returns to overload protection. Very good. We have to be extra careful when we deal with supernatural events. As soon as 1810 finished talking, Black Swan chortled. Why? Is there a problem? Nothing. It's just that you criticized other people for being garrulous, but you are even more long-winded. As you said, we are not children anymore. We have completed more than 10 quests, so trust us. We have enough experience and skills to do our jobs well. You're better off worrying about your daughter's junior high school entrance examination. Black Swan blew a smoke ring, giggling. Chapter 594. Being serious. After dealing with the Sphinx, Heng called for a taxi to head back to campus. Things could get awkward if time stopped while he was on the subway. The feeling of being locked in the carriage was the worst. It happened that his polo was not with him during that time, and it seemed that his only choice of mobility was this carbon-neutral, environmentally friendly means of transportation. It was a modest effort from him in an attempt to lower urban pollution. It was the early hours of the morning, and vehicles and pedestrians on the streets were sparse. Due to the time stop, the whole road looked like a stage play waiting to happen, exacerbated by the streetlights projecting a beam on the spot. When Heng shuttled through it, he felt like an actor, performing on a different stage. In fact, he had been living like an actor recently. Because of his time bug, his gaming duration was often several times that of others. Each round was more like a whole lifetime for him, from a nameless desert island to the remote Caribbean Sea, to gloomy 19th-century London and a chaotic Kyoto at the end of the shogunate. He would usually play different roles in different quests. To this day, all the game time he accumulated exceeded even his age. Sometimes, Heng would experience a momentary trance when he opened his eyes in bed, not knowing where he was and where his next journey would take him. He became a NASA astronaut, was a pirate king of Nassau, a geek in the future world, and even a rookie wandering ancient Kyoto. Miss Bartender once said that experience and lessons were things that made us who we were today. Although it had been less than a year since he joined this magical and mysterious game, he was now completely different from who he was a year ago. These changes were not just about a series of high-level skills to display on his skill bar or even those strange and useful game items. His soul had also grown a lot. Every choice he made in every round of game had drawn him closer to his true self. However, this true self was making Heng feel more and more alien. His bicycle was parked in front of a stationery store, and he looked at his reflection on the glass door. A few months ago, he had noticed the changes on his face. Although it seemed no different from before, he suddenly realized that he looked grumpy all the time. Previously, it wasn't that obvious. It wasn't until his observation ability had reached a new level after the deductive reasoning quest that he could finally see where that grumpiness came from. His skin, features, eyebrows, and hair were all the same as before, except for one thing that was slowly fading away: his feelings. Heng and Shan 1111 once briefly talked about it before. As the players progressed more profound into the game, they would begin to go through a process of awakening. And when life itself hung on the very balance, they would thus free themselves from the shackles civilized society tied them in. Primal instinct would be released, gradually revealing the bottom of their hearts. However, all Heng could see was mist, a mist of nothingness. And there seemed to be something waiting for him behind the mist, calling out for him. It was like the end of all stories. Heng's mind told him that he should stop moving forward. However, he did not sense any threat from the being behind the fog. On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy, as if he was going home. At that time, Heng knew that a trip to Greenland had to be on his plan as soon as possible. After returning to school, Heng first took a cold shower, then headed to the gym for his daily training. After the break, he read a book in the library for a while until time began to flow again. Heading to the parking lot, he sorted out his game items in the trunk and drove to Miss Bartender. These belong to Arc of Light Skies. I still remember this flashlight. I just identified it not long ago. It seemed you had a good yield that night. How many points are these items worth? There is a sea-level item among it, which is very valuable. If you put it up for auction, it can go for 2,000 to 3,000 game points. However, if you mortgage it, you'll probably get 1,600 points. The other game items can be sold for around 700 to 800 game points each. Heng now had 1,000 game points with him. Besides, he had killed a small team of players because of Han Lu's affairs. The items that he got from them were placed at Fan Mainan's place temporarily, and it should be enough if he added the value of those. I guess I have to wait a while before I earn those final 700 game points, Heng said. No problem. Anyway, it takes almost a month to cast the blade. You can pay the balance after it is done. It was rare that the bartender actually said something right. It was probably because she was not the one earning that money. "Thank you," Heng said. When he was about to leave the game checkpoint, the bartender smiled and said, "Since you are here, have a drink first." After finishing talking, she made a glass of martini as quickly as possible for Heng. This time, he did not mess around. Heng sat down in front of the bar. "You look happy. Did something good happen to you recently?" You are right," the bartender smiled slyly. "Have I told you that I've been waiting for someone? Recently, I received news that that person is coming back soon." "Who? Is this person your fiancé?" Heng took a sip of martini and asked. "He is much more important than my fiancé." This was Heng's first time seeing the bartender so excited. She looked like one of those female fans obsessed with their internet idols. She was basically worshipping the person. "He is my master, my belief, and the meaning of my existence." Sounds like a powerful man. Is he the master behind this game? Heng guessed. No, he doesn't have much interest in games or anything. He is the real thing. That's why I admire him so much, the bartender gushed. That must be a pretty cool guy. Heng figured that the man that the bartender was waiting for was not a human being. The person was at least on the same level as the old man in the tank suit and the Einstein that he met. Since the bartender refused to elaborate on the matter, Heng didn't pursue the matter. He then drank down the martini in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and put the empty glass on the table. "In that case, I wish you good luck." "Good luck to you too," replied the bartender. "I got news that the proxy war will start in at most half a month. Your show time is coming." Chapter 595. Chewing Tobacco and Horseshoe. Heng only took a day off before returning to the game checkpoint. Although the proxy war would not start until half a month later, he still had to complete a quest before that. At the same time and seat, Heng laid on the sofa and put the alarm clock on his chest. Verifying player identity. Verification completed. The 8th game is being drawn randomly for player 07958. Drawing completed. Current quest is Chewing Tobacco and Horseshoe. Unimaginable wealth is buried in the West. Here, you can get 160 acres of land for only $10. No matter where you come from and what past you have, you can start a new life here. However, this wealth is accompanied by countless threats. Remember, only the toughest and strongest can survive on this land and be nurtured by it. Task objective: settle in Lincoln County and find the lucky horseshoe. Mode: single. Time flow rate: 480. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 20 days in this game. The player will be sent back to the real world after 40 days. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. When he saw the quest's name, Heng knew where he would be sent to this time. The background information of this round proved his guess was right. If he remembered correctly, the stipulation of $10 for 160 acres of land came from the Homestead Act, signed by the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, during the Civil War. It managed to bring the already soaring westward movement to a climax again. Countless American citizens who yearned for wealth had flocked to the West, where they worked the land and built their homes. Simultaneously, many villains, thugs, gamblers, murderers, and the people who lost their land and wealth during the American Civil War also headed to the West, far away from the prosperous and stable East Coast and the legal system. The West had become a paradise for desperados. The massacre and exile of Indians accompanying the westward movement aggravated contradictions and hatred between the Native Americans and the pioneers. It turned the West into land infested with unimaginable peril. When Heng opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a desert. Red rock cliffs were everywhere, and sparse bushes and cacti were probably the only colors in the Gobi Desert. This time, the situation was similar to that of the Soviet-Finnish War. He was still wearing his short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and sneakers from the real world. Other than that, his mobile phone and keys were also in his pocket. Since the pestilence bone bow was too conspicuous, he did not bring it into the game. Instead, it was replaced by the Pestilence's white horse crown and other game items he put in his backpack. Heng then went and checked his character panel briefly. Name, Heng. Sex, male. Age, 20. Player number, 07958. Number of the game completed, 7. Current game points, 23. Items in possession, infinite building block, B, white horse crown, C, filter lens, D, Paris's arrow, D, shadow key, E, lucky rabbit foot, E, Betty's shell, E, hunter's blessing, F, melting metal, F, oath ring, F. Skills, swordsmanship LV.4, sailing LV.3, language proficiency LV.2, 8 languages have reached a daily communication level, Lego assembly LV.2, archery LV.2, field survival LV.2, driving skills LV.2, modification and repair LV.2, shooting LV.2, aerospace LV.2, hacking LV.2, criminal investigation LV.2, makeup LV.2, piano LV.1, skiing LV.1, rock climbing LV.1. Evaluation: the player possesses incredible swordsmanship. As an opponent, you don't want him to lay his hand on any bladed weapon. At the same time, he is also a Lego master, with an excellent criminal investigation and disguise ability. He has slightly better luck of encountering enemies than ordinary people. Other than that, he is also sheltered by shadows and storms. The white horse is his mount. The player has excellent sailing experience. As for other weapons, he is good at using bows and arrows, firearms. He can drive cars, fly airplanes, and spacecraft, and other vehicles when it comes to transportation. He can quickly adapt to a wild environment. For combat, he is resourceful and possesses strong combat power. He is also the kind of player that sticks to his oath, which is rare among players. To recast that ordinary Tachi, Heng practically invested all the game points he accumulated so far, leaving only 23 game points for an emergency. In terms of game items, there was little change from the previous round of the game. Except for the replacement of White Horse Crown and Pestilence Bone Bow, Heng had used up the Wall of Evil Thoughts during his previous battle with Arc of Light. It was now officially resting in peace. Besides that, Heng also acquired the Shadow Necklace, which was part of the Shadow set, but he did not bring it with him this time. In terms of skills, Heng acquired 2 skills after he completed the deductive reasoning quest. The 2 skills were criminal investigation and makeup, both of which had reached LV.2. LVO art appreciation was not displayed. Also, his most significant change was, of course, the LV point for swordsmanship. This was the highest level of skills that he had so far. And it was probably also the limit of human beings. In the latest evaluation, the system emphasized his swordsmanship above everything else. Other than that, Heng also noticed that his combat power had changed from excellent to powerful, and his final overall evaluation has also escalated from eye-catching to rare. Heng did not spend too much time reading the evaluation. Though time was an issue for him since he had extra 24 hours every day, the scorching sun above him would definitely not allow him to stay here for too long. Heng knew that he needed to do something about it as soon as possible. He had no clue about the main task asking him to find the lucky horseshoe for the time being. He knew that in some Western legends, horseshoes and rabbit feet are regarded as lucky objects. However, the horseshoe he was supposed to find was considered very special. Although he stayed in the United States for some time during his 6th game, the Apollo training camp, he wasn't very familiar with Lincoln County. And he did learn a lot about the states in America. As for counties, unless they are very famous, he would not know the specific details of each county. It seemed like Lincoln County was established not long after the westward movement. And his guess was correct. Lincoln County was located in New Mexico. It was initially a small village inhabited by Mexicans. In memory of the assassinated Abraham Lincoln, the village was renamed Lincoln. But whether it's Lincoln County or Lucky Horseshoes, it was something that Heng needed to study later. Right now, his top priority was to find a place with people. Heng first figured out the direction with the shadow observation method. However, even if he managed to distinguish south, east, west, and north, he would not know which direction to choose. Since the system put him here, it was impossible not to provide him with any hints. He was not supposed to rely just on luck. Heng then climbed a relatively high red rock nearby and spotted something. A section of railway. The first railroad in the United States was built around 1826. It was only used to transport granite. However, with the westward movement's vigorous development, the United States has more than 410,000 kilometers of railroad sprawled across the United States. It was more than the sum of some other countries in the world. Later, they had to remove almost half of it because some were not being used. Whenever there was a railway, it often meant that there would be towns along the way. Heng climbed down from the rock wall and walked towards the railway. Chapter 596. My friend. It was the hottest time of the day. Temperatures on the Gobi had already exceeded 40 degrees. Heng put his backpack on his head to block the sunlight, but this action proved pointless. After trudging along the railway tracks for a while, the skin exposed to the sun became tan, and his vision started to become blurry. Finding a rock wall that offered some shade, he sat down to rest for a while, waiting for the scorching sun to go down a little before taking off again. He had a whiptail lizard for company, hiding in the same spot as him to escape the tremendous heat. In the Apollo program training camp, Heng underwent an exercise to test how well he could survive a desert. The only difference was that he was given a supply package. NASA had done an excellent job providing proper training to their future astronauts, having accounted for every emergency that could happen and provided contingencies for them. The trainees were even given anti-inflammatory drugs. This time, it was different. Heng was being thrown into the Gobi by the game system. From his clothes to personal effects, he was sorely unprepared to survive the rigors of the desert. Since he had found the railroad, Heng originally planned to walk along with it for a while until the train came, intending to hop onto it and get off at the next settlement. Unfortunately, it seemed like he was not in luck today. 2 hours had passed, and he still had not seen a train pass. So, he could only carry on the journey with his legs. After walking for almost 4 hours, water in his body was evaporating quickly. Not only did the corners of his mouth become dry and cracked, but the exposed calves and arms were also a little red and swollen, an indication that he was experiencing sunburn. Fortunately, he spotted a small town from far. He was relieved. Like most of the small towns in the West in this era, the unknown town he spotted was built along the railroad. The railroad tracks went through the town center, with residential houses on one side and taverns, brothels, and casinos on the other side. Drunkards tend to make a lot of trouble. So, it was necessary to keep them on the other side. When Heng got closer, he realized that something was not right with this town. It looked entirely deserted, and through the open doors of a few houses, there wasn't a single living soul to be seen in them. Not to mention how they were devoid of furniture as well. Heng randomly walked into one and found the ground filled with dust. It seemed the owner had not stayed here for a long time. The other residential buildings of the town were no better than this one. The only one that showed the slightest difference was the bar in the town. 8 horses were hitched outside the bar. Considering that this was probably the only place with humans in the entire town, Heng did not hesitate to open the door and enter the bar. Unlike the empty town outside, the atmosphere in the bar was vivacious. For men gathered around a table playing poker while cursing at each other loudly. There was also a guy who was already drunk lying on a table by the window. He had a booming snore. Meanwhile, the lame barkeeper was counting the bottles of liquor on the alcohol rack. On the other table, 2 young men were sitting there quietly. One was cleaning his rifle, and the other played with a dagger. The moment Heng strolled in, the racket of a bar fell into a hushed silence. Of course, such behavior was completely understandable. His 21st century attire looked a little too trendy, not to mention the eye-catching skin color he had. Since he was not here on a date, he didn't really care what people thought of him. Glancing around, he walked to the bar and put down his backpack. "Excuse me, give me a glass of water, beer is fine too." The lame boss did not turn around when he heard Zhang Heng's request, seeming as if he heard nothing, and continued to sort out the alcohol rack. Zhang Heng frowned. The United States had a very complicated immigration composition. The English and Scottish weren't the only ones that emigrated here, and though relatively rare, the possibility that the boss spoke no English couldn't be ruled out completely. So Zhang Heng asked him again in French and Spanish. Yet, there was no response from the boss. Instead, a bearded man put down the cards in his hand and walked over. Though coming off as rugged and weathered, he was unexpectedly polite. "Mind if I sit next to you?" "Please," replied Zhang Heng after a pause. "Since you are a patron, perhaps you could answer my next question. Is the owner of this bar deaf?" "Ha ha ha." The man laughed when he heard Zhang Heng's question. Instead of answering directly, he posed another question. "Where do you come from, my friend? I don't see your horse outside the bar." "It's in another town." "Well, as far as I know, there are no towns within 100 miles. So, as you can see, I've walked a long way," replied Zhang Heng. He looked toward the table where the man was sitting and pointed to the bottle of whiskey on it. "Can you give me a glass of whiskey? I have not taken a sip of water for some time." "Of course." As the saying goes, good whiskey is meant to be shared among friends. The bear-like man smiled, but he did not get up. He then looked at Zhang Heng and blinked. "You are a Chinese man, right? You look stronger than most Chinese guys, and you are wearing some weird clothes. Also, you don't have that thing behind your head." The bear-like man made a braid gesture. "Don't be nervous. I had 2 Chinese friends who owned a grocery store in the town. I truly liked them. I did visit their grocery store frequently, you know. They were like tireless bees flying beside your ears every day." "Buzz? Buzz? Buzz?" Forgive me, I'm not well educated. That might have been an inappropriate analogy. One day, our friendship came into a little hiccup. The bear-like man suddenly looked very troubled. "You be the judge." That morning, I went to their store as usual and took honey, candles, and 2 wine bottles. Before leaving, they stopped me and asked me to settle my debts. Their actions hurt me deeply. Considering our friendship, I never thought money could be used as a measure. So I put down the honey, candle, and the bacon in my hand. I opened one of the wine bottles and took 2 big sips from it. And as that happened, my 2 friends kept chattering, and chattering in my ears. So I drew my revolvers from my waist and shot off their cute little heads. Suddenly, all problems between us have been resolved. The bear-like man grinned widely. "Now, let me answer your previous question. No, one-leg Randall ain't deaf. Considering his age, this old bastard hears sharper than a dog. He clearly heard every word you said. It's just that he doesn't give a f***ck about you." Chapter 597. "Here's to you." "I think I get what you mean," Zhang Heng nodded. Trekking under the scorching sun for more than 5 hours, his body was weak, and he still had no idea where he or Lincoln County was. Having finally found his own kind in the vast, unforgiving Gobi Desert, Zhang Heng vowed to be as friendly as he could be when he walked into the bar. But so far, it looked as if his plan was about to fail. Historians repeatedly emphasized the devastation brought on by the vigorous westward expansion into native Indian territory. In a mere century, about 1 million Indians were slaughtered during the westward expansion, and the rest were forced to move to reservations. However, the sacrifices that the Chinese made were rarely mentioned. After the Civil War, the United States outlawed slavery. Around the same time, westward expansion saw Europeans rapidly developing and cultivated lands. Laying railways required a lot of cheap labor, so businessmen turned their sights to Southeast Asia. During the Qing dynasty, China experienced a population boom and was under threat from the Taiping Rebellion. Insurgencies sprouted like mushrooms after the reign. As a result, large numbers of the poorer class fled to Hong Kong and Macau. Later, many were tricked into sailing to the Americas to become coolies, hard laborers who were paid meager salaries could bear hardships, subservient, and willing to do all sorts of dangerous work. The Transcontinental Railroad, dubbed one of the seven wonders of the industrial world, spanned over 3,000 kilometers and ran through the entire North American subcontinent. Almost all of the most challenging and dangerous sections of the railroad were completed by Chinese workers. In later years, there was a popular saying that described it: there is a Chinese worker's skeleton under each sleeper of the Transcontinental Railroad. However, the influx of these cheap laborers, who did more work than they ate and almost never slept, severely affected the United States labor market. Discrimination against Chinese workers also reached its peak at that time, especially when the railway was nearing completion. Worried that Chinese labor unions would flock to nearby cities and towns and snatch jobs away from the locals, miners attacked the Chinese laborers. The men barged into their camps at night with knives and guns, forcing the frightened Chinese laborers to flee. During this period, discrimination against Chinese workers was nothing new, and it was not just verbal abuse that the immigrant workers had to endure. So, while Heng could not ascertain if the story the bear-like man told was right, he had read somewhere that such things really did take place. During the 19th century, in the West, someone shot and killed a black cowboy simply because he did not like black people. The criminal fled before the sheriff arrived and escaped incognito to another town to drink some more. There, at the bar, he saw another colored man. Unable to control his overwhelming urge, he drew his gun and killed the innocent man. Fortunately, he was quickly surrounded and shot dead by the bailiff. Countless other similar occurrences as such had happened in the West. This was a place where bullets took precedence over reasoning. Every person was their own walking constitution. The faster your shots were, the more effective your law became. Heng was not mad. In fact, he understood their way of thinking. He came to the bar by himself, thirsty and tired, and unarmed. Forget guns, he did not so much as have a knife on him. The 7 strong men in the bar, on the other hand, were armed to their teeth. They were drunk, and it would be a challenge to stop them from seeking some fun at a moment like this. Heng had to admit that he had taken the wrong route. There was no point being friendly with hoodlums in a place like this. But it did not matter, since dealing with thugs and villains had always been his strength. Perhaps it had been far too long since the Black Sail quest that he had almost forgotten the standard method of dealing with a situation like this. Heng picked up an empty beer bottle from the bar and raised it. He looked at the bear-like man and said, "Here's to you for helping me recall those nostalgic times." While the man was still wondering why Heng employed an empty bottle to make a toast, the bottle suddenly appeared right in front of him. Heng pressed the beer bottle upon the man's face and then punched the glass's bottom. There was a loud crack, the sickly sound of the man's nose breaking. The few people in the bar were confounded. They were enjoying themselves a moment ago, then out of nowhere, one of their companions was struck. Was this Chinese man blind? Did he not see where he was? Wouldn't most people just leave the bar with their tails between their legs in a situation like this? Why would anyone strike first? The 6 men in the bar reacted almost instantly. The guy toying with a rifle immediately raised his gun, but Heng was too fast for him. As the bear-like man stumbled backward after getting hit by the glass bottle, Heng grabbed the man's revolver on his belt. Both weapons were raised at almost the same time, but Heng was half a second faster. He pulled the trigger, and a spray of red exploded from the other guy's head. The poor soul fell face down on a table, motionless. Immediately after, Heng pointed the revolver's barrel at the poker table, prompting the man wearing a thick mustache and the skinny man at the table to pull out their weapons. Heng ignored the skinny man and shot the mustached man in the chest. The skinny man also pulled the trigger, but perhaps it was because he was too nervous that the bullet missed Heng and hit the alcohol rack behind him. Heng did not even so much as blink. He pulled the trigger again and finished off the guy next to the skinny one. Just then, the one playing with the dagger stormed towards Heng, the dagger aiming squarely at his chest. The skinny guy also had a precise aim at Heng. Yet at a time like this, despite knowing where he was going to end up regardless of who he went for, Heng remained calm. In the end, he chose the guy with the dagger. As soon as he pulled the trigger, he lunged towards the dagger. Then when the blade was just inches away from him, the bullet tore through the man with the dagger and killed him, his falling body blocking the barrel of the skinny man's gun. Heng fired again and hit the skinny man in between the brow. The sound of gunfire woke the drunk man snoring away in the corner of the room. When he opened his eyes and found his companions lying lifelessly around him, his mouth fell open, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Fortunately for him, the shock only lasted for a brief moment because Heng saved the last bullet for him. All of this happened in a matter of seconds. Unless you saw it with your own eyes, you probably would not believe that 7 armed men would be wiped out in such a short time. Heng tossed the empty revolver aside, picked up the lever action on the ground, then fired a shot at the bar's owner. The latter's body was thrown back, slamming into the racks of liquor. A look of shock filled the man's eyes. He was reaching for the revolver when Heng shot him. The man did not stand a chance. Heng sighed aloud. Well, now that this has happened, I might as well go all the way. Why should I have to try and blend in? Pity, the bar owner was not alive to hear it. Heng picked a clean glass from the bar, walked to the poker table, and poured himself a whiskey glass. He finished it in one gulp, finally rehydrating his body. After that, he picked up a stool and brought it to where the bear-like man with the broken nose was sitting. The way the man looked at Heng had changed completely. Having witnessed his companions killed before his eyes, that big, muscular body was now curled into a ball, sitting on the ground trembling and ignoring his bleeding. He asked in a terrified voice, "Who are you?" Heng sat down on the stool. Why don't we leave this question for the last, and you can answer a few of mine? How does that sound? Chapter 598. Heng's Trouble. The bear-like man called himself Rich. Heng got both good news and bad news from Rich. The good news was that he finally knew where Lincoln County was. The bad news was that the place was quite a distance from where he was currently. He had to go all the way south through the Gobi, and according to Rich, it would take at least 2 days to get to Lincoln Country on horseback, and the journey was perilous. As for the train hasn't come here for a while. There was a copper mine in this place, and this small town was built at that time. The miners and their families inhabited the town, but the copper mine was exhausted after some time. I'm not too sure about that. Maybe there is still some copper left. However, one has to dig at least 200 feet before they can find any copper. It is almost an impossible task. As you can see, everyone has moved away. Then why are you still here? Heng poured himself another glass of whiskey. We are not from this town. We are just doing business nearby. Rich's eyes flickered. What kind of business? For business, but the fur business is not doing well these years. Beaver skins aren't as valuable as they used to be, and those little things are getting harder and harder to find, Rich complained. So this place is your stronghold? Yes, we took over this place after the miners moved away. No, it's just this bar. How many people do you have in total? 7 people, you have seen. I am the only one left now, Rich's eyes showed pleading. Sorry, sir, I apologize most sincerely for what happened before. I made up stories about my Chinese friends. I drank too much just now, and I started to spout out nonsense. HMPH to Heng harumphed and took another sip of whiskey. But why did I spot 8 horses in front of the bar? Don't tell me one of them belongs to the owner. Considering his physical condition, I don't think he can still ride a horse. We had 8 people before, I'm sorry, 9. Unfortunately, we encountered some trouble and lost 2 of our companions, but one of the dead companions' horse is still there. Please, sir. I have already told you everything I know. I know that you are a good, upright, and respectable person. We made a terrible mistake today, and we were punished for it. For God's sake, can you just let us off the hook this once? I have $15 in my pocket, and I can give it to you, Rich begged. Heng handed over half a glass of whiskey to Rich. The creases eased on Rich's face, and he relaxed. It was a symbol of peace. He then gulped it down in one go. However, when he looked at Heng again, he saw a gun pointing at him. Heng picked up the rifle, leaning against his feet. "No, you don't know who I am. By the way, your answer just now was filled with lies." Before Rich could answer, Heng pulled the trigger. After the gunshot, the whiskey glass fell to the ground, and the bar was finally quiet again. Heng removed the oath ring from Rich's body and put it back in his backpack. Although the oath ring was only a grade F game item, it was unexpectedly useful, especially during an interrogation. The other party can perceive an oath violation. It was basically a portable polygraph. Heng spent some time looting the small bar, managing to find some food and a few buckets of drinking water in the storage room. After that, he made himself dinner, his first meal since entering this dungeon. He carried a plate of bacon and potatoes, sat outside the bar, and watched the sunset as he ate. After knowing how far Lincoln County was, Heng was in no rush to get there, deciding to put up in the town for the night. After eating, he picked a rifle and inspected the nearby area thoroughly. Rich did not lie about the town. It had been abandoned for quite a while, and apart from him and his accomplices, no one usually came around here. Sour. There are many similar towns to this one in the Wild West. Most were built upon nodes of natural resources. Miners, ranchers, and gold diggers would gather at these places, bringing along their families with them. As they engaged in production, they still needed to live their lives and have entertainment. However, as resources depleted, most would naturally move to somewhere new in search of more loot. Hence, the entire city would be abandoned and reclaimed by nature. This was now a ghost town. Heng scouted the place quickly and found a relatively clean house on the opposite street to spend the night. When he returned to the bar the next morning, the first order of the day was a change of clothes. His complexion would bring him a lot of unnecessary attention, but his modern garments were even more of an eye-catcher. Though the short-sleeved shirt and shorts were cooling, they were not going to protect him from the sunlight. If he wanted to travel a long distance, an equipment upgrade was in store. Cowhide boots, shirts, leather trousers, denim scarf, these were all things given to Heng by Rich and his companions. Heng found a guy of similar size to him and put on his clothes. Other than that, he grabbed 2 Colt revolvers and tucked them in the holster around his waist. As for the more powerful Winchester rifle, Heng did not take them because he wanted to settle down in Lincoln County without looking for trouble. The 2 revolvers were enough for him to defend himself. Ammunition, food, and water were all necessary consumables. Hence, Heng stuffed some of them into his backpack. Besides, Heng also got the $15 that Rich had promised him. Unfortunately, these guys weren't wealthy by any means. The total sum he looted from 8 people amounted to less than $50. Fortunately, it should be enough for him to live for a while. Before leaving, Heng opened another barrel of whiskey, sprinkled it on the dead bodies and the floor, and lit up the place with a matchstick. Soon, everything was engulfed by the fire. After he did what he wanted to do, Heng walked out of the bar. However, this was the beginning of his troubles. The distance from here to Lincoln County was great. Not only would it take an insurmountable time to get there on foot, but the journey would be unpleasant as well. And it was impossible to count on the abandoned trains here. So in this era, Heng had only one option left. He looked at the 8 horses chained outside the bar. After having his dinner last night, he brought a few haystacks to the 8 horses and observed them from far. The darkest black horse looked the strongest. So, Heng crossed it out. The other horses were also very vigilant when he approached them. They were constantly kicking the ground with their hoofs or shaking their heads. They did not look like they could be Heng's friendly partner. Chapter 599. Lonesome Cowboy. Until today, Heng had only 2 horse riding experiences. Colt he rode in the park when he was young. These colts were usually led by experienced staff and walked around the area at speed close to 10 miles per hour. In other words, this was the first time he chose a horse as a means of transportation. He was looking forward to the scene of riding a horse. From a safety point of view, Heng decided to do it step by step. So he picked the shortest and thinnest brown horse with a hair loss problem. Compared to the other horses, it looked relatively docile. When approached, the steed showed no resistance, and as it lowered its head to eat, Heng walked to its side. He tried to stroke its back, to which it sneezed and shook its body twice. Seeing that Heng didn't intend to leave, it stopped moving around and continued its hay meal. Heng made up his mind. He knew that wasn't as good of a horse as the others. No matter how good the horses were, their potential could only be fully realized if they met the right owner. For Heng, there was no other horse more suitable for him than this tame brown horse. Riding a slow horse came with its own advantages, including a lower risk of falling. After choosing his mount, Heng released the other horses, saving them from being roasted along with the bar. Instead of rushing to Lincoln County, he rode his new horse in the town for 2 laps to relive the feeling of riding a horse. He still remembered a little bit of what he learned from the park. For example, he was not supposed to put his feet into the stirrups too much. This was to prevent the rider from being dragged like a rag doll when he fell. Heng also remembered the staff teaching him something about holding the reins right, but he could not remember it anymore. Other than that, he also could not remember the correct way of sitting on a horse as well. There was one thing he could recall, a little bit about starting and slowing down the horse. After spending some time practicing riding the horse, he managed to do it, but he was still not very skilled. After all, he was just a novice who had to rely on himself to learn how to ride correctly. Thanks to his excellent balance and controllability, he did way better than most beginners. After practicing for a while, Heng felt good enough to embark on a journey. Putting on a felt hat, grabbed the reins, and set off in the direction of Lincoln County. In the vast Gobi, a cowboy with 2 guns was riding his galloping horse under the scorching sun. It looked like a scene from a movie. However, it all depended on how one defined galloping. In fact, the horse was only moving a little faster than walking. However, there was nothing much to complain about since Heng did not need to walk across the Gobi on his own legs. At the same time, he did not dare let the horse run free as well. The first reason was that he had to prioritize his safety, and the other was to prevent the horse from dying before it got him to his destination. If that happened, Heng would have to walk all the way to Lincoln County. A man and a horse had now officially embarked on a voyage to Lincoln County. When the sun had reached its zenith, Heng managed to find a slightly cooler spot. He then got off his horse and filled himself up with some water and food. After making a rough estimation, he figured it would take him at least 5 days to reach Lincoln County at the current speed. There was more than enough food to get to the destination, save the water supply that was only enough to last him and the horse 3 days. One could survive without drinking water for a day or 2. According to the now deceased Rich, there were other mining towns along the way to Lincoln County. To get there, however, some detours would have to be made. If he included the detour time, he might just arrive at Lincoln County 7 days later. Fortunately, Heng was not in a rush. After lunch, Heng and his horse carried on the journey again. This time they traveled for another 5 hours. The scenery in the Gobi was magnificent. However, a little monotony would set in after looking at it for a long time. Heng started to feel his muscles becoming sore after sitting on the saddle for so long. The saddle's friction didn't make things better, giving him significant discomfort on both of his thighs. And this was only his first day. It was said that when the railway hadn't yet been constructed, cowboys would sometimes go on a trek for several months, leading their herds behind them. During this period, they had to look after thousands of cattle, guard themselves against wolves, vipers, and sometimes face ambushes from native Indian tribes. Even after the railway network's initial construction was completed, the sale of live cattle still required the cowboys to travel a great distance. Those who excelled in this job were the real warriors. It was no wonder cowboy culture gripped the hearts and minds of the United States for so many years. Then, last night, Heng's lonesome trip to the west was interrupted. At that time, he had just set up a bonfire and finished cooking. As he finished up the last of his cornmeal, he heard the sound of a horse galloping. Heng then quickly took out the filter lens. When the mysterious stranger entered the filter lens effective range, he could clearly make out the uninvited guest's appearance. It was a middle-aged man with a mustache and appeared to have spent some time in the desert. He looked dusty and dirty, but it did not hide that he was a handsome lad. However, the first thing Heng noticed was the badge on his left chest. Unfortunately, it wasn't a badge that would leave anybody relieved. The Wild West was lawless, one could never trust anyone except for the guns in their hands. Even a handful of sheriffs or bailiffs were working among grey areas. Such individuals were even more dangerous than real gangsters. Heng did not say a word. Instead, he drew the Colt revolver from his waist. The stranger's reaction was also rapid. He subconsciously took out his gun when he saw Heng drawing his revolver. However, the distance between the two was about 60 meters, and their surroundings were dark. With the help of the filter lens, however, Heng would shoot at him first. He waited for him to pull out his gun before pulling the trigger. Considering that his opponent might be a good guy, the first shot only served as a warning. The bullet hit the gun in the man's hand accurately, forcing him to drop it. "Oh, relax, friend, I am a marshal, and I have no malicious intent towards you." The man pulled the rein and stopped his horse from moving forward. Heng was impressed by his equestrianism. "Is there anything I can do for you, Mr. Marshal?" Heng was calm when he talked to him. However, he did not put away the gun in his hand. The bailiff understood why Heng was so vigilant. He, too, would have drawn his gun before he talked. In this wilderness, one could never be too careful. Heng did nothing wrong there. He raised both his hands and to tell Heng that he had no intention to hurt him. He then brought his horse closer to the bonfire. And he finally had a clear look at Heng's appearance. He was taken aback. "Are you an Indian?" Chapter 600. Mysterious Oriental Man. The Chinese people of this era generally wore queues, and unlike later generations, were extremely skinny. On top of that, there were also yellow-skinned Native Americans, so it was not surprising that the bailiff failed to recognize Heng's ancestry. But when the bailiff dismounted and approached the stranger, he could tell that Heng was not an Indian, which was a relief. With all the conflict between the colonists and the natives, he did not want to be standing at the end of the barrel of an Indian's gun in the no-man's land of the Gobi. The bailiff removed his other holster and hung it on the horse's back to reassure the Chinese man he meant no harm. Seeing that the other party had expressed deference, Heng returned the favor by putting away his revolver. "All right. I never thought I'd come across a Chinese in this godforsaken place." The bailiff offered Heng a hand. "I'm Morton." Heng shook the hand and replied, "Heng. Anything is possible, Mr. Marshal." "Where are you heading, Mr. Heng?" the bailiff asked. "Lincoln County," Heng replied frankly. "Good place. I was there a month ago. Although there are no suitable lands to grow tobacco or anything like that, there are many grazing pastures. The dark beer at the bar downtown is pretty good as well. You won't want to miss it," Morton gushed, eyeing the cornmeal mush in the pot. "Please, help yourself," Heng offered. He had planned to take a detour to replenish it at other towns anyway, and he did not mind giving away this half-bowl of polenta. "Thank you." Morton took out a metal canteen from the bag hanging next to the saddle. It was probably his lunchbox. He scooped 2 spoonfuls of corn paste, and since it wasn't too hot, he scarfed it down, licking his lips as he finished it up. The bailiff felt that he should do something in return for having eaten Heng's food, so he offered some advice. "With all due respect, Mr. Heng, it is unwise to travel across the Gobi to Lincoln County alone." "Why do you say that?" "This is not a peaceful place. Murders and robberies are frequent here. I'm currently investigating a group of men whom I have pursued for over 20 days. They claim to be pelt traders, but they probably conduct shady deals behind closed doors. Not long ago, there was a bank robbery in Shining Silver Town. A group of masked men killed the bank's manager and a poor woman who had gone to deposit money there. They hauled 40 kilograms of gold and escaped. The local sheriff and a team of officers went after them, but the sheriff was shot and killed in the fight. Some of the masked men were also injured, but they were probably minor cuts and bruises. The bailiff paused to catch his breath and continued, "Before the incident, someone saw the group of pelt traders in a town nearby, and they looked very suspicious. Speaking of which, where did you come from? Did you see any suspicious people along the way?" Heng was surprised to learn about the background of the people he killed in the bar. The people that the bailiff described were consistent with the group of men he encountered in the bar. At that time, Heng had an inkling that those men were no straight arrows. After all, no matter how you'd put it, pelt traders setting up a stronghold in an uninhabited town was something unheard of, and those guys sure didn't look like nice people either. Nonetheless, Heng was so preoccupied with getting on with the main mission that he wasted no time prying into the business of those men. After he had gotten the information he wanted, he terminated the last guy. But it turned out that the excellent habit cost him 40 kilograms of gold. Later, when he searched the tavern and did not find any gold, he recalled what Rich said before he died. He thought Heng had accepted his offer of compromise, but Rich didn't even get to give up the gold whereabouts in exchange for his own life. "No. I've not seen anyone of that description, Mr. Marshal," answered Heng, "but I will keep an eye out. If I come across any of them, I will alert you at once." Heng would never admit to having met those men. Apart from the fact that they were just suspects that hadn't been actually convicted, and that he had killed them all, the most crucial piece of this puzzle was the whereabouts of 40 kilograms of gold. Even if he told the truth, that he hadn't so much spotted a single nugget of gold, no one would believe him. What more, he was merely Chinese. Thus, Heng made a wise move by removing himself from this matter. He even considered killing the bailiff. After all, the location where they met wasn't very far from the abandoned little town. It may have taken Heng 2 days, but with the bailiff's horse-riding expertise, it would only take the lawman 1 day to arrive at the town. Also, since there were not many people around, there was a good chance Heng would be named a suspect. But he eventually abandoned the idea. While the bailiff may be searching for Rich on his own, once he did find them, he probably wouldn't have just come barging into the bar on his own. He would have brought along some of his colleagues with him, and since Heng did not know where his companions were, and if he would cross paths with them, he could not possibly kill every single person he met. Morton looked at the eyes of the Chinese man before him, and he struggled to find anything unusual or odd. No, in fact, this man was unlike any other Chinese he had met before. Not only was he traveling in the desert without a companion, but he also appeared unfrightened, nor was he intimidated by the strange and unfamiliar environment he was in. In fact, he even drew a gun at a law enforcement officer. To top it off, he seemed well versed with the West's legal environment and even spoke standard fluent English as if he had spent some time in Europe. Morton even detected a hint of a London accent. So, there was this Chinese man, sitting on his own, seemingly a man of few words, but not silent to the point of being ignored. Mysterious Oriental man, Morton thought to himself. Then he chuckled. However this investigation turns out, I will drop by Lincoln County again sometime later. If you have any information, you can always go to the sheriff there and they'll send me a message. Remember, those men are dangerous. If you really do come across them, it's best you keep your distance. Thank you for the heads up, Mr. Marshal, and I wish you success in all your endeavors. Heng nodded. Since another human was a rare sight in the vast desert, the two kept each other company for 1 night, during which Heng asked the bailiff for some tips on horse riding. Morton had witnessed Heng's outstanding marksmanship, one that bettered most cowboys, so it came as a surprise to see how Heng was actually a novice who knew nothing about riding, especially when he was on the horse. Even though the Asian man knew some of the basics, it still seemed as if it was his first time. Yet, this guy had the guts to ride on his own, all the way to Lincoln County. Morton did not know whether to praise Heng for his bravery or chastise him for stunning injudiciousness.